What is up, Laird? How you doing?
I'm good, man. How are you?
I'm good, good, good. You know why I'm kind of excited, Laird? Because we can finally talk about football, man.
Oh
It's been
yeah,
such a long,
true.
it's been such a long time that it's like I don't give a fuck about the transfer market bullshit they write in the newspapers because I know most of it, 99% of it is just to write something, clickbait. Some of it is might be true, but we know that most of the operations are taking place behind doors. There's so many people calling in Milanello left and right. There's so many calls going out. We don't know anything. That's the truth. We have no clue about anything that is going. But now we get to talk about football, which makes me very happy. Were you able to see the game yesterday?
Yeah, I watched the first half live, and I had to go after, but I watched the second half when I came back. It was on YouTube, and quite promising, I would say. I didn't consider any. How can I say? I didn't evaluate any player because it doesn't make any sense to evaluate a player
Oh,
against
I did.
Processo.
I did.
Against Procesto, I don't care. It's just such a low level team
I,
that you cannot really say anything about the first team.
I have a lot to say about the first team actually. And so it's a good thing that we're doing this live because I have some rants to get out of my system. So yeah.
Let's
Anyway,
let's. I want to ask first the people that are joining us now. How's the audio? Is everything okay? You guys listening properly? There's any problem? Because we had some issue before, but I think should be fine. Anyway, so why you have so many? Do you have some concerns about the team?
I don't have concerns about the team. No, I have concerns about other things. In particular, a player, and that player is Pobega. But before talking about that, let's just talk about so Giroud and Toure are official. Okay. Now Friday,
Yeah,
we had a live. We said everybody, all of us said that what we had to say. So people here probably already know what I've got to say. I'll repeat it. Giroud is not a very exciting player to me. He's a player that he'll probably do well, but nothing special. Toure, my opinion about Toure is if we're going to France to buy a player that is worth 4 million, we could have bought an Italian worth 4 million and helped the national team. So, but whatever. These are two players that are going to sit on the bench most of the time and be an option when we need players. So that's my overall opinion. But we haven't heard from you yet. Go ahead.
oh, sorry. Uh, Basically, so what I think is, first of all, well done to Antonio for Traore. I thought it was completely, I thought it was just rumors, not a done deal. So well done
All
to
right.
Antonio.
You've had a conspiracy theory about it.
No, I was like, because I remember that AC Milan really wanted Dalot. So I thought like they were playing some games with Man United. But clearly, this is another signal that the management is clear. They ask the other club, do you want to give me the player? The other club is thinking too much. They go for another target. So I like that. They don't think too much. They don't wait too much. So well done to AC Milan. I really like the signing. I like Giroud. I like him as well, and I'm really happy that I heard Diaz is getting the number 10. I'm quite happy with that. It means AC Milan is investing on Diaz, so it's not just they are buying it to handle it to Real Madrid in a few years. They are really investing on the guy. They are kind of telling him, "We believe in you, and we want you to be our next Kaká or whatever next talent that can stay with us for 6, 7 years and grow with us." So that's a good thing. Going back to the game, I'll say what I liked about the game is the fact that Pioli managed at least, I would say, 22 players in that game. So in these 10 days or a week,
Yeah.
and all of the players, they were moving in the pitch perfectly. So they were following they were executing the 4-2-3-1 perfectly. Even the Primavera players. You know what I
So
mean?
yeah,
And so that means that the way Pioli trains the players, whatever you are, a Primavera player or a first squad player, he is able to communicate what he really wants from the players. So he actually execute what he actually wants from the players. And Pobega played really well in that position as a holding midfielder. I liked the other guy, Diaz, I think, and the second one who came in. I think they were really good as a Primavera players. I really didn't like how's called the other one, Capone. He reminds me a lot of Chalanoglu. And the Swedish guy on the right, he reminds me a lot a young Leao, a bit lazy, a bit, But it's the beginning of the season. I'm sure they're really tired, and they're training crazy every day. So, but it was a good game. I enjoyed it.
yeah, okay. So my analysis of the game was this: was nice to see the team finally play. Oh my god, it feels such like a long time. So good to see Milan finally play. It was nice to see Tomori and Tonali being actual Milan players on the pitch. That was good to know because now they feel. I think they feel more responsible now. They feel even more responsibility. It was good to see Benacer move the ball around. I thought Leao, even against Prosesto, cannot fucking play that position. And when he goes to the left, then he can make things happen. I think that's how. If he go, I think that's what they should do. If Leao is played as a center forward, he should do what Cristiano Ronaldo does. Just make your way to the left and then start from there. Because even against Prosesto, the guy was didn't do much. Now, I thought Castillo looked good. He scored a really nice goal. Fernandez looked okay. I expected Fernandez to do a little bit better against a competition like that. Gabbia looked good even on the right, to be honest. Gabbia is a good player. He knows how to hold the ball. He knows how to pass the ball. So I like Gabbia. Gabbia is a very good prospect. It was nice to see Romagnoli there with Tomori play together. I really hope Romagnoli can stay. If not, we'll see what happens. But I like the fact that Romagnoli is playing and is getting back in the groove of things. If we can get Romagnoli back to how he was pre the loss of form, all gained. Um, then I want to talk about the second half. Okay, the second half we had the Kerkez, very good, but still, he's 17. We have to chill out. He had a good game. This guy is box to box. I like that. Line to line, rather. He can play all the way from back the line to the last line. That's very good. But we have to remember, guys, that in Italy, this is a Serie A is for men. It's not for boys. Italy is a campionato for men, not for boys. And even if these guys are good, you put them in that kind of arenas and that kind of pressure. If they can't handle the pressure, then these guys end up like Mansour. Remember, Mansour was supposed to be the next big thing. So we got to be careful with him. But good for the Primavera. Good for the Primavera because they're building a good Primavera. If we have a good Primavera that we can feed off of with, yes. Now we're talking the kind of team I would like to see. This Baron Wando Baron or whatever his name is might be coming. The Paraguayan guy is coming. So good for the future. And I want to say something now. I'll get to my rant. I want to talk about Pobega. All right? Pobega was the best player on that fucking field in both halves. The guy was the best player hands down. Man of the match. His composure on the ball is incredible. You can tell by just the way he holds the ball, the guy has personality. He had a few assists and he had a goal or something like that. If Milan sell this guy, they're fucking idiots. Maldini, Massaro, and all these guys are fucking idiots. Okay, if they sell this guy. For what? Why do we need to sell this guy? He is exactly what we need. A midfielder with character, with personality that can hold the ball. This guy in 2-3 years, remember, he is a starter for the under-21 national team. All right? You know who else was a starter for the under-21 national team? Barella, Verratti, Insigne. All these guys that won the fucking Euro, they were starters for the under-21 national team a few years ago. Pobega is one of these guys. Why the fuck do we need to get rid of this guy? These guys are morons. Fuck them. If they get rid of them, fuck them. Fuck these guys. All right. That's my rant about Pobega.
Okay, no, that's fair enough. I like the guy. He's really tough. I mean, we kind of knew him. If you play every game a lot of games for Spezia, and was one of the team that actually, didn't get relegated and easily had a comfortable Serie A, I would say, considering there is Spezia. It means that he's good because he scored, I think, 4 goals, if I'm not wrong, 4 goals and 6 assists.
He scored 6 goals in Spezia, a team that doesn't score many goals. He's a midfielder. He scored 6 goals. All you got to see is 2 minutes of him on the ball, and you understand what kind of player he is. This guy is going to be a starter in the national team in a few years.
Roy, but that's what I want to tell you, that Maldini, Pioli knows that. They know that. They know he's a good player. But you have to consider a lot of things. First of all, the rumors of we selling Pobega comes from, I don't know, Tagliatelle, AC Milan post or bullshit like this on Twitter. There is not like a completely sure we want to sell them. The rumors are there is offers from him. Not like we want to sell him. And there is another thing to say. That
of course there's offers for him because everybody can see this guy's a great football player.
But we have to consider another thing, that AC Milan is telling him, listen, we have the starter in that position is Kessie and Bennacer. So you're going to be a second choice.
I mean,
are you happy? Are you happy with that? They are asking him that. In this season, you're going to be a second choice. You're going to play when Kessie needs to rest, when Bennacer needs to rest, or when they are injured and stuff like that. Are you happy with that? If he's saying, no, I'm not happy, I want to play every single game, I'm ready to play every single game, what they can do?
I don't think he's going to say that. And these players that are 20 years old, how old is he? 21, 20? I don't know.
22, I think. I think he's 22. Going for 22, I think.
Right. Okay, so he's 21 going for 22. Like, these players know that they're going to sit on the bench, man. These guys know. The people around them tell them, hey, you have a lot to learn. You know, you still have to get to where you get. They're not going to demand to be first. Whoever Milan brings, whether it's Bakayoko, whether it's Kamara, whether it's anybody, they know that these players are going to be, that Kessie and Bennacer are the starters, and they have to fight for that position. I mean, Giroud knows that Ibra is the starter. And Pobega is not fucking Casemiro, okay? Cruz, I mean, he doesn't have a career. He's starting. I think Pobega wants to be at Milan because any person that has any intelligence would say, I want to stay with Milan because if I grow here and I learn my trade here, who knows what I can win anything. I don't want to go to fucking play for Empoli, Salernitana,
Atalanta. Atalanta is offering him a starter position probably.
I see now I see why. I don't think.
But that's the thing.
Hold on, Larry. Atalanta, the midfielder, has a national team player of Switzerland, national team player of Holland. Like, Pobega is not gonna. Let's give him a little bit of time. But to say that he's going to be a starter in Atalanta, I don't know. That's too much.
Well, that's the question. Is we really don't know if AC Milan, if Maldini wants to sell him, or him is like, oh, I want to go in a team and play. Because he's not going to play. Let's face it. Kessie and Bennacer are going to start every game, or at least all the important games. So he's going to be a second choice.
You can make this same argument about Tonali.
But Tonali accepts that. Tonali is fine with that.
Pobega hasn't said he doesn't accept it.
Exactly. If he's accepting that, I'm sure AC Milan is not going to sell him.
Well, but the words is that they want to sell him. Vogliono fare cassa. They want to make money. They want to sell Hagway. They want to sell Pobega. They want to sell these players so they can make money to buy other players that who knows what.
No, listen. In terms of rumors, they want to sell Leao. They want to sell Auge. They want to sell Casti. They want to sell Pobega. They want to sell Romagnoli. There is a lot of rumors, but I don't think they are like so sure these things. I will wait a bit. Of course, he's a good player. 15 million looks we're giving it for free, to be fair, because to buy a player like this, it takes you at least 20 million. So he's a good player. I mean, we've seen him with Sesto, so let's wait a bit. I'm sure he's gonna play against Real Madrid, against Juventus, against better teams, and we're gonna see his real value on this.
We already know,
friendly.
like we already know what his real value is. We already know.
Well,
this player in a few years is going to be a national team player. You know, when we're in the summer celebrating for Italy winning, Pobega is going to be on that pitch. And then we're going to ask ourselves, why the fuck did we sell it 15 million for a player that didn't do anything?
But I wouldn't. My consideration is we shouldn't talk about this because still no one is selling him. He is in preseason with AC Milan. No one is really selling him. No real offer is coming for Pobega. That's my opinion. And it's madness that AC Milan is gonna sell him for 15 million and get another guy for 8 or 10 million. Well, what is the point of that? I understand Auge. They bought Auge for 5 million and they want to sell for 15 million. There is a profit and there is no space for him to play because Rebic and Leao are doing better. And that's it. But Pobega looks like he's perfect to play in January with Tonali when they go in the African Cup. And maybe Krunic, another option on that midfield. So I don't think them selling Pobega for 15 million. That's my opinion.
Okay, but again, this is what they've been saying. And even if you saw the interview after the game, they interviewed Pobega. And the way he spoke, it made it clear that he has to fight for a place there. But there's no security because he's been in the transfer market. People do want. I see why they want him. This guy is composed. He's the perfect Italian national team player. That kind of the guys that fight till the end. They're composed on the ball. They have no fear. They can make things happen.
He's really good, man. I'm not questioning that, and I don't think if he wants to stay to AC Milan, no one is gonna sell him. If he really says to Maldini, "I'm not leaving. I want to play my cards this season," they're not gonna be forced, man. You cannot force anyone to leave. He has a contract.
He does not have the power to do that. These kids.
What are you talking about, man? They're not. He's not gonna sign the contract with the team he's gonna offer, man. That's not so clear. Like I remember the summer they wanted to sell Calabria and Kessie. And they said, we're not leaving. We're going to stay. We're going to fight here. And they kept them. I remember exactly. Calabria said, I'm not leaving. It was the previous summer. And everyone was like upset. Oh, why we don't sell Calabria? He's shit. He's not good enough. And he had the season he had. So Pobega, if he really wants to stay and he wants to be in that team and Pioli likes him, end of the story, he's going to stay. I don't think we should worry about Pobega.
No, I'm very worried because this is not new. This is every year. It's the same thing. Every fucking year, it's the same thing. Every single year since Galliani Berlusconi and Galliani, since they left, it's been the same thing every single year. Wasting players.
No, man.
Let's see what happens.
Listen, Locatelli wanted to leave. He was like, I'm not staying in the bench. I want to leave.
He didn't want to leave. That's not true. He did not want to leave.
Why you say that, man?
He said he didn't want to leave.
Nah,
Locatelli never wanted to leave.
That's bullshit. He wanted to play. That's the thing. He wanted to play.
And he would have played. He would have played too. Man, listen, we will see. I have my suspicions because I know how this team operates. I've seen them operate this way. And it's not just Milan.
Okay, what is the last time AC Milan sold the talent? Like a Primavera talent that I'm talking about Maldini, Massara, Moncada, and this management since Elliott came in. What is the talent they sold? Cutrone. Is it good enough? Are we regretting Cutrone?
Well, no. Cutrone could have helped.
But it's not Van Basten. We didn't sold Ibrahimovic, Van Basten, or the new Inzaghi.
Man, you don't know.
No, man. If he becomes a new Inzaghi at 28, I'm not gonna wait 7 years for him, man.
Oh,
I'm
Tony,
sorry. Good for him. Good for him. I'm not waiting 8 years for Cutrone.
Tony became a world-class striker at the age of 30.
Good for him, man. I'm not waiting 8 years for Cutrone. Pobega, It's the first situation that this management is thinking to sell it or to keep it. So we need to trust this management because they never done this before. We are blaming Maldini for something that Galliani, Berlusconi, who is the other guy? Fucking when the Chinese owner was there, who is the other guy?
I don't know. No.
Fassone, Mirabello. We are blaming Maldini for mistakes that other people did before him. Maldini still didn't sold Pobega.
Well,
It's still there.
Let's see.
Pobega is still there.
I am fucking putting them on the test because I have a fear that these guys are going to be just like everybody else. They just it's I don't know what it is. It's not just Milan. It's all the fucking clubs. They waste all the players that come from the Primaveras and they just throw them away. And then these players they're all players that are going to be in the national team, fighting for super competitions, winning crazy games, beating Spain, beating Germany. And then here we are. Oh, but we had to sell him to fucking Verona because he's not good enough to play at Milan. Ma vaffanculo va.
I don't know, man. I don't know what is the last player Maldini sold to from the Primavera. That was a great talent. I'm still waiting for that, man. Colombo is still there. Pobega is still there. Tonali, we fight and we took him. We signed him because people were blaming. Oh, what is about this ownership? Why they're not buying Tonali? Why they're not resigning? And Tonali is here. People are never happy, man. Still, Pobega is training with AC Milan, and people are upset because we are trying to sell him.
We sacrificed the player for Tonali.
Well, exactly, but still with the option to buy again,
which is good.
The buyback is an option. I'm not seriously. I'm quite happy with this. It's better to have Pobega than not have it at all.
Yeah, I mean, of course. I mean, the guy is talent. The guy is good. The guy was really good. Best player out of everybody. He was better than all the superstars. You can tell when a player has got something special. You can tell. It takes 2 minutes to tell whether a player's got something special. This guy, midfielder, scored 6 goals in a team that scored, half the goals that Milan scored in the whole season. This is a player that knows how to hold the ball, has character. You can see the way he holds his head up, shoulders. This guy's a boss. He's got personality. He's got character. Guys, in Italy, we talk about tactics. Italy's so good at tactics, blah, blah, blah. To me, that's bullshit. Everybody can do tactics. The thing about these players is their personality, their character, their fighting spirit. Pobega has everything we don't need to go anywhere else to look for midfielders. We have them right here.
What do you think about this, man?
Let's see what happens. Roy is mad right now, but what if I tell him Amina has more French-speaking players than he said?
That's a problem, man. We need to solve that problem as soon as possible. To be fair, I don't think they're gonna sell Pobega, man. If the kid wants to stay, Pioli is gonna accept him. He's gonna keep him. Believe me, he's gonna keep him.
Well, let's see. You were wrong about Toure.
Well, I was wrong about him. Fair enough. I still believe that Pobega is staying.
I hope you're right. All right. Okay. So that's my opinion on Pobega. Now the other youngsters, Kerkez looked really good. Did you see Kerkez's game?
Yeah, I saw him. I mean, really good.
Now, what do you think about him? Like some of us think, okay, 17 is a little bit too young to get rid of him. I mean, to give him that kind of responsibility. And what do you think?
I think it's Sesto, man. Sesto is a Serie C team in Italy. It's really bad. I mean, how people can still think, oh, Kerkez is good after playing against Sesto after a week of training.
No, yeah, I think you're right, but you can kind of tell what Okay, look, obviously, we can both of us, or maybe you don't agree, but a lot of people will agree with me that yesterday Kerkez played better than Theo Hernandez. Theo Hernandez against Sesto didn't really do much. He looked like a very normal player, but obviously, if I'm playing against Juventus for a big game, I'm putting Theo Hernandez there, 100%. So yeah, it is this weird kind of thing that happens against these weaker teams. Big players don't play so well. Small players play better. Um, but we know how Hernandez plays, so we don't need to judge him. Kerkez, to me, showed a lot of potential. Like this guy might become a very important player for us. Now, but what do you think, Laret, to put in these teenagers in the team like this?
No, it's too early to put in the first team. I think, uh, yeah, it's too early. He needs to show that he can actually play in a mid-tier team or in a Serie B team an entire season. So get that first place and play an entire season. If you can do that, okay, he's ready for the first team to be the second choice of Theo Hernandez or the second choice of or whoever is playing in that position. So it's too early. Playing against Prosesto in a friendly when the players are told by the AC Milan management team, don't go too tough, don't do challenges because it's just a preseason game and we don't want any injury, and because they're getting paid to play that game. It's just people see too much in that game. That is a game that you need just to get confident in the pitch and run a bit and get fit again. Let's see Kerkez when he's going to play against Real Madrid, against Juventus, because probably he's going to play 20 minutes, whatever. And let's see how he's going to manage the game. It's still early. That is a good sign that actually we are buying players for the Primavera, so we care about the Primavera. So it's a long-term project. Before the AC Milan Primavera was really shit. Now actually it's looking good. Slowly, we're adding good players. So that's a good sign. But people are saying, oh, he can be why we need another fullback. We have him. No, man. Seriously. Serie A is a different thing, man. It's a different thing, Serie A.
Yeah, and I understand that's why they got Toure. Toure, a guy that physically is already developed. He's 24, so he has experience. We need men right now. We can't go with boys. We need men on the field. So
And I want to add something as a 17. A lot of people are good at playing football, and after that, you lose your virginity. You start to drink alcohol. You do a lot of other things. You earn more money, and few of them stay good. Not all of them. So please, 17 is too early for
yeah,
to say how good. Of course, he has talent. He's been chosen by AC Milan to be in the Primavera, so definitely he has talent. But it's too
yes,
early.
yes, yeah. I like that. I like that. What you said. That's very true. Now, one thing I want to answer this. Say if you're 100% wrong. Okay, man.
Okay.
It's Italy. You want Italian players. In Spain, you want Spanish players. In Germany, you want German players. In England, you want English players. It's not Inter dominated the Scudetto with how many Italian starters? 2 or 3 max. I mean, yes, and that is honestly to me, because I support the national team, it's a problem. I want to see more Italian players because I want to see Italy be more competitive. And also, every single team that I see that wins big trophies is composed of domestic players. It doesn't matter what country they come from. That's an important element of the whole thing. It's undeniable. It's undeniable. Um, it really is undeniable. So
Is I would say
it's
I would
not a
say it's
fetish.
ideal.
It's not a fetish. It is just, yeah, ideal. It is ideal, but it is also a formula that has worked for forever. Why
Is how can I explain it? In a 24 player team, you need 40% Italian. You need, and is not because how can I explain it? Is important because when a foreigner player comes to AC Milan, he needs to understand that he's coming to Italy, to a different culture. And having 40% of the players Italian, he's gonna get used to the culture quicker. He's gonna understand what does it mean. And because Serie A has a different spirit, which every league has a different spirit as well, you need that core of Italian players to explain you what does it mean to defend in Italy, to play in Italy, to be a midfielder in Italy. What does it mean to deal with the press or with the media, with the supporters? So that is quite important, especially for AC Milan team when you come in and you need to adapt quicker.
Yeah,
If you have Italian players, it's easier.
yeah, and look,
Yes.
look, and look at this from this point of view. Like, okay, for me, I know what it means to play for Milan. I know what it means to play for Inter. I know what it means to play for Juventus. I understand their history. I understand their tradition. I get it. I'm there. It's blood. But ask me if you know. If ask me if I know what it means to play for Bayern Munich. I have no fucking clue. I have no fucking clue what it means to play for Bayern. I don't know what it means to play for Manchester, for Liverpool, for Real Madrid, Barcelona, for PSG. It's players that come from their country. There's a pride that comes into it and it's important because when you're playing on the international stage, you're not just playing for your check. You're not just playing for the colors on your shirt, but you're also playing for your country, which adds more reason to fight. Good. We want you to fight even more because at the end of the day, I don't care that they're Italian. I care that they win. The fact that the Italian just helps them win with an Italian team more so. And we see that with Barcelona. We see that with Bayern. We saw that with Chelsea this time. We see that everywhere. It's not a fetish. It's just a factor that can't just be avoided.
No, it's but at the moment it's not something you have to force. You know what I mean? If the good Italian players are not available or really expensive, we cannot force it. We can add slowly a piece of the team, you know, but no, you cannot force it. That's the problem. You, it's simple as that. It's ideal, but slowly, I think AC Milan is building that again. Tonali, I think Pobega,
Listen to me, guys.
Gassei, Gabbia, Calabria.
Listen, Larry. Last time Milan won the Champions League, they had Maldini, Nesta, Pirlo, Gattuso inside. That's 50% of the fucking team was Italian.
Okay.
And before that, 70% of the team was Italian. Barcelona, 80% of the team is Spanish. Bayern Munich, 60% of the team is German.
Well, but we cannot force it, Roy. We cannot go and buy Chiellini. Chiellini is not going to come at AC Milan. Who you want me to buy? You want me to buy Pellegrini? It's 35 million. Try to buy it and put it as a... It's not possible. That's the thing. That's what I'm trying to tell you, man. It's not possible. If it's going to happen, it takes 3 or 4
Lucas
years.
Excuse me, Lucas is Portuguese, right? At Porto, how many Portuguese players are in Porto? How many Portuguese players play in the Portuguese league? Porto is 90% Portuguese, probably. Benfica is 80 Portuguese. It makes sense. It's got nothing to do with anything except for domestic players play better for their own teams that are in their countries. That's it. It's just it.
It's gonna take a bit. Let's see.
All right, let's read some of these comments. Man. Okay, here we go. Let's start from back. Then Euro winners are now going for 40 million each. You ain't gonna buy the whole team to me. I'm not talking about buying the team now. I'm talking about you have them in your backyard already. You know, they're all kids, they're children right now. Give these kids their fucking opportunities. Okay, so Saif responded earlier. He said, don't get me wrong, Roy, I have a thing for Italian. There's a reason travel a lot, but just objectively looking at this isn't an era of Gattuso and Nesta and Pirlo. It just happened that domestic talent were the best players playing. No, it doesn't just happen. It doesn't just happen. It's a matter of The best NBA players play in America. They don't go to Europe. The best, whatever players play where in their own countries. Them Euro winners are now going. I like trying to convince Pessina to come back home. A never homegrown talent who is tactically flexible to play CM or camp. Yeah, 100%. Now, Pepe was the only Portuguese starter against Juve. Is that a fact? I don't think that's
Can be.
impossible. Really?
There was the midfielder, the guy that scored against Juventus.
I think you made that.
That one was Portuguese as well.
Sorry. Not saying Italy is terrible. They just won the Euros, but in this time, you would rather get players from abroad to be competitive. Hence, Toure Ibrahim. No, of course I'm not. You get players from abroad, but I'm just saying that sometimes we go get players that we don't need to get because we already have them there. We already have them in the at home. Would you give Diaz number 10? I would give this number to a big number like Luis Alberto. You like the idea of number 10, huh? Number 10 is a big responsibility. I think one thing that happens in AC Milan is two numbers in particular. If you give a player number 9 in AC Milan, the expectations are super high. That's why they call it a curse. Because I think Rohit the other day here was like Rohit, great guy, a lot of information, man. Rohit is an encyclopedia of Milan. He was a really good guest we had the other day, and he said it. Gigi Riva, Van Basten, George Weah, Inzaghi. These players have given that number so much respect that you're coming in with that number. It's already the expectations are so high. 10 is kind of similar. It's kind of similar. Do you think? But you think Diaz can take on this responsibility?
Yeah, Diaz can handle the number 10. And some people are saying, oh, we should give, because we are giving the number 10 to Diaz, that means we're not buying another number 10. I think, like, you guys are crazy. I mean, Diaz is 21. Clearly, the club believes in Diaz and they're investing on the kid. They are buying the kid from Real Madrid because they want to invest in him, build a team around him. They think his talent is good, and when he grows, he can be a game changer in the future. Let's say in 1 or 2 years, when he gets the famous 120 games with AC Milan. Because there is a statistic, I repeat it, after 100 games, the player performs completely different. It gets even better than what it is. So they are believing in him, and they are telling Pioli as well that believe in the kid. We want him to play more. So we're gonna buy you another number 10. Don't worry, because we play a lot of games. But this guy needs to play because he's signing a contract, and we are telling him that he's gonna be part of the project. If the other guy comes as a number 10, is even better than Diaz, and he's wearing the number 20, who fucking cares, man? The other guy is gonna come, and we don't even know if he's gonna stay more than 3 years or more than 1 year, or if he's gonna adapt. We know one thing: Diaz adapted pretty well to the Serie A. He played pretty well as a 21 years old. So he adapted better than Tonali, he adapted better than Locatelli at his age, Pessina, and all these other players. He is the level of big players.
Yeah. And guys, I want to say something, because I see here it says, of course, it's nice to have Italians play for Milan, but it's even nicer to have the best players in the world for Milan, regardless of nationality. Guys, I promise you, if I was Spanish and a Real Madrid fan, I'd be so fucking pissed off at Real Madrid because of Diaz. I'd be so fucking pissed off. I'd be fuming right now. But I'm happy that we have him. I'm happy that we have Diaz because Diaz to me is I think can become one of Spain's best players, and he can become one of those players that is central in their national team. And those Spanish players in their national team, you guys saw them at the fucking Euros. These are really good players. So having one of those guys in our team is really good. So yeah, it's not a matter. Whatever. Let's keep on going. And another thing about number 10, if you pick the number 10, you're making a statement. So it shows personality in Diaz, but he's putting himself in a high pedestal. So let's see if he can keep it up. It was good to see Diaz next to the pitch, sitting next to Maldini against Sesto. That was really good. And also, Ollie earlier said that the Diaz took out the Real Madrid thing out of his Instagram. which is very good.
Exactly.
Very good. Bravo, Diaz. You see,
He,
this I like. Diaz is something I like a lot.
he's moving on, man. He's moving on. Some people say it's 2 years the loan. I don't think it's 2 years loan. I think they are when they say 2 years loan, they are considering the previous years as well. So it's big. This is the second year of loan, so they can have a discount on the wages with that tax deal Italy is giving. But it's not like we're gonna have another year, the next one. So next year, at the end of this year, we're gonna pay for it. And the buyback option for Real Madrid is basically something that hopefully is never gonna happen. Like Diaz is gonna say, you know what, I like AC Milan. I'm a leader here.
If
I'm
he
not.
can, if he can cement himself, if he can cement himself in the team as a leader, as a technical leader, because that's what he can be. He can be a technical leader. If he can do that, I don't think he will leave AC Milan. But we'll see. We'll see. If this guy scores 1,000,000 goals in the Champions League, does assists, Real Madrid will probably be like, yo, what the fuck? Let's get him back. Because remember, like I repeat, if I'm a Spanish person and I'm a Real Madrid fan, and I see my team give away one of Spain's best talents, I'd be pissed off. So let's see what happens.
Bro, can I say I want to go back to the Real Madrid thing now? There was a point that Real Madrid was playing with Ronaldo Portuguese, Benzema French, Bale English, Kroos German, Modric Croatian, Marcelo is Brazilian, Ramos Spanish finally, Varane French, and Cabal Spanish, Casemiro Brazilian. And the goalkeeper, Navas, I don't even know where he's from. South America, I think. Sorry for not knowing. So I don't think supporters of Real Madrid really care about that. They just want Real Madrid to splash the cash and buy the biggest player they can buy.
Yeah, maybe you're right. We have a 50% resale clause still, so Pessina would cost like 20 million or so, I think. Pessina, another example that I think could come back to AC Milan. Okay, right. Since you want Italian players so much, give me two names for the cam and right wing position. All right, so right wing, we already said it 1,000,000 times. Berardi, the number one choice. Cam, if we have the cash, I'd go for Zaniolo. That would be the guy that I would go for. But if other cam players in Italy,
Pellegrini is good.
I mean, Pessina. Maybe Pessina.
I don't think we need to force this Italian thing. We need just when there is a talented players, we go for it, and if it's not possible, we move on. I mean,
for me,
that's.
But the other thing is like that we're getting wrong here is I'm saying we need to buy Italian. I'm not saying we need to buy Italian. I'm saying we need to create Italian players. We get them when they're children. And then they like Locatelli, Pessina, Donnarumma, Cristante, etc., 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 etc. Pobega now is going to be the next victim, most likely. You create them from when they're kids. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that we have to go buy Italian players, man. Here, look at Juventus. Juventus' best years when they had half a national team in their squad. All those players were players that came from Juventus's youth, that Juventus put around Italy, and then they came back this last decade. Leon says Diaz is not a starter.
Well,
do you agree with
that? I don't think AC Milan is building a team with 22 starters. Of course, there's better players than others, but they're building a team with 22 starters. So Diaz is going to be a starter, but the other player is going to be as good as Diaz. So Pioli can actually choose without any problem. But I bet you Diaz is going to be one of the best players of the Serie A next season.
Yeah, I think so. He's going to become a Papu Gomez. He's going to be one of those kind of players. A Di Natale, an Insigne. One of these small players, low center of gravity, but just all skill, He's going to score those Tiro Agiri goal. He's going to do assists. He's going to score. These players with so much talent, they become fan favorites. We just I just hope that his personality, and I think he does have personality. I think choosing the number 10 is a sign that this guy has personality. Let's see. Playing Cam for Milan and playing Cam for Atalanta is two different things. Pessina is not ready. I don't know. That's a tough question to answer because it depends how you want to play it, really.
I'll answer that question. But you finish first.
I think that if you play the way Pioli wants you to play, Cam, then Pessina is perfect. But if you play the traditional Cam role, then Pessina shouldn't even be close to that position. Nowhere close to that position. The way Pioli used Çalhanoğlu, for me, Pessina is a perfect replacement, actually. And he's a Milan player, damn it. He started with us. Half of his contract still belongs to us. All right, go ahead.
No, I want to say that Pessina is ready to play for AC Milan because he's done it in Serie A for a long time now, and he's done it in Champions League with Atalanta, and with the national team in the Euros. So he's ready to play for AC Milan. The question is that this is not a video game. We need to ask if Atalanta wants to sell Pessina, if Pessina wants to leave Atalanta, and if the AC Milan has the money to buy Pessina for 25 million or 20 million, whatever Pessina value it is. So that's simple as that. What are they saying? Zaniolo. Unrealistic.
Okay, so you see, I want to answer this another thing here. And you see Roy, Zaniolo, and Berardi. Zaniolo is unrealistic, and Berardi, the person who got benched after 2 games and barely did anything for the Italian team, is Lazio very best. Oh my God, Lucas. Ma cosa dici? Listen, Berardi got benched by a player that is probably going to be challenging Mbappe for the Ballon d'Or in these upcoming years. Okay, that's the level of Chiesa. Okay, when we talk about Chiesa,
he's playing for Juventus, man.
That is the level of Chiesa.
Juventus plays such a shit football, man. Chiesa's gonna look an average player with them. No one realized Chiesa was a football player until he went and played for Mancini. That beautiful football that Italia was playing.
Most people, that's a fact. I saw it when he was 3 years ago when he was playing at Fiorentina.
But me and you, we follow Serie A. But when he was playing with Juventus, everyone was looking at Ronaldo and how shit Juventus was playing. So if he keeps playing for Juventus and Juventus performed like he's performing in Champions League, he's not even competing with Mbappe for the Ballon d'Or. He needs to find a better team.
Like Juventus has a personality and they are impossible to kill. Juventus is a team that is impossible to kill. It doesn't matter. These guys will always be competitive no matter what. As soon as Chiesa starts to put the team on, what's up, Antonio? How you doing? As soon as Chiesa gets the team in his reins, he's going to bring this team far in the Champions League. They might finally win a Champions League. Let's not underestimate Juventus. Underestimating Juventus is like when everybody underestimates Italy before a tournament every time.
Man, I think people are overestimating Juventus. People are waiting for Juventus to win the Champions League in the last 25 years. And still, the Juventus is not giving it. So I'm sorry, man. They are overestimating Juventus.
They've lost 7 finals, which is crazy. I would hate to be a Juventus fan. Thank God I'm not a Juventus fan because they have lost 7 finals. Imagine knowing that and you have lost 7 finals. But this is a team that every year finds a way to be competitive. So going back to Berardi, Chiesa is going to take almost everybody's spot in world football. There's maybe 2 or 3 players Chiesa can't take Messi's spot, but everybody else after Messi, maybe Chiesa could fight for their spot. What's up, Antonio? How you doing?
Good. How are you guys?
How are you, Antonio?
I'm good. How's it going?
I'm really good, man.
Yeah, I just joined in. I like the discussions. I think Juventus. You were talking about Juventus. like you said, they lost 7 finals, so happy we're not Juventus fans here. But yeah, they're good every year, like you said. You have to respect that, but at the same time, it's easy when you like pay high wages to all these players and you have the funds to bring them in. So
Yeah, but they have the funds to bring it in because they organize an infrastructure for them to do that.
So
every team that they said "fuck you" to all the fucking stupid bureaucrats and said we're going to build our own stadium. We own this. The fucking family owns the country pretty much. I mean, this is Juventus is a juggernaut. Underestimating Juventus is pointless.
Of course,
I want to say something. Juventus has the fund, but still they are not. They still need to pay Chiesa.
That's true.
That's the funny thing about Juventus. They offer 60 million to kill the competition of AC Milan because we offered 40 million last summer. They killed our competition, promising 60 million, and they still need to pay that 60 million. So Juventus, the way they behave is not honest at all in Serie A. That's one thing.
They make certain deals when they pay players, like they paid this much money every year, and they like delay the payments so to make it as financially feasible as possible. That's the strategy.
Anyway, they got Chiesa.
They got Chiesa, and now they're going to go for everybody else. Shailan Germani says, if I had lots of money, I would get Doku to Milan. I'm a big admirer and skillful, fast players. So before the Belgium game, on our chat, a lot of people were talking about Doku. I never knew who he was. I hadn't seen him play. We saw him against Italy, and he's young. This kid, I think he's 19. Is that correct?
19 or 20. Jeremy Doku, Belgium, from the same team as Salamakers, and then he went to Rennes in France, and he played Champions League this year. So he already has a bit of experience. Yeah, he's very interesting. Good stats. He can finish, and I think he can play both left and right wing. But he's right-footed.
Yeah, he looked very promising. Like you can tell he's going to be the next superstar of Belgium. So these kind of players are players that, for sure, you want to get the players that are going to become national team players. If your player does not play in the fucking national team, your player is probably garbage, except for Theo Hernandez, who for some reason should be playing in the national team. Same thing with Tomori. I guess the coaches are garbage.
Oh, what is this comment, guys? Seriously, have you ever seen Samu Casti play football? You saw against Pro Sesto, the execution of his shot was so slow, was really slow. I was thinking if he does that in Serie A, he loses the ball straight away, or he gets covered straight away. He's really slow as a player. And people are making a fuss about the number 10 of Diaz when he's holding the number 7 for 2 years, Shevchenko and Pato. He's keeping that number 7, and no one is saying shit. That is crazy, in my opinion.
So, did you guys talk about any news from today yet, or no? Like at the very beginning of the show?
No, not yet. But okay. Let me just say something about Berardi, because I've seen a lot. Even Joseph, what's up, my friend? Joseph is also not convinced about Berardi. Well, let me say something. If we had his 17 goals and 11 assists from last year, we probably would have won the Scudetto, okay? A player that does 17 goals in one season as a winger and 11 assists is not a mediocre player, guys. Is not a mediocre player.
Berardi, I agree 100% with Roy. If you guys want to talk about right-wing players that Milan can get, I don't think there's anyone much more feasible than Berardi is. He's the best that we can buy. He's a great player. He proved himself in Serie A. He really didn't play as much in the second half of the Euros because Chiesa overtook him as the right winger. But Berardi is a great player. So he can shoot, he scores, and he gets assists. So he would be perfect for us to fill that gap in.
Absolutely, 100%. Absolutely. Saif says, Szczesny, Quadrato, D'Elite, Chiellini, Danilo, Locatelli, Rabiot, Chiesa, Dybala, Quadrado, Ronaldo. If you say Juve is finished or this team doesn't scare you, you are deluded. Wow.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean,
all right.
How many Italians you saw in that list, by the way, and how many are going to play?
Well, it'll be interesting to see if Bonucci and Chiellini get more game time together this year in the defense. But De Ligt is he's gonna want to play if he's healthy, so it's gonna be weird.
Yeah. Antonio, give us some news. Let's get some news going. What's happening in the Milan universe?
Okay, so there isn't as much as a few days ago, but there's still like a good amount of news. You guys probably talked about Toure, who was confirmed today. I thought it was really cool because yesterday when he was at Casa Milan, if you guys saw, like he met up with there was a little boy who was a fan, and he gave him like a drawing, and I thought that was really cool. He gave him like a drawing of the Milan badge, and he was very happy about that. So yeah, Toure signed 4.2 million deal plus 500,000 bonuses if we make the Champions League. I'm pretty sure. He will be our backup left back, and he was confirmed today. The next one is Diaz, who was at Casa Milan today. So it's assuming that he signed his contract already, and he will be announced tomorrow morning or afternoon. And that's a done deal. He was actually, if you guys saw the whole game, he was at the Sesto game with Maldini yesterday. So that was cool. And then this is a very interesting one. So it's about Caio Jorge, and actually news like a lot of Juventus links are coming out today with Caio Jorge. They're saying so Milan have given a verbal offer of 5 to 6 million to Santos, and it's now coming out that Juventus have matched that offer of 5 to 6 million. The club wants 10 million. So now people are saying that or Sport Media is saying that Juventus have a slight advantage over Milan to get him, but it's basically whoever can come closest to the 10 million first. So there is real Juventus interest in Caio Jorge right now. So that's I don't know what to make about that.
I've been seeing that for a few days, but I've also read. I don't remember where I read it. Maybe some bullshit.com website, maybe. But Caio Jorge wants to play at Milan, so maybe that could play in our advantage.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure if Juventus and Milan both Champions League, both in Serie A. I guess so. There's not many differences other than the club, what the club means to him. We don't know. He'll have opportunities in both clubs, but Milan are more youthful and they can give him more opportunities. I haven't read strong evidence that he prefers one over the other, but I'm sure Milan approached him first, and they've probably already been speaking to him. So I'm sure he will be more than happy to join us. But I think the club will basically just once they get an offer that they like, they should accept the first one that comes in. So we got to be careful. At the same time, he's not many fans are going crazy over him, but he's good. He's only 19, so. I wouldn't mind taking him for a young striker. I don't know if you guys like him or not.
He's quite cheap. I'm quite perplexed by his price. I'm sure that the Brazilians could take advantage of the European market way more. His price is kind of strange to me.
Yeah, the price part of that is because they're trying to cash in. Probably pandemic in Brazil was very tough, and in South America, you saw in Copa America there were very limited fans compared to Europe. So that is one thing, they're trying to cash in on him. And also, his contract is expiring in January, I believe, so he will be going for free in January. So his price is really cheap right now. That's another reason.
Okay, that explains it.
Yeah,
it's less than his contract. Okay, gotcha.
For sure. It's the matter of time. I think if we wait till January, we get him for free, unless another club tables and not gives him more, pays him more. But I don't know. Another club could just come in the summer and buy him now, so it's risky if we really want him.
And they say that he might be the next Brazilian superstar. So guys, let's not forget that if someone says you're the next Brazilian superstar, that means that you're one of the next biggest things in football, because that's what it means to be the next Brazilian superstar. I think Milan should go for it. I think Milan should go all in.
Yeah.
He's good on TikTok, so he can actually help the marketing team. on getting some more followers on social media. I don't know. I mean, 6 million. What is the risk that you can sell it again to Verona for 10? I don't know, or to some German team for 15. So I don't think there is a risk with the guy. He's 19. You can always resell him for, let's say, 15 million, like Auge. So I don't see any risk. Just you need to sell it. To do the drop shipping, you need to sell it, to buy it for really cheap.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm all for that.
Yeah. Yeah.
I do
like
answer
Kerkez.
this first because says Lucas is happy that Milan wants to sign Kai George until he finds out that it might mean that Colombo will be sold loan instead of being third choice striker. If he's sold, yes, I'll have a problem with that. If he's loaned out, then I won't have a problem with that. As long as they don't sell Colombo, because Colombo to me is a player that I think can become a very important football player. He already made the rounds of the under 21s. That's what tells me. If you're in the under 21s, you're most likely going to become a big player in the future. So Colombo, as an 18-year-old, already made himself shown in the under 21s, Italy. We keep him on loan, get him some minutes that way. I'm happy with that. And then when he's ready, he comes back. Yeah. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, before I continue, Colombo, I think he has to. He would definitely need to keep growing. He's still really young. I don't know if he's 18 or 19. Yeah, 18.
18.
He still has
Going on 19.
plenty of time to grow. He looks like a physically strong player. So he looks like he can mature as long as he just needs to keep working on maybe his finishing and other parts of his game. But he has potential. So. I don't know if his loan spell at Cremonese was too good this year, but and I'm not too familiar. But I haven't seen any major news about him, so I don't think it was that successful. But we'll see where he gets loaned out again.
And another thing that you can add about Caio George, is that his name, Caio George? That the guy is 19 and he's a starter in Santos. He's their number 9. Is that the deal?
Yes, that is true. From what I've seen, he's played. I've started to look up and watch a few Brazilian games, but from what I've seen, he does normally start. Yeah, unless some games he's not for some reason, but most of the time he is the starter, and he has been scoring recently. Like he gets goals, so he's gotten some headers, and he's more of, as of now, he has skill, but a lot of his goals are from like good opportunities of him waiting around the box to see if anything falls to him. But he does have like a good touch, so yeah.
I mean, guys, if you're 19 playing in the first team in one of Brazil's biggest teams as a starter, I mean, we're talking about someone here that is probably quite good.
Yep.
Okay, what else?
Okay, so the next thing I wanted to talk about is Vlasic update. So pretty interesting news. Moscow rejected a 15 million euro bid for Vlasic from Brentford, which is a second-tier English team. The player, it's looking like the player really wants to come to Milan. He already follows Milan on Instagram. He really likes Milan. And he was actually a former Everton player, so he doesn't really have interest in going back to England. He wants to go to this. He likes the Serie A. He likes Milan. So he basically they rejected the move, which is really positive. But Milan tabled a loan with option to buy deal, and they went lower than their 30 million price. It's now looking that like Moscow is going to want to lower their price for Vlasic. So it'll be more feasible, but they do want an obligation to buy or just a straight up deal to buy, like just money for him without a loan. So they have to kind of decide how to do that. But he is looking like our main option for number 10 right now. But I mean, Diaz is going to wear the number 10, but I just mean like a trequartista as like a second one to bring in. So he's looking like the main choice.
And he's 23, right?
Yes.
I wonder how that will be with Diaz, because Diaz is not that much younger. These players are not that far apart, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
If you get a Vlasic, Diaz, the competition there is very, very tough.
Vlasic has 11 goals and 5 assists in his league.
Wow.
He looks like he can take penalties, and he's got solid numbers. Not in the best league, but he plays for Croatia. Good performances. So we have to see.
Yeah, and if you're a starter from the national Croatian team, you're a good player because Croatia produces some excellent players.
Yes.
I just want to ask a question to Antonio. First of all, well done with the Balo Toure or anything else. Nice call.
Thank you.
And by the way, because a lot of people, the way I see AC Milan, when they put out a name and it takes like 2-3 weeks to take it, usually AC Milan never take the player. I remember with Simakan, everyone was talking for 3 weeks, and they got Tomori in 1 week straight away. They closed the deal, and the same Giroud, when everything finished, they solved the problem with Chelsea and they closed the deal. Do you think everyone is talking about this Vlasic, and all these players, but actually AC Milan is going to move to a name no one is talking and close the deal in a week?
Yeah, that's a great question. And to answer that, so it's impossible to know, for any person to know the news, to know what Milan is going to do. But when these players, when there's these names that are thrown around, it's very likely that Milan are at least thinking of the player and they see them as a possible player. They have some sort of interest in them. Then you look at how much they cost, and you look at the barriers that are, if you see a name that is like Coutinho, who gets paid 10 million a year, it's unlikely that he's going to go to Milan because it's pretty obvious that Milan aren't going to be able to pay that unless something crazy happens. So for Vlasic, he wants to go to Milan. He has interest. The club want to sell him because they have financial problems with the pandemic, and also they just want to cash in. And Milan has an interest in him. They've contacted his entourage. They've talked to him. So it's looking like that is a very possible deal. When you made the point about Milan just throwing names out to kind of trick people or get interest or to try to lower prices of other players, that's possible. The thing, it's most of the time though, when there's these names that keep getting repeated, it's because they have an interest in them. It's just about, can they close the deal or not? And Milan are very patient when they close deals. So that's why with the Giroud, they only did it at a very small fee. If at first they didn't want to pay him a fee because his contract is expiring. So that's why they were able to close it. But if you keep hearing the names, there's definitely an interest. If you hear a name like once, then it's not likely that, it's not super likely, but if it keeps repeating, then they're interested in the player, but closing the deal is an entirely different story. So the person I think is, it's looking like he's as of now, the main option for a Trequartista that Milan are looking at, compared to other people like Rodriguez and other names that we talked about. And Sabitzer, even Sabitzer right now. So.
I have a question to ask you guys, and I want to know what you think. If Diaz was playing in the Russian league, would he be the best player of the league?
I haven't seen the Russian league, man. I'll be honest. The Russian league was good when I remember Zenit St. Petersburg was playing at that time and was good, was coming in Champions League a lot of time. But now the Russian league, I don't know what is the team that comes from the Russian league in Champions League, and how good is that? I know Shakhtar Donetsk as well.
That's
which
Ukraine,
is Ukrainian. Yeah, he's Ukrainian. Yeah, which is another league as well.
So you see it kind of from the national team. The national teams kind of tell you where they are.
Yeah. So the Russian league, when you look at the teams there, the biggest teams are Zenit, Spartak, Moscow, Rubin Kazan is not a huge team, but they have actually produced some good players. Like there was that left winger that Milan was looking at from Rubin Kazan. I think he's from, I don't know where, but earlier in the year they were looking at him. There's Lokomotiv Moscow, Dynamo Moscow, CSK Moscow, Krasnodar. These are teams, not big teams, but they play Champions League or Europa League every year. So they're pretty decent teams. They're nothing, but the Russian league isn't horrible. It's better than many other leagues. It's a European league, so it's a good league. But yeah, I don't know if Diaz would be the best player in the Russian league, but he would definitely be like a top 5 player, definitely top 10, maybe top 5 player in the league. I don't know if Vlasic is considered the number 1 best player, but he's one of the most highly valued players in the Russian league.
He was considered best player of the league this last season.
Okay, yeah. So, I mean, I would assume that Diaz could as well, but it depends on how like the play style if he adapts. I'll do quick research about the league right now and see the.
I don't think Diaz would be sitting in the bench in any of these leagues.
I will say I want to answer this comment because I see this comment in a lot of Twitter accounts, or a lot of people say this, that he's not physical enough. Now, before the Euros, I will understand this comment, but after Italy winning the Euros with Insigne, Verratti, Jorginho, Barella, all these small players, really, like even Chiesa is not a big guy, Spinazzola is not a big guy, Di Lorenzo is not a big guy. They're all small kids, physical, and they win the Euros. Pedri finished the tournament with 100% passes perfectly. So I don't think
that's impossible. That statistic is literally impossible.
I know it's not true.
No.
I heard it. I'm not saying it like I counted the passes, but a lot of I don't know, websites are saying that he finished the tournament without missing any pass.
So I can confirm that's not true, but he was great, but technically it's not, because in the Italy game alone, he completed all of his passes up until like in extra time, like the end of the game in extra time, and I think then he misplaced 2 at the very end of the game. But so I'm pretty sure that's not, but still, like he's amazing, obviously.
I'm saying that is a crazy stat. His pass percent, that's a crazy stat. It's amazing. I'm saying it's amazing.
Or another question: is Jadon Sancho physical enough to play for the Premier League? Or Phil Foden, is physical enough to play in the Premier League? There's a lot of small players that actually are killing it. Is it Messi physical enough to win 6 Ballon d'Ors? What are we talking here? Is it football? It's not basketball. It's not American football. You need to be good with the ball. That's it. You need to do the right movement, think fast, and pass the ball quicker. That's the only thing. You don't need to be a big guy.
What do you think about this comment, Larry?
No, it's not true. It's not true. You played against Juventus. We won 3-0. And Juventus is one of the most physical teams in Serie A. And we won 3-0 against Juventus with Diaz scoring his first goal and getting a penalty and playing incredibly in the midfield. That is not true.
I want to say that ABC is a little bit right, because I kind of saw that in the beginning. But these last games, when he became a starter, no, he was perfect. Nobody was taking him off the ball. It's just a matter of growing a little bit and just understanding how to play in the league. So I agree with Laird here. Like the player, is he
Calabria a big guy? Calabria is a big guy because he's killing in that right as a fullback. You put him a big guy, a small guy, whatever. He's playing perfectly. He's good. So I don't think that you need to be a big guy to succeed in Serie A. That's a misconception.
Yeah. No, I agree that, and not just because even if you're a small player, you can still be physical. Especially like look at Insigne, like he's been thriving in the league for a long time as well. And he's
19 goals this season.
Yeah.
These players just need a little bit of time to adapt and figure it out.
Yeah, I do have.
Sorry, before you go on, I do want to say ABC. I noticed that too, though. In the beginning, in the Serie A, that was happening. He was getting smashed around like a little toy. I do remember that, but not at the end of the season.
Yeah. I just wanted to say that I did just pull up the top valued players in the Russian Premier League. Vlasic is the number 1 valued player at like around 30 million, but we can get him for less. And interesting to see that the left winger from Ruben Kazan, who Milan was looking at, his name is like Kvaratskhelia, like long name, starts with a K. He's like the 4th ranked player at 20 million. So Milan are looking at like the top like 5 best players in this league to pick up. So maybe it's not like an amazing league, but it's definitely respectable.
Hey, I want to bring this up a little bit. So, what did you guys think about Hagler against Pro Sesto?
I thought he was like something was wrong because he seemed nervous, but he showed that he can still do something. He hit the post, and he was like shooting, so he tried, but he didn't look too good, and he made some mistakes. So I don't know, something feels off. I know he can play better. It's just I feel like he never gets to feel confident with the team and the coach because he's always like a 3rd, 4th choice player. So he came on in the second half and he doesn't really feel believed in.
What's your stand-up player? Who are your stand-up players?
Tommaso Pobega for me, and I was going to talk about him later. I was going to talk about him in the market, but
that's going to be something I'm very interested in.
Sure.
Yes.
I'll talk about him later. But Leao scored a great goal. It took him 1-on-1 and bent it into the far post. But he's still, overall, he kind of disappears at times. Benacer, as he scored, which I was surprised, but he still looks sloppy. He made a couple bad mistakes in the first half, if you guys notice. Best player from the first half. It's kind of hard just to choose one, but some players played consistently. I liked Gabbia. He was playing out of position. He played right back, and he still was really solid defensively. And then Romagnoli and Tomori didn't really have much work to do at all, so it looked pretty solid from there.
True.
So what is the transfer news about Pobega? Roy is really upset. He thinks we're going to sell it tomorrow.
He was like later on my list because there's not like concrete news coming out about teams, but obviously Atalanta are interested in him, Fiorentina are interested in him. A lot of Premier League teams have interested in him. Like I heard Leeds from a long time is looking at him. Basically,
Leeds.
Yeah.
Leeds.
Who owns? Who did you say? Who? Bielsa, right? Of course.
And all the football intellectuals say that Bielsa is the greatest coach in the history of the world, and apparently this greatest coach of the history of the world is interested in a Milan reject.
Right.
Reject. He's still unsure we're gonna sell it. First of all,
Yeah.
if it goes to Leeds, they need to pay 35-40 million. Is the Premier League tax applied? So I'm sorry.
So I was going to outline the club's position on him. Basically, so Pobega was at first at the beginning of the Mercato. The club didn't really have too much of an interest in keeping him. They were looking to sell him for profit. We don't know how much of that has changed, but I do know that there was going to be. By the way, yeah, that's the name of the left winger from the Russian league. But there was going to be an evaluation of Pobega in the summer for friendlies, and from the first game he looked very good. He got 2 assists
And a goal. 2 assists and a goal.
Yeah,
and
own goal that he caused. Yeah,
and he bossed the midfield.
Right. So he is extremely physical. He's 6'2", like approaching 200 pounds. He's a good, very physical player. He played for the Italy U21s. He looks like one of those typical Italy youth players that we'll see in like a few years, maybe in the national team. And the main reason why we're not interested in him, or we weren't at first, is because he, in our formation of 4-2-3-1, he doesn't really have a role like that he's used to playing. But from what we've seen from this game and from his physical abilities, he can definitely adapt to a holding midfielder. He also actually got a considerable amount of goals for a midfielder in Serie A this year for Spezia. I think around 5, which is more than other holding
which
midfielders.
says he's good at well, how do you say it in English? Inserimenti. Those penetration in the boxes.
Through balls,
like when you
or
No,
just
when you go-
running in,
running in.
running through
right,
into the through the lines.
Kind of have a look at that. He scored his goal against Switzerland. Against Switzerland, remember that goal?
Yeah, when cut in and Berardi gave him a back pass.
Right, he starts from the midfield, runs all the way into the small box, and then scores. So he's that kind of player too. Another great element about this player. Keep on going.
Yep. So there is a lot of interest. At first, Milan wanted to sell him for like 12 million, but now the price is going up because they're more confident in him. It looks like, and I think so. One of the targets that Milan has is for a position that they still need to address is another holding midfield player. Bondo should be coming. The deal should be getting closed any day now. But right. No, I was gonna say that he's very young and he's probably gonna be tested in the Primavera first before he's put to the first team. So either we get another midfielder or we give Pobega the spot in the team and we keep him, I think, so he can, if he can adapt to that role. If Pioli is smart, I mean, why not try to adapt him? He can play different positions. I think he can even adapt to playing as, like, in an emergency situations as a number 10 if we need him to, because he plays up. So I think...
Who? Warren Bondo?
No, Pobega. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay, yeah, Pobega. Yeah, I agree with you. I agree. He could also play a number 10, yeah.
Yeah.
The kind of number 10 Pioli likes, yeah.
Exactly, yeah. So I don't see why we can't try to adapt him. I mean, honestly, he looked more positive than Tonali. Obviously, Tonali has more talent, maybe quality, but he looked like he was more effective on the game. So if we can adapt to... Right. If we can adapt Tonali, why can't we adapt Pobega? So the news, basically, to summarize where we are now, is Milan are definitely thinking and are analyzing the player. They're opening to change their mind about him, maybe to keep him. I would say as of now, it's basically a 50-50. We sell or keep, because there isn't, once better news comes out about their decision, then we'll be updated. But as of now, there's not news about that. And but after this performance, it's clear that he can have a future, and he's going to be continued to be tested and analyzed by Pioli. So, and also it's important to note that he loves Milan. He was youth system there, and he's close to the club, and he would like to stay. So and we need more Italian youth players. So for UEFA, so this is all beneficial. This is all good.
Earlier we were having a discussion about Italian domestic players, blah blah blah, blah 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 blah. So what you said there is really what I'm talking about, right? He was born there. He loves Milan from childhood. He's going to go there and he's going to fight like hell. He's not going to do that for Bayern. He's not going to do that for Barcelona. He's not going to do that when he goes to these other teams. He's going to do that for his check, for his career. But because he's playing in his team, an Italian, playing in his team of his heart, tradition, blah, 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 he's going to put in 100% more on the field. This is why we need these kind of players.
Pobega, he has such a strong personality. That's what I kind of read when I watch him play and when I hear him give interviews. When he approached the game yesterday with so much confidence. When you watched him play, he won all the headers because in the back of his mind he said, I'm here to show. I'm not going to get nervous at all. I'm here to show them I can play. If they don't want to keep me, I can just go to Atalanta and become a star there. That's in his mind. He said, because he knows he's good and he played a great game. So it's all up to us. He's ready to play. So it'll be interesting to see if we keep him or not, which I hope we all agree that we can.
I got that impression too. So earlier someone said something very interesting, and let's see, I think it was ABC, I believe. or I can't remember who, someone said Hagway felt like he was playing as if he needs to prove something, right? And
ABC
that's why
was, yeah.
That's what I was
that's
trying
something.
to say. Yeah, earlier.
But Pobega's in the same bag, but he didn't give you that impression. He gave you the impression, but he doesn't care. Like he plays and his character oversees that. So
Definitely.
Pobega is a star, guys.
Yeah, and plus he's already proven himself in Serie A. He came off the bench most of the time for Spezia last year, but he did actually have starting games and he scored I want to say around 4 goals for like a midfielder, and he had some pretty big goals. He scored against Napoli to win the game for them. And yeah, he was a great player, and he's highly rated by Spezia. They wanted to keep him, but there was no option to buy him. So, yeah, he looks like a very good talent.
I love this comment. It's like
Which
we
one?
are going to Leao's home and bothering him.
Look,
I
I
hope no
gave
one is-
Leo.
Yeah, go for it. Go.
I gave Leo a lot of criticism, but my criticism was more constructive. It made it come off differently. But I honestly think selling Leo is a big mistake as well. We need to give him we get him to play this year on that left wing. He's going to crush everybody.
Roy, before I just comment about Leao, just really crazy or really interesting stats about Pobega. So his first year in the Serie A this year, 6 goals and 3 assists for a midfielder that wasn't playing like an attacking midfielder, like a central midfielder. These are great numbers for a central midfielder. He played, I think, a total of 1,200 minutes. He scored in for the Coppa Italia. I think he scored 1 goal in Coppa Italia, and Serie B last year he got 5 goals and 4 assists. So
Are you talking about Leo? You're talking about
Pobega.
Oh, Pobega. Yeah, sorry.
So like those are insane numbers, definitely.
Yeah, his numbers are crazy. Great numbers for a midfielder. What is your guys' opinion on Leo, guys? Let's talk a little bit about Leo. Laird, where are you with Leo?
I'm in the same position I was the whole season. I think he needs time. He needs to play more. His first season at AC Milan was just dealing with this new experience, the Serie A and the team. The second season, Leao brought us to Champions League. I know it wasn't him that brought us, but he was part of the team that brought us in Champions League again. So he's definitely better than all the other players that we had before in the last 7 years. So this is the third season for him. I think it's a good season to understand if he's going in the right direction or not, especially in terms of mentality and effort and as a pro player. So if he's still going to be the same Leao we saw the previous season, I'll say sell him to some Premier League team for 35, 40 million. If he's going to improve in terms of mentality, we need to keep him. Yeah, we need to keep him.
All right.
Simple as that.
That's a fair assessment. My opinion about Leo is that this time Milan is kind of covering some of the roles that Leo was forced to play last year. So we won't see him in those roles, which is good. Because if we just have Leo in that left wing, you let him do what he knows how to do. He's got the short burst of space. You get him to start on the left. You saw the goal he scored against Sesto. He was dribbling from the left, then curved the ball to the second wing on the second post. That's where he thrives. But you put him in the middle, you ask him to do the layoff guy, that kind of player, he's just not capable of doing that. He doesn't know how to do that. And that is a very unique position. It's very different from the left wing or from the wings. It's completely 2 different technical and tactical worlds. So he's not very good at that. But if we keep him on the left and he performs on the left, he'd be excellent. I think this year, Leo's going to have an excellent year. And also, to add on to that, Sarri, who plays a 4-3-3, wants Leo. Sarri is not the last person arrived. He knows what he's doing. If he wants Leo, there must be a reason for it. because he sees it too. You put this guy on the left, he's devastated.
Yeah, I still have the same opinion from Leao for I've had it for a long time. Either you play him as a left wing, or you change the formation and play like two strikers, and have him play as like a second striker because he can't play by himself up top, and he was played there yesterday. And the main reason why he scored the goals because we had a counter attack, and he took it 1-on-1 and scored a counter attack. And you kind of see like in the 3-5-2 system, the way like Inter played this year, they played a lot of counter attacking, and that would be like where Lukaku thrives. I think that would be the same type of team and like play style that Leao would thrive in because he could use his speed and take it out and make passes with another striker instead of being the target man that we play with by himself up there just to receive passes and to control the ball and to lay off the ball. So obviously our formation isn't good. If he can't adapt to it, then we should sell him for profit. But I'd give him I'd give him a season or half a season to prove it. So that's where I'm at right now.
Yeah, yeah. I think we should keep on going with that.
But I want to talk about him playing as a target man or as a striker. I agree with Roy that he's not ready to play in that position, but he needs to get ready at that position because he has the physique, the technique to play that position. So he needs to learn that position. If you want to play for AC Milan, you need to be good at that position. I'm sorry. He's a striker and a left wing. He's not going to come back and defend.
Yeah, he should start learning how to play that position because they keep on using it.
The thing, it would make so much sense if he did because like Lyra just said, which is a great point, is that he's too lazy to come back and defend. Like he walks around the field, doesn't do much. But that's Ibra doesn't defend either. So it would be easy for him just to stand up.
This thing about him being lazy, I don't know where it comes from, but what do you mean he's too lazy? What does
so when you watch the games, when other team has the ball and they're just making passes, Leao like almost never presses. He almost never tries to win the ball back, and he just waits at the top. And even when he's a left winger, like if you're playing left winger in our formation, you have to come back and you have to try, like what Salamakers is not as much as him, but you have to be more active in the game. Leao isn't really active. The only my exception to that rule for me, the way we play, is for the number 9 not to be as active like Ibra because he just waits. He's older, so he waits at the top and he receives passes to start up the play from there. So I would just want Leao he's younger, he's fast, he should be more active in the game.
Well, look, in containment, you're right. He wasn't that great in containment. But the thing about Leao is that he's a player that if you win the ball in your own half, and then he has that space on the left, he can really push the offense and play that direct football. So there's tactical value to him playing as a containment player on the left, even though he's not that effective. Rebic is more of a fighter, more of a guy that will press hard and will sweat his ass off. But, the tactical side is that if you win the ball in your own half and you have Leao there, you can feed it off to him on the left. Then you can go in for a straight counterattack, which he's very good at.
Yeah. Also, another problem with him, though, for playing the number 9 that I was just thinking about is his heading ability is terrible. Like, if you watch yesterday, there was I think it was a corner kick that came in. He was by himself back post, and instead of just side-handing it in, he headed it up and over, trying to go far post, and he missed horribly. He never. If it's happened a few times where the ball's been he had a good chance to score with his head and he just misses or doesn't hit it well. So he's not really good in the air at all.
Yeah, we saw that a few times in the Serie A last season. And that's why he shouldn't be playing a center forward. I don't understand that. Sometimes Pioli, I don't get him. All right, what else do we have, Mr. Antonio?
Okay, so we have, I would say, 2 more big pieces of news, and then we already kind of talked about Bondo, so Don't really talk about him. They're basically trying to close the deal, and it could happen any day now. But the next piece of news is just like a really recent player that we're linked with is Alfonso Pedraza, and he's like I believe he's a fullback from I think Villarreal. I think we're looking for a right back replacement because Dalot, and I don't know why exactly we're looking for this player too much because we just signed Toure on the left, so we have Kalulu as our backup right back. So
And don't we also have Conte?
we do have Conte, but he's a player that's looking like extremely high percent chance that we sell him. Like
Why do we need to sell Conte? What's the point of selling Conte?
selling him
Because
yeah,
I can tell you why. Because his wages is 3.5 million, man.
Yeah, Conte. It's also the fact like he just has come out of favor with Pioli with the team. Like they just don't really need to. They don't want to keep him on. Pioli just has very strict kind of like the way he likes certain players and he doesn't like other players. So he's kind of fallen out of favor with the team right now. He didn't really perform well with Parma when he was on loan there. So it's not looking bright for him to stay with us. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm a bit distracted because I keep looking. There's like more news that just came out. I'll dissect that in a second. But basically, Milan and Roma are interested in this fullback from Villarreal, and he's wanted by Chelsea, and his value is around 15 million, which doesn't make sense. I don't know. We're not going to pay that much, so we'd have to get a better deal. And he got 2 goals and 4 assists in 44 games. Napoli are interested in him, but I don't know how, like as of now, this is the first time I've heard about him, so I can't confirm if this is actually real, but there is an interest of Milan, but this is only if they want to get another fullback before the Mercato closes, so we'll have to update about this.
Okay.
And then the last piece of news is about Kessie, because now there's multiple reports coming out that this week is going to be really focused on him. Now that we've got these signings out of the way, Kessie is
See,
his
good
value.
news.
Yeah, he won 6 million. Milan offered at first like 4.5, but Milan. There is big news coming out that Elliott have given an okay to negotiate the price up for Kessie. So also Kessie's agent has confirmed in the past that he wants to he loves Milan. He's the president, so he wants to renew. So it's looking like the deal can be closed this summer to extend his contract.
This is probably the most important thing about the Calcio Mercato this summer. It's not whoever fucking superstar that is supposed to come that won't come. It's securing Kessie. Because if you don't secure Kessie, guys, it's going to be a long year.
Yep, I believe he played like 37 out of the 38 Serie A games, and he made almost every Europa League game. It's actually amazing how he never got injured once. He was just so consistent for us, best player on the team, arguably, but he's still, he's important. So but I don't know if we're gonna end up paying him all 6 million. I'm assuming around 5 million if I had to make a guess a season, but that's definitely we pay Ibra 7 million a season, so that's fair.
Did you guys see the picture of Donnarumma and Berlusconi together hanging out?
Yes, I did see that. That was very strange. I don't know what to make about that.
Berlusconi went and told him, "Listen, if I was the president, you would have still been a Milan player. That's why."
Of course, he said that. I'm sure he's gonna say that.
But it's also true. It's also true.
So I say, if my grandma had wheels, it would be a wheelchair, not a grandma. So
you know what?
He sold the team to a scam, and he got $1 billion.
That is true.
Should have done better, probably.
Cannot neglect that. That is very true. He did a very terrible job at selling Milan. But you have to say that Berlusconi, man, what he did for Milan, Incredible. 8 Champions League finals, 5 wins, Scudettis, all kind of trophies, Ballon d'Ors. He put Milan on the map. That's a elite president that we had there.
Yeah, just an update about Kessie, like specifically, Nicolo Shira on Twitter said, he's a trustworthy journalist. He said, the player obviously has been asking for $6 million, but apparently the Milan are preparing an offer of $5 million plus bonuses. So that's good progress made if we actually offer that, because it wasn't looking like we were going to increase our offer for a while. So that's good. The distance is very bridgeable. It's getting close.
Yeah. I think they're going to do all their best to make this happen. They have to. And it's also, he's not asking for 12 million. He's not asking for crazy wages. Kessie is probably the only player that Milan has that could ask for even more, and we shouldn't be complaining. So it has to happen before the end of the calcio mercato.
It's gonna happen next week, I think. Yeah. The team, the management is gonna talk with the manager of Kessie, and they're gonna show their offer, which is gonna be really close to what they're asking, and hopefully he's gonna say yes, or even if he doesn't say yes, he's gonna say, okay, give me this, which is closer than what we are giving.
Yeah. I'm guessing the bonuses will be around 500,000, so 5.5 million.
Antonio, is there any news about Romagnoli?
So we do know that he apparently wants to stay. His contract expires next season. Raiola are off. He wants an increase, of course, in his pay. And the first offer was $6 million. He wants $6 million a year, which Milan said, obviously, no way, we're not paying Romagnoli $6 million a year, because he's now not a starting center back. But apparently, Romagnoli is loyal to the team. He said he wants to stay and fight for a spot. But Milan, if they don't want to sell him, I don't think they're going to extend him for much, and he's going to eventually have to be a backup center back, unless something happens with Kjaer if he gets too old. But it's really no recent news has happened, but there have been talks about potential swap deals for some Juventus players. Lazio also, because Lazio might be interested in Romagnoli, so there was Luis Alberto links with some potential deals with him in there. But I don't know. Romagnoli could be sold this summer. He could. It's hard to see him be extended because we don't really need him, and he wants to be a starting center back. He wants to play for the national team.
I don't think he wants to be the starting back. I think he understands that this year we're going to need 3 big center backs, and he has to be part. And he is part of that rotation. And also, I think he's got the character and personality to try and fight for that space, for that spot. And he might be able to do it. He might be able to do it.
I think so. He was very poor at times last season. I think I agree with you. He definitely has the character to stay and fight for a starting spot. I do think that after this year, if he's always being third choice center back to Kjaer and Tomori for all the big games, which is probably what's going to happen because they're the best center back duo, then he's going to eventually want to leave because he didn't get called for the national team. The World Cup is this year, or is coming up next year. So he's going to need to eventually. He's the captain and he was a starter, so he's going to want to get back to that place in his career. And apparently, after his performances this year, there was not too much confidence about extending the contract, especially because of Raiola's his agent. So that's not good at all. And Milan's relationship with him is not good right now. But not too much news. We don't know. I would say right now, I just label it as a pretty general 50-50. He extends, he leaves. But it's anything can happen, basically. We'll see towards the end of the Mercato what happens. And
here, another name Oli brings up is Caldara. So as far as Conte goes, whether he stays or not, in my personal opinion, okay, his wage is a little bit too high. I agree with the wage being a little bit too high for what he produces. So I'm not going to talk about Conte that much, but Caldara is one of the defenders that in Italy is renowned as one of the most, talented defenders there are. He had those problems with his injuries. That's why he kind of took a step back. But aside that, Caldara could potentially become a very important player for Milan. Any news about Caldara?
So similar to Pobega and other young players, this summer's supposed to be like a trial for them, an evaluation.
How old is
Caldara? I believe is 20. I would say 20, maybe 22. I'll get the exact.
No, it's quite old. I mean, old. It's
Oh wow! Actually, he's 27. Yeah, you're right.
exactly. It's
Yeah,
Romagnoli's age, basically.
Yeah, so I was unaware that he was actually that old, but injuries have really done his messed up his career as of now. So but this is supposed to be a trial for him this summer, and if not, he will be moved on. I don't know because he will have to be in the first team, so he's going to have to show that he's ready to play Serie A, Champions League. He's going to important games. Because if we do not keep him, I think it'll be hard to find another center back replacement that's affordable. So I think he has the potential to stay with us. Actually, I think it's up to the club. It's up to the opportunities. If he doesn't stay, we're probably going to end up getting another center back. So, or playing Kalulu at center back. So,
or just giving Gabbia his duly earned opportunities. Because remember, guys, Gabbia is one of the most important players for the under-21, right?
I rate Gabbia really high. He's a great player.
I think him and other players share. It's him and some other players share the captaincy. And in the under-21, Gabbia not only plays as a central defender, but he has also played as an attacking midfielder, which is probably why Italy suck right now. But aside from that, he can play many positions. Gabbia is a very interesting player. So I don't care too much about Caldara. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, now that you mentioned Gabbia, so we have 4 center backs that in Chiair Tomori, Romagnoli, and Gabbia, and all 4 of them are going to have a higher priority than Caldara on the list. And I would even argue that Kalulu is trusted more than Caldara at the center back position. So it's not looking there's more of a chance. So I'd say 30% chance we keep him. And
yeah. Guys, I'm not going crazy over Caldara, but he is one of the players that was supposed to become one of the big Italian defenders. I don't know if that's going to happen anymore because 27 is a little bit old. At 27, you should have established yourself at this point.
Yeah. Although Chiair never became amazing. He was always consistent for different teams, but he bloomed late. So
when I saw Chiair, sorry, go ahead.
Chiair was playing every team he went. He was playing Roma, Palermo, Sevilla, I think Galatasaray. I don't remember. So he's always been playing. Not Caldara has always been injured. So
that's true.
When I saw Chiair play at Palermo, I thought, why the fuck don't we buy this player? That guy was talent from day one. He was a special player from day one.
Yeah, he bounced around to a lot of different teams. He has a lot of experience in different countries. It's weird that he never really made it to a big team until now. So
why should Romania say he won't renew for a reasonable price? Kamara can sign a contract with anyone in 6 months. Marseille will cave in, and we can't get him for 50 million less. All right, so Kamara, I don't know about this player. I know that he's been in the news, the Milan news. What do you guys know this player?
I want to just say something. I was looking at some information about Caldara. AC Milan signed Caldara the 2nd of August in 2018, which is 2nd of August is my birthday, for 35 million, and they gave to him a 5 years contract. That is madness.
Who was the Who was it? Was it?
I think it was Maldini, Massara. Them did a big mistake. If it was them,
that was Maldini or Mirabelli?
Or they signed it just to get rid of how you call it, Bonucci. I think they did a deal with Bonucci Juventus. So they gave Bonucci and they got Caldara. I think that was the deal. And they evaluated 35 million so they can cover the loss of Bonucci. But it's a bad, I mean, because we had Bonucci to get rid of and we got Caldara from Juventus. 5 years contract, so 2019, 2020, 2021. Oh, he has another 2 years contract, man. It's going to be a nightmare to get rid of him.
Caldara was Leonardo. Lucas, I could not disagree more. Like, I would not just, this is the most disagreeable comment I've read so far.
Even more than the lap dance one. Imagine how bad is this comment, Lucas? Imagine.
I missed the lap dance comment. What happened with that?
Oh, man. It's going to be in the top comments of the season. Don't worry.
What did he say?
What did he say?
I don't know if you can repeat it, man. It's the target age.
But the thing is, I know I'm right about this. I know I'm 100% right about it. But I know I'm 100% right about what I'm saying. So, yeah, it was Leonardo that bought Caldara. Yeah, it's a shame because I think Caldara, if he didn't have all these issues with these injuries, could have become a very important player.
Yeah, it was for the Bonucci deal, to get rid of Bonucci.
Okay.
Another mistake.
Would you take Luis Alberto?
Man, the value is high.
Yeah, 50 million.
Yeah, 50 million. His contract is expiring in 4 years or 3 years.
Overpriced.
Wait,
no way.
Carlo's here, and he
Carlo,
says
it's too late, man. What are you doing, man?
2 hours later, Caldara and Higuain came at the same time. Leonardo, master transfer. Yeah, you're saying, sorry, Larry, it's too high?
Yeah, it's 40, 50 million. I mean, fuck you, Lotito. Seriously, man.
Luis Alberto, I think he scored 4 goals and 9 assists or around 9 assists. How is someone with those numbers worth over 30 million? I don't understand.
No, the thing is, why we don't sell Leao for 40 million?
Exactly. Leao scored more goals.
But Leao is even younger than him. He has more perspective, and he plays in a position where the player is more expensive.
But I
Striker
see why
and the left wing.
I see why Luis Alberto wants to leave. I can see it because in Sarri's 4-3-3, there's no space for Luis Alberto.
At the end of the day, if we got Luis Alberto in a swap deal for like Leao or Romagnoli or maybe both, or somewhere around some sort of deal, I wouldn't be upset because they're 2 players that I'm not really seeing too much of, and we can disagree because obviously we have to give Leao more time. There's debates about that, but Luis Alberto could be great for our system, so I wouldn't mind that deal, but I wouldn't be giving them nowhere near. Milan are not going to get. I can assure you, Milan will not pay money like for a straight up transfer of anything. They won't give it. No, I wouldn't even see them giving around 20 million. So I'd say less than 20 million.
I think we need to stay the fuck away from this player. This is a bad transfer. Bad transfer.
I'll give you Romagnoli and 5 million if you want, or you can keep it. That's whatever.
I agree.
I'm not even sure about that, to be honest with you. I think I'd rather keep Romagnoli.
I have a question, guys, about the people in the chat and Antonio and everyone, basically, even other people is going to join us. What's going on with Inter, Juventus? What they're doing any deal? Are they actually closing any deal? Because we are complaining a lot about AC Milan, but the competitors, what they're doing? Because they did worse than us. most of them.
So, do you want me to talk about all the Serie A teams in general, or just Juventus and Inter? Because there's
Juventus, Inter, Roma, Lazio.
Okay, so Roma
I wanna see
news. So Juventus are leading the race.
Closed deal, yeah? Closed deal.
Oh, no close.
Done deal.
Okay. For closed deals?
Even what they're doing. I'm curious.
No, I want first of all the done deal. Because
Okay,
AC
so
Milan has done
Milan-
at least 5 done deals.
Milan has spent almost 70 million now on done deal, like on players confirmed, and no other Serie A team has spent anywhere close to that much money. I'm not aware. I'm sure that Juventus and Inter have completed deals. Like I know Inter they got Kerkez, the goalkeeper from Crotone. They got Çalhanoğlu for free, obviously. There's players that aren't really coming to my mind, but they have completed smaller deals. But as
Hakimi left.
they sold him, yeah, for sure. I can't really think of these small players that they've gotten, but I know bigger players that they're interested in signing, that they're trying to sign. Roma signed Rui Patricio. They got rid of Paul Lopez. They've signed. They're very close to signing Xhaka. I heard the Swiss defender, the midfielder from Switzerland.
That's a good purchase. That's a good one.
Yeah, Juventus though, they're really trying to close for Locatelli. That's the biggest news. He's a Juventus fan. Arsenal really want him, but he prefers to go to Juventus. And Juventus an offer was rejected for 30 million plus, like I think some player for Locatelli. But now Juventus are going to try to formulate another offer to get him.
Yeah, he's going to Juve, I think.
Yeah, that looks like he's going to go to Juventus this summer. And then there's other teams making moves. Inter are looking for just very good deals, good opportunities. They want Nandes from Cagliari, like I mentioned. They're trying to get that deal to replace as like a starting right wing back, because after Hakimi was lost. They're basically Inter just looking for good deals. They want to keep their best players now, like Lukaku. They don't want, and Lautaro and Barella. They don't want to sell them because they got around 70 million plus bonuses for Hakimi. So they were able to pay back a lot of their debts with that money. So
yeah, Liverpool want Barella, right?
That is true. Yeah, Liverpool, Bayern have always had an interest in him. The biggest teams want him because he's proven it in the Euros. He's
one of the best midfielders in the world. That's why.
Yeah, he showed it in the Champions League too. If you remember, against in the group stage against Madrid, he played very well. And he's relatively young, 24, I believe. 20 going on 25, I think.
I think he's 23 going on 24.
Yeah. But
Barella?
Yeah. So
I think he's 25.
He's not super young, but he's in his prime. He's entering his prime. He's still young. So.
Oh, midfielder can play until 35 with no problem. So.
Yeah,
Barella is top. I'm so how didn't Milan go for Barella when we saw it? We saw Chiesa was top when he was in Fiorentina. We saw Barella was top when he was at Cagliari.
Roy, I'll stop you right now.
I don't blame, if it's just about Chiesa, I think that's what Lyre's going to say. I don't blame Milan for not paying 60 million for Chiesa. So,
but people are paying. Guys, Chelsea is offering 100 million. Bayern is offering 100 million. Barcelona is offering Messi and 200 million. These clubs are breaking the bank for Chiesa. 60 million?
Milan can't pay that much money, especially I don't think they would have Elliot's ever going to spend that much money on a player, especially because Chiesa last summer, Juventus fans were even questioning that they thought they overpaid for him.
Yeah, they're all idiots. Juventus fans are all idiots, okay? All of these guys, Chiesa, this guy's shit. He's going to sit on the bench. Guys, Chiesa, for people that understand football, you could have seen him from day one at Fiorentina. This guy's going to be top. The best Italian player in the next 10 years. But all these guys, people are fucking raised on ESPN highlight reels, right? If a player doesn't do a bicycle kick and 300 flips, then they think they're shit. Okay, Juventus fans are some of the most moronic fans in the world. They
That's
do not-
definitely true.
I mean, those are the fans that say Allegri out, and now they are jerking off themselves because Allegri is back. So these are the fans of Juventus. So just leave them alone, man. By the way, I want to talk about you, Roy, saying why we didn't buy Chiesa, Barella, and stuff like that. For the last 2 years, we had to get rid of 12 garbage players, man, that the previous management bought. And we still have another 2, Caldara and Conti, to get rid of, 2 garbage players. Because we got rid of Laxalt. And hopefully when we get rid of these 2 other garbage players, we can actually start to invest properly.
Yeah, I mean, if it's true, it's true. But club has made so many mistakes in these past years. You can't even count them on your hands. You don't have enough fingers to count all the mistakes they've made. Yeah.
Yeah, by the way, Juventus are looking for some attacking reinforcements as well. Caio George, like I talked about, is just one of them. There are other names, other forwards. But I don't know. I don't like talking too much about other clubs because Milan are the best so far with the Mercato.
So basically, in 20 days of Mercato, which days? Yeah, basically 20 days of Mercato. Inter has done a Hakan deal, and the other teams has done 0 deal. I don't want to hear about goalkeepers and stuff, or a Primavera player or something like that. So at the moment, after 20 days, we spent 70 million, and Inter has sell a player for 70 million, and he signed Hakan, lost Eriksen, and Juventus is talking a lot.
Yeah,
That's what I like. Juventus is talking a lot. They want Locatelli. I want Locatelli as well, but do you have the money to buy Locatelli? You cannot force Sassuolo to give it to you for free, like Fiorentina did with Chiesa.
I'm going to push back. Okay, will you allow me to push back on what you just said?
What do you mean push it back? Like you just don't cut it on the video, man.
Listen. I'm going to say this. All these Milan fans that are saying, "Oh my God, we're so great. We spent 70 million and nobody else has spent." It's really pointless, because in August Juventus is going to end the transfer market with the best market out of all the other teams.
No,
that's what's going to happen. You want to put money
no
on
way.
it? Let's put money. At the end of the last week of the Mercato, Juventus will have had the best fucking transfer market out of all the Italian teams, because they have the most money, because they have the most appeal right now. Very simple. Inter fucked up. I don't know what happened with Inter. Inter is going through a really shitty period. They do want to get Nandes, which I think is really good. I like that. That's a very good purchase. Maybe Nandes is someone we can even think about.
How many left back you gonna have, man? 7?
Nandes is a winger. He's a winger. But Milan didn't really buy anybody. Like, we got Magnin because we panicked about Donnarumma.
Well, to be fair, Roy, we got 30 million Tomori, which is a big signing.
But Tomori was already in the team. He was on loan. We're just confirming the players that we already had. Okay.
Well, Roy, we had to pay 28 million for him. That's a big investment. We had to put that on the table for Chelsea.
That was from the Christmas transfer market. Tonali was from last year's market. Ibrahim Diaz was from last year's market. The only players that we got is Giroud, fucking grandpa. That is, who's excited about Giroud? Nobody. Toure, a guy that.
No, right. Giroud is better than Morata, man. Giroud is better than Morata. And Juventus is signing Morata for the next season as a striker. Diaz performed better than, Dybala. Dybala is better than Diaz on paper, looking at his career. But last season, Diaz played more games and played better than Dybala. And Dybala is staying at Juventus, and he's not renewing his contract. All the newspapers are talking about Kessie not renewing his contract. But Dybala is going for free in a year. And Juventus is not going to give him a new contract. That is a fact. No one is talking about that.
You don't know if that's a fact.
Well, they do not have the money to re-sign him because he wants more money. He's already earning 8. He wants more. Juventus not re-sign him because they need to pay Chiesa. They need to pay Kulusevski. Second thing, they have a lot of garbage players to get rid of. They have to get rid of Rabiot and his mom. They need to get rid of a lot of Betancourt is a garbage player. Arthur 3 months injury. What about the fullbacks? Quadrado 34 years old. Sandro average. Chiellini and Bonucci. Chiellini was asked to renew another year because they don't have the money to buy another center back. Demiral is average. It's not even close to Kier, Tomori, Kalulu, and who is the other one? Gabbia, in my opinion. They have a lot to do, man. They are really behind. Giroud, for me, is better than Morata.
I'm more excited for Giroud than Royce.
Sorry, guys. Juventus just got a $400 million injection. They have the same thing that PSG does with the sponsor, so they can go around the financial fair play. Juventus, you guys, again, I see all of you guys in the chat too. You're underestimating Juventus. Underestimating Juventus is like all those guys that thought that Italy was going to lose against Turkey. And Italy was going to lose against Wales.
We're not talking about football. We're talking about transfer. It's different. You got those 400 million. Give 35 million to Sassuolo and get Locatelli. Give the money if you really have those 400 million.
Laird, I think they will, though. That's what I'm saying. I agree with Roy, not to underestimate them because in the past years they get what they want. One way or another, they're gonna get Locatelli this summer.
Roy, I'll tell you, they got those 400 million. I'm happy for them. They're gonna pay the salaries they didn't pay for 6 months. First of all, they're gonna pay all the losses they had this season from merch and everything, from stadium and other things. And after, maybe they're gonna have some money to buy Locatelli with 5 players from the Primavera and 30 million paid in 6 years. For sure, because Locatelli is forcing Sassuolo to go to Juventus. Not because Sassuolo is accepting the deal of Juventus. He's actually forcing.
You're talking about a club as if it's Fiorentina. We're talking about Juventus. Juventus is the most successful, is the biggest Italian club in the world.
No, it's not, man.
Yes, it is.
We are the biggest Italian club in the world.
As far as trophies.
No, as far as a brand as well, man.
Italy,
as far as brand.
In Italy, Juventus is the biggest club. And they're the most consistent club. This team will not fucking take the next season lightly. You're wrong if you think that. You got all of you guys that think Juventus is not going to be in our way next season. You're 100% wrong. All of you.
Look, I'm sure the bookmakers are gonna have Juventus as the favorites to win the Scudetto. Why? Because Inter are changed. Milan on paper doesn't have as big, doesn't have the stars of Juventus. Neither does Atalanta. And they're not as big of a team. So on paper, Juventus they're gonna be the favorites this year to win the Scudetto. So no one take them lightly, obviously. But at the same time, can Milan still compete? Definitely. Can Milan win? Yes. And if we sign, I'm expecting a big forward signing in the summer, whether that be a right winger, not more than 30 million, but I think something that's up to 30 million we can do. Well, we can make one more signing. Roy, trust me. One more.
I agree with you about Milan, but I'm reading these comments. Guys, I'm telling you, your guys' underestimation of Juventus, it's exactly like every single World Cup, every single Euro, where half the world thinks Italy is going to lose, Italy is going to suck, Italy is this. Same shit. Same thing. Juventus is going to come in with full power. They're going to buy big players at the end of August. You'll see. They're going to be a bitch to play against. They're going to be winning games that we should win. They're going to beat all the small teams. Allegri is not the last person to have arrived. If you guys, Juventus is not going to be a problem this season, you guys are crazy. Let me say that.
No, man, I'm not saying they're not going to be a problem. That's going to be the pitch is going to talk about that. I'm talking about transfer market. All the newspaper is writing Kessie is not renewing the signing. No one is talking about Dybala. or everyone is talking about the financial situation of Inter. No one is talking about Juventus that actually is paying 60 million Ronaldo, and he has a lot of debt. I think people are saying, "Oh, Giroud is a shit player," but
He is.
Morata
He is
is good. Morata actually is good. They are paying 40
Morata
million.
is even more. Morata is even more shit than Giroud.
Yeah, but they are paying at 40 million every year. They pay 10 million to Real Madrid. That's the deal they signed with Real Madrid. That I don't understand. And it's been 20 days from the transfer market started. Juventus hasn't done any deal at the moment.
Larry,
That's a fact.
Larry, you honestly think Juventus is not going to put together a super competitive team?
I don't think they're going to be so scary like the previous years.
Juventus is going to put together a team to win the Champions League because they're upset. They're obsessed about it. These people have lost 7 finals, Larry. These guys are obsessed. They're crazy about this shit. They're not going to do this to their fans.
Listen, even England is upset to winning an international tournament, but being obsessed and actually winning one is a different ball game. Probably we're going to do better than them after 7 years not playing the Champions League.
No, I know we're going to do better than them because honestly,
that's the thing.
but I'm just saying that don't underestimate you. They could surprise. They are going to surprise most of you because I see. Well, not most of you. I see a lot of you are saying that they're broke. They're not going to do anything, and so they're going to definitely surprise you guys. But they could even surprise me and win the Champions League next year.
I don't think they're going to win the Champions League next year. I'm sorry. I mean, I don't see that happening, Roy.
Why not? Why not?
The Scudetto, sure, go ahead. But the Champions League, they can't compete with the other teams, against the Bayerns, the Chelsea, City.
Why not?
PSG.
Why can't they compete against those teams?
Because those teams have much more of. They have better players. To be honest, they perform better.
It says who they have better players.
I can assure you they have better players. No.
S21.
Okay, let's see. Juventus's players who have Juventus signed so far? They're going to sign Locatelli probably, but who's going to really make them jump in quality? That's going to really improve their team. What player can they sign? They're not going to sign Mbappe or Haaland this summer. So who are they going to sign?
I'm saying, Sheva, I'm waiting for the windows to be open for Juventus. I'm still waiting there to open the window. I'm not even considering closed. They still didn't open it. So that's the concern. In the previous year, at this time, Juventus already get rid of 5, 6, 7 players they didn't want, and they already bought few players that actually are big names in previous years. After 20 days of transfer market. This year, Juventus is not buying anyone after 20 days. So there is an issue over there. There is a problem over there. They signed Allegri because they have problems, and they want a guy that actually can fix the players they have, because they're not going to add a lot of players. I know they have an issue because they don't sign Allegri for 9 million if they don't have that issue. They know they're not going to get rid of Ramsey, Rabiot, and all these garbage players. They want a guy that actually can evaluate these players and make them play. Excuse
me, Larry. You said Ramsey and Rabiot are garbage players. In what world are these garbage players?
In Serie A.
Maybe Pirlo made them look like garbage players because Pirlo had no fucking clue what he was doing. But Allegri will know how to use these players.
Well, they can keep them forever if they're so good.
Guys, Ramsey he's a good player. Come on. I mean, okay. Well, listen, I think Juventus is going to has the potential of winning the Champions League next year.
Yeah, that's another thing. A lot of people think Chelsea and Man City are looking to spend. I'm still waiting for them to spend. A lot of people say, oh, Man City is going to buy 100 million Harry Kane. No, I want to see that happen first.
Well,
because a lot of talks are saying.
I understand that point, but at the same time, there is confirmed, there was a confirmed Chelsea bid of 60 million for Hakimi, and there was a confirmed 100 million bid for Manchester City for Kane, but they want more than that, and they don't even want to sell Kane, actually. So, when there's confirmed bids, then there's proof that they do want to spend that money. Like even if it doesn't go through, at least like 100 million for one player. I mean, shows you that they want to spend money. So
No, they have money. I'm saying that Tottenham is not gonna give it away for 100 million because Tottenham is gonna stick there.
They could buy other great players.
I saw Chelsea's really pushing for Haaland.
Yeah, bid was I think it was rejected by Dortmund. Dortmund wants to keep him for another year unless a crazy bid of at least 150 million comes in, I believe. So I think they bid around 100 million for him, I would think, or maybe a bit more than 100 million, but it's kind of unclear how much they bid, but I don't think it's at the insane level. So
hello, Nathan.
Listen, guys. Lucas, listen to me, all right? Listen to the boomer, because boomers have more experience than the little kids. If you think Juventus is not going to buy big players or maybe or whatever, you're crazy, Lucas. You are crazy.
Okay, I'm 33. I don't know if I'm considered a boomer, but I've seen a lot of I've considered a lot of transfer market. A lot of years, and Juventus at this point of the season they were almost sorted out. This season they still haven't get rid of a player and bought a player, so they are in trouble, man.
Ollie,
sorry.
Unfortunately, I don't think you can post anything on the chat unless you are a mod. Should we open the lines, guys? Should we open the lines for a little bit?
Sure. I do want to talk about Milan again, though, because it's been a while since we've switched to Juve for a while. So
I do want you, Lard, to answer this question here, and then we'll do a little bit of open line session. Saif says, and I think he's mostly talking to you, Lard. You guys have to understand that and everybody else in this chat that is for some crazy reason underestimated Juventus. I mean, you guys have to understand that Juventus already have world-class players. They don't need 4 or 5 players. Locatelli and just another one is enough for them.
So, when they're gonna buy Locatelli, let's talk about it, because a lot of transfer rumor we're saying Sassuolo can actually say at the end, you know what, Locatelli, you're gonna play another season with Sassuolo because your contract is still long, and I really want 40 million now, not next year. And if I'm gonna get those 40 million next year, it's better you play for Sassuolo another season, because the owner of Sassuolo is rich enough and he can actually prove a point. That's what I'm saying. Probably, I'm sure he's gonna end up to Juventus, because Juventus is enough mafia to do whatever he wants in Italy. So the way they got Chiesa without paying any money, they're gonna go for Locatelli as well. I'm fine with that, but you still need to own it in the pitch. I want to see how they're gonna play and if they're gonna play well. I still want to see that.
I have a fear that if they don't sign Locatelli, they're gonna go for someone like Renato Sanchez, who could be a bargain deal this summer, because they're looking for a midfielder, because that's where they struggled a lot. And if they don't, so that's why. Go ahead. They're going to sign somebody at the end of the day, somebody good. So it's either going to be Locatelli or another big name. But so I don't mind them signing Locatelli. I don't think they're going to win the Champions League. Do they have a chance? I guess, but yes, I'm not underestimating them. Of course, they have great players. Like they have Ronaldo, who's one of the best players in the world. So, yes, they can win the Scudetto, of course. I'm not going to underestimate them. But Milan, other teams this year showed that they can play better than them, even when they don't have the same quality of players. And I'm looking to see that happen again this year. So,
and look, and Saif, says here very expertly. Saif says Allegri is a world-class coach. He will revive the ball and also the supreme defense with the combo of Delete, Bonucci, and Chiellini. I mean, guys, Pirlo honestly fucking sucked last year. Let's just be honest. I mean, the guy every single game played with a different formation. He didn't know how to use his players. The guy is just. I think he can become a great coach. He probably will become, but not his first year with Juventus. The guy made a mess, And a lot of coaches would have done better. But Allegri is a whole different story, guys. Like this team historically, even though they don't have Milan's pedigree as far as victories in the Champions League, historically, Juventus coefficients in these last 100 years is in the top 3. It's the team that the Italian team that has played the most in the Champions League. The Italian team that has all these records, and this is a team that is just unlucky that they've lost 7 Champions League finals. If they would have won 5 of those Champions League finals, they'd have 9 Champions Leagues or something like that. You know, I don't know. For some reason, Juventus can't fucking win.
Not 9, man. 7.
Because they have 2. No, if they have 2, 7. Sorry, 7.
Still,
so
their best chances is to be like us, not even better than us. Look how bad they are, man.
I'm just saying that this is a team that historically does have the potential to make it all the way to the final. Historically, they're most likely going to lose the final.
I'll tell you, Bonucci is 1 year older, Chiellini is 1 year older, Ronaldo is 1 year older, Quadrado is 1 year older, Sandro is 1 year shitter. So there is Rabiot is not going to see the national team anymore because his mom is making a mess. Arthur is injured 3 months. I'll give you facts, man. They have Allegri needs to do a lot of work. Simple as that.
Do it. As far as Milan goes, I think Milan has the potential to go really far in the Champions League. I think we played the perfect football for Europe, for the Champions League. We're a team that loves to play those big games. We're a team that fucking loves to play those big games. That's why I like Milan, because Milan is not scared to play the big games. We're a team that give us all I want only big games. I only want to play against Man City, against Barcelona, Real Madrid, all fucking year round. That's why I love this team so much. And we play European football. I think we have that. We have that this year, and I think we'll go far.
I put the link on the chat, so if anyone wants to join us.
All right, open line. Let's go from the open lines.
Let's see what people have to say. I'm positive for AC Milan next season. We're getting better. I'm positive for the channel as well, Roy, to be fair.
I'm going to say this. If Milan sell Pobega, I quit. I quit being an AC. No, I quit being... I'm not going to follow football anymore.
So you're going to quit the channel, basically?
I'm going to just be in the background in the channel. If Milan sell Pobega, I'm not going to follow football until the World Cup.
Nah, man.
Nathan,
fine.
what's up, my man?
What's going on, guys? Romeo, hush up.
How you doing, my man? How's it going?
Oh, that's a good question. We were
guys.
talking the other...
So this...
Like 13 grand. Okay, just wait.
1 second.
Hold on, Nathan. I think you got a lot of sound going there in the background.
Yeah, there was another window opened up on my computer, so I just need to close it out.
Gotcha.
So, Antonio, what do you think about the new rule of basically the away goal is not
the away goal rule? They should never have taken it away because, let's face it, you got to play 2 rounds. It's not like it favors one team or the other. Each team plays home and away. So I don't see what the problem is, because now you're just going to have teams that literally, I don't know, like I just don't feel like the tension is going to be as good as how it was.
I think it kind of hurts Milan, because I think we spoke about this the other day. Historically, it has helped Milan. This is a rule that has helped Milan win Champions Leagues. You know, so it's going to be interesting. I think, like we said this the other day, and I guess Antonio, you asked Antonio this question, but I think we're going to see more penalty shootouts. That's what it's going to cause.
But how's this going to work though? So if they're not going on away goals,
It's just
if one team wins and then the other team wins, it doesn't matter if it's 100-0 and then the other team wins 1-0. then
you go to penalties.
No, it's
No.
It's
still
total
aggregated.
It's just if it's
okay.
the away goal rule only comes in when there's a tie score of aggregate goals. Because then it's like, okay, let's say it's 2-2 on aggregate. One team scored 2 goals away. One team scored 1-1 away and at home. Then the team that scored 2 away goals goes through.
So if you play against Manchester United and
Yeah,
Old
but that's
Trafford, you do
still the same team, though.
2-2.
No, so
You just said
No,
Oh.
it changes.
If it's 2-2 in one game and then 1-1 in another game.
no. Okay, so just pretend. Okay, let me think of the best scoreline. So let's say out after 2 games, it's 2-2. One team scored 2 goals, or each team scored 2 goals in 2 games. One of the teams though scored both of their goals away, and the other team scored 1 game away and 1 game at home. Then the team that scored 2 away goals goes through. Well, because away goals count.
That's still away goal.
Yeah, but no. So now it's different. Now it's 2-2 even, and you go to penalties. That's the new rule. There's no away goals and home goals are valued the same now. That's the way it
We're
works.
just going to see every single game end up in penalties.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like,
And
this is stupid.
is
Roy-
That's so stupid.
Roy, that's actually a great point though, because I was actually speaking with a friend of mine. We all have those friends who like watch soccer, like or football once every whatever how many years when there's like the Euros or the World Cup, and they don't really watch a lot of games. And my friend was constantly telling me that penalties are so fun to watch. Penalties are like they're so entertaining, and like and also from an American perspective, when they get a lot of people get confused about the away goal rule because it's not like American sports. So I think that's UEFA's trying to like modernize in that sense, because American sports are like a lot different from like how football works. So that's what they're trying to do.
It's stupid because if you want American sports, then start a new American league. I mean, this is Europe, the European Championship, not the American Championship League.
It's like changing the offside rule because woman doesn't understand the rule. Like that's basically the same reason. Just learn the rule. It's simple. The away goal is double. That's it.
Right.
So on the whole goals,
And I can understand if there were no fans, because then there's really technically no like home advantage outside of like maybe the referee being slightly biased. But now that the fans are coming back, it's like, okay, now there is the advantage, the added advantage of you have your home fans. So it's like, this is they're trying to do too much. Like,
Juventus,
and also,
I was going to just say
and
Juventus state really quick. The Juventus beat or lost to Porto because of the away goal rule, or they got eliminated because of that. So that's probably why they.
yeah, but it's fair though. You got to show up to both games. You just can't show up to one game and just because your name is bigger that you just get to go through. You got to show up both games.
And look,
Yeah,
when you're playing outside and you have to score because you know that if you score that goal, it's worth double pretty much. It incentivizes the teams to play offensive football.
Right.
That away goal rule incentivizes teams to play offensive football. This rule now is going to make teams be a little bit more defensive, I think. Yeah.
It's going to be cagey.
Yeah.
Because now you have teams, what happens if, for whatever reason, in the quarterfinals, you have a team like Galatasaray versus PSG. And for whatever reason, Galatasaray has the away goals in their advantage. But now you take that away, and it's like, they played better over the course of 2 games, and now you're forcing them to go to penalties. I mean, that's favoring the teams with a better overall squad.
Yeah, and
Exactly.
another thing is that, again, when it comes to Milan, man, that rule has helped us so many times.
Yeah, because we were a brave team. We always go in attack, even when we play away. We went to Old Trafford, we scored 2 goals. We lost 3-2, but we scored 2 goals. But to be fair, this rule is going to be on our advantage anyway, because it's so hard to come and play to San Siro against us. They're not going to get any goal anyway. And for us, it's still easy to go and get a goal outside San Siro. So still, we're going to score more at home and more outside. And overall, we can manage to get a better score than other teams. We had a better fan base. I mean, the San Siro factor is really hard.
Well,
Hey, can I just say
thinking about-
something? Sorry. Can I just say something, guys? You know what this will happen? You know this rule? You see the stars are aligning, guys. All the stars are aligning. This rule will allow Donnarumma to win the Ballon d'Or. I called it. Thank you.
Yeah, I was actually just thinking about penalty shootouts. From what I've seen, when Milan, like, I think the only 2 penalty shootouts Milan had was against Rio Ave and the Torino in the Coppa Italia. I think those are the only penalty shootouts we had this year. But we actually have some good like penalty kick takers on our team. Tonali actually he scored both penalties. I think he went like top corner in both. He's good at penalties. Diaz is good at penalties. Teo is pretty good at penalties. And obviously we have Kessie and Ibra if he's not in his like penalty.
I want to say something to you, Antonio. I disagree with you because penalty, me and you, we can score a great penalty, like anytime. But when you try to score a penalty for a semi-final of a Champions League or a final of Champions League or whatever, quarterfinal, even the best, the most technical player is gonna shake. I've seen great players shake in front. Mbappe is an incredible player. A heavy, important penalty kick, he missed it. Baggio, big players. So a Coppa Italia is different. I think Roy is right. Who has Donnarumma in the team? Penalty shoot, it has an advantage. But we have Dida, that is an expert on training goalkeepers to actually get good at that. Because Donnarumma has been trained by Dida on learning how to be good at that.
Had a good penalty save percentage last year too. So
yeah, as I say, we'll be fine with Magnan because he's already really good, and when he trains with Dida and the rest of the goalkeeping staff, he's definitely gonna catch up to Donnarumma because Donnarumma, he's not gonna get better at PSG.
The thing is, Roy's always just gonna say that Donnarumma is the Messi of goalkeepers.
But he definitely is. Yeah. But you got to remember, Messi plays also in a more competitive league with better players that will improve him. PSG does. I mean, Navas. Who knows if he'll even stay because he's pretty pissed. But PSG don't have a good goalkeeping staff. This is their 9th goalie. Gigi's their 9th goalie. That's all I need to know. They cannot produce or maintain good goalies. That's just not what they do.
I don't know. Maybe. I don't know.
Well, Magnan is actually a PSG academy player.
So and he left.
Yeah.
And he got better at Lille.
I want to say something, guys. In these last 3 weeks or so, when it was sure that Donnarumma was leaving and he was going for another club, I bet every single goalkeeper in Europe, in all the biggest teams, were shitting their pants. We're probably sleeping under the bed at night because they knew that if Donnarumma was going into their club, they'd be sitting on the bench for the rest of the season.
For sure. Like if I had to pick, I definitely have Donnarumma over Mike for sure. But since that's out of our hands, we definitely got the next best option for us.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just waiting for either like the games to start where Magnan plays, or just for us to turn the page because I'm tired of hearing about Donnarumma. Like I support Italy, so I'm happy when I watch them win. But after that, he's not our player anymore. So I just want to cheer for our new goalkeeper instead. It's getting annoying.
Look, I agree. Magnan is going to do fine. He's going to do great. I'm not worried about Magnan. I want to talk about something because we're talking about FIFA. Anwar, who unfortunately couldn't make it today, he sent me a really interesting message. I want to read it because these are all the all the rules that FIFA wants to do in world football. They kind of want to revolutionize the game. They literally want to change.
I'm totally against this, but
so I'm gonna show you all the details and then let's talk about it.
I saw this on Instagram a few times today, so it's pretty crazy.
I know they're trying to do thinking about the 30-minute halves, unlimited subs. Like, and
I hope they keep the 5 subs.
yeah, the 5 subs is good, but
I like the 5
30-minute
subs.
halves
It's
is too
so good.
it's too short.
30 minutes.
agree with
There
that.
is, but there is some statistic that says that when you count how much actually they play, it's basically an hour. A 90 minutes game is basically an hour of football when the
I don't
ball is in
believe
the
that.
pitch.
I don't
But,
believe
like-
that.
Is statistically proved. The game,
that probably means
playing time is an hour.
Yeah, but I don't
But
believe
that-
there's 30 minutes worth of stoppage throughout that time.
But I also believe that
No.
if a game's just 30 minutes, their time of playing football is going to even be less.
Yeah.
No.
just
It's
gonna
gonna be
go
like basketball. Every time the game stops, the timing stops.
I mean, they can do that
So-
with 45-minute halves.
So
too.
when the goalkeeper is preparing himself to kick the ball, the time is stopped. The moment he kicks the
Oh.
ball, the time is good. So it's gonna be 30 minutes intense, proper football. It's gonna be a nightmare when you come in the last 30 seconds and you need a goal, because it's gonna be real 30 seconds. It's not gonna be extra time or the referee is waiting for you to finish So it's gonna be proper, like, stop end. So it's gonna be a bit of a nightmare.
Against that. Okay.
Well-
Okay. So here it is. Here it is. Let me see. Let me read it. FIFA has
Well-
tested 5 changes in the world of football in the Future of Football Cup, which is a friendly tournament. The first change, the half-hour period only. The half will be for 30 minutes, but the time will be stopped when plays stop. Right? Basically, what you were saying. And this change aims to eliminate the phenomenon of wasting time by being late by playing the ball or pretending to be injured, etc. Second change, open substitution. Third change, so open substitution means, you can do as many subs you want. I wonder if that means in and out. Like if you go in, can you go out and come back in? Kind of like basketball. Is that what they're saying? Do you guys know?
Can
I
be,
don't know.
yeah.
This wasn't. Third
I would
change,
assume that's what they're saying.
playing a throw in with a foot.
Mm.
Fourth
That's
change,
stupid, in
throw
my
in,
opinion.
throw,
Every throw is
That
going to be
is
pushing
stupid.
the field.
That's like futsal rules.
Exactly, it's so stupid. It's like it's gonna be a corner kick. You can kick a corner kick at any time, in any position on the pitch.
Did they even
Throw-
ask, like, put a poll together to see if people, before they even tried doing it in, like, friendly games, did they even put out a poll to the teams and players to see who would even agree to this?
UEFA is
FIFA.
like a dictatorship. Or
Exactly.
FIFA, they don't
They don't-
care. Yeah, like they create all their own rules, financial fair play, all of these rules, and then they let the certain teams and they hoard money. They let teams get away with the rules. It's just that's why I was at first like about the Super League. I was kind of like I thought it wasn't a bad idea just to like get revenge on UEFA, but it's ridiculous how they just do whatever they want just to make money. So
What about the next rule? What is it?
Fourth change, throw in and corner kick can be executed directly by the player himself without the need to pass. So you can just get the ball and start walking with the ball. Fifth change, let me see.
For
Fifth change
throw-ins, I wouldn't mind that.
with the feet.
Like an actual throw-in, because sometimes players, if they kick it and the deflection takes it up the field, and let's say no one from your team is around, and it's just you one-on-one with one person. If you just threw it and then got the ball yourself, I think it would add on a little something extra.
No,
Can you
it's too
throw it to
easy.
yourself?
You
Throw it to yourself.
no. You have to wait for your team. Your team needs to be good enough to keep going with you, man. That's too easy.
These rules, this is why FIFA is bullshit, okay? And,
No, but
because
that's not gonna happen, man. It's just
the
a test.
reason why,
It's testing.
because whoever's running this freaking organization never played football in his life.
Never.
He probably doesn't understand the game. He's probably, I don't know. These it does look like basketball. It kind of looks like it is kind of like the American.
Yeah,
sports a little.
they're trying to change it to the American way. Even the Super League was an American format, and it's stupid. It's just not going to work.
well, the reason why this is in the Super League. You saw the teams trying to go to an American format, and this one you're looking at UEFA going to an American format, and all of this is just to try to modernize. But both are wrong in this. Like the problem with modern changing a European game to an American style is, number one, American sports have like been working on these closed leagues and financial stability for all of these years, and European soccer existed before these leagues. The openness of of leagues that the Super League would not have is just that's one of the reasons why soccer is so beautiful, is because teams have the chance to rise and to get punished for playing poorly. Because then in a lot of the American leagues, you see the same teams that will just keep being horrible for many years because there's no relegation, so there's no pressure. So that's the one thing. But then on the other hand, making money is important, so there has to be some sort of balance. But changing these rules to copy American sports does not look like the way to go.
Well, I know for the Super League, the Super League was really just a revamp of the Champions League, because they didn't want to separate from their normal league. The problem is they didn't take into account how much of a difference in cash that these teams get to like everybody else. Now, if they were financing the league themselves,
I
would be a
was
little bit better.
I'm super so for the Super League, and I say that loud and proud. So I understand why they wanted to do it, because UEFA is just
if it wasn't closed, because it wasn't technically fully closed, because what they had like 5 or so teams that can join in, but if they just had it, open like the normal UEFA format, but just give those teams more money, because that's really what it came down to, was UEFA pocketing more money than the teams themselves. So
exactly,
if they didn't make it close, it probably would have gone through. Close for those
exactly.
teams.
That's the mistake they made.
Yeah,
they didn't realize the cultural factor, that Europe relies a lot on relegation and promotion.
Right.
So you can actually do the same competition and call it Super League, exactly the same like the Champions League. Call it Super League, put 400 million extra, or make it the value of 4 billion instead of 2, whatever was it. Give all the money to the clubs that are participating, and that's it. Right. But they didn't do that because they didn't realize the cultural factor that is bougie as fuck. Football is really for the working class.
And they could have for those founding clubs, they could have still started them off with $300 additional $1 million. But after that starting point, then it's just like you normally do. You got to earn your way into it.
Yeah,
and
look, there
would have been no complaints.
They are doing changes to it. They are thinking, because now South American teams are interested in it. I don't know if you guys know about it, but now South American teams want in this, and they are talking about relegation, keeping that tradition, and all of that, which I agree with. I definitely agree with that. Guys, I just wanted to finish one more thing about the FIFA rules. The last rule, which was cut, is that if you get a yellow card, you get a 5-minute suspension. That was the last rule.
Wow.
That's like hockey, kind of like the power plays in hockey.
Right.
Can I share my biggest concern with for these rules right now?
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't want to see football being changed into a sport where you have 1 million commercial breaks and stoppages.
That's exactly what they want to do.
That is because any American sports fan would know that you get 1 million. In soccer or football, there's only halftime. In the other games, there's 1 million. There's quarters. There's every timeouts. If you keep the more we go in this direction, the more chances of that happening, and that's really scary. I just want to watch.
They're gonna start having timeouts and stuff like that.
And guys, I fucking promise you that these guys, these so-called saints of football, this is why they want to make those changes, because when you can stop the game, you can put in a few commercials here and there, and blah blah blah. This is why they're not thinking about the good of the game. They're thinking about money. It's the way it is. These guys want to be the moralists and they want to tell us how things should be done. These guys are just like everybody else.
Yeah, UEFA are such hypocrites. They were attacking all of the teams in the Super League just blatantly attacking them and their owners, and without even acknowledging their mistakes. And then they try to revamp the Champions League in a format which is like not really going to solve anything.
No, it's not.
It's just a mess. It's going to have more games, so it's going to be packed schedules. It's not good. And yeah, about the like commercials or stoppage breaks. So I hope that they're not going to use like the COVID like water break thing that started happening this year as like an excuse to just keep making all these little stoppages, because that would be so lame if that happened.
Well, to be fair, normally when these teams, especially when they come to the Americas to play during the summer, they normally have water breaks. But, in Europe, since it's so much cooler, I just don't think that they'll do something like that.
I did want to say, in Italy, they do have short commercials during throw-ins and during free kicks. They already have been doing that for quite a while. Like they'll do a 30-minute spot of like whatever is sponsoring the game. If this is, we can see what the direction. Okay, guys, I have to answer this question or this answer because it's just it's what are you saying, Kengu? Donnarumma is washed. How is he washed? The guy just started. I want to say, guys, everybody.
Kangu didn't even know the existence of Donnarumma. He was asking us 3 months ago, is he good? And now he's actually saying that the guy is better than him.
This is a joke comment. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he's trolling. He's trolling for sure.
Listen, guys. Messi, they want to give Messi the Ballon d'Or because he was player of the tournament in Copa America. Donnarumma was the player of the tournament in Europe. Come on. How can you say this guy's a washed player? And also, Kangu, I want to tell you a little statistical fact about Donnarumma. Donnarumma, out of 7 penalty shootouts, he won all 7. He has 100% world record. 2 of those penalty shootouts got him a trophy. Okay, cannot get into the Spanish national team. Is Diaz the Manchester United goalkeeper?
Yeah, he was the second. He was the second goalkeeper for Spain. This is a joke. It's a joke.
Okay.
Also, he missed the penalty.
It's a joke.
Also, he had a pretty poor penalty shootout performance in the Europa League final. He missed a penalty and he didn't save any. So it's you can't compare the two. Roy, I just would suggest that you have a mod ban the words Donnarumma in the chat, because every time this comes up, it's just gonna start a massive argument. Everyone's gonna get
no. I don't. We don't ban anybody here. No ban.
No. I'm just kidding. I was just kidding. But just the word Donnarumma, it's just bringing. It's just because I hate defending Donnarumma so much.
No, yeah, I'm pretty sure the world knows that Donnarumma is easily in the top 3, get for sure. So this is not really much of a debate.
Well, even Mike is in the top 3 as well. So
yeah, that's what I like to hear.
Yeah, top 3. Mike is in the top. He's not even in the top 15, guys.
Roy, I'm sorry, but you gotta see him. His stats.
He's the best goalkeeper of the Serie A, man.
Dude, Man Young last year had the best stats in Europe's top 5 leagues for a goalkeeper. So how can you not? Statistically, he was the best.
No, Roy, I'll say this just from actually watching him. No, he's definitely. I won't say top 3 because remember you still got Oblak and Ter Stegen and Donnarumma, things like that. But top 5 for sure.
Mike, no, what?
Remember, I watched them all year. I watched the French league all year. I'm telling you.
If he was good. Top 5, he would be the goalkeeper for France.
Yeah, but you got to remember the PR in England is all that matters.
Also, Deschamps is so Lloris
Deschamps does not care about England, guys. Deschamps is more personality than most people in the world.
Roy, but we know he cares about AC Milan. He cares about AC Milan.
Guys, Deschamps lifted the trophy as a player, and then he lifted the trophy as a coach. We're talking about a guy that knows football really well, okay? He's not going to be influenced by anybody in England.
Been France #1 for such a long time that even if someone comes in like Mayon, he's not going to replace him just because of the hierarchy. If Lloris was making horrible, decisions, horrible games, like game after game after game, that'd be one thing. But Lloris is, I'm not saying he's like amazing, but he's consistent. So they're not just gonna replace him.
Listen to what you just said. You said Lloris is not amazing, yet Maignan can't take his spot.
Roy,
what does that say about Maignan?
Roy, Deschamps? Okay, you called Deschamps a genius when he didn't call Theo Hernandez to the national team. Not even and his starting left back, I think, was Lucas Hernandez. His bench left back is Luca Dean. Yeah. So how can you look at Hernandez's stats? I'm sorry, Deschamps has favorites. It's like, so let's say Buffon was Hugo Lloris's age, which is like, so he's a bit younger than he is now because he's really old now. And Buffon was still like wanting to be like the starting Azzurri keeper. Would the coach not bench Donnarumma for Buffon if he was younger and if he really wanted to keep being the keeper?
It's a respect thing. Out of respect for how long he's
Roy,
the team and
I'll make it simple to you. Lloris has been the goalkeeper of a team that is finished 8th, 6th, 7th in Premier League. Maignan won the Liga and he's playing for AC Milan, my man.
Roy, you got to be a bit more positive about it.
Next World Cup, don't be surprised if Mike's the starting keeper. If AC Milan does good again this year, guarantee you Mike's the starting keeper, especially if Tottenham don't do good. Guarantee 100% at the World Cup.
Yeah, maybe, hopefully, good for us. I want our players to be in their national teams kicking ass. That's it. And as far as Maignan, I know that Milan doesn't need the best goalkeeper in the world to achieve what it wants to achieve. I am aware of that. But also, let's not fucking blow him up just because he has a Milan shirt and we want to be biased.
He's not, Roy. We're not blowing up. We're not trying to blow him up. He's better, or Donnarumma is better than him, of course. But statistically, he was the best goalkeeper in the top 5 leagues last year. He's entering the prime of his career. He's a Milan player and he's really good. So
I just want to say, guys, a bit of respect for Kangu because he had a tough week, guys. First of all, he had a great week. Sancho signed for Man United, and England lost the Euros, so it's like struggling recently. So
wait, isn't he a Man United fan?
Yeah, he's an English fan as well, probably. So.
Oh no, he's an English fan. I want to talk about that a little bit, guys, if you don't mind, about England, right? Like a lot of people criticize England for making for how they play. But guys, I've seen international football for more than 30 years now. This is the best England I've ever seen.
Yeah.
So
this is the best England I've seen too, and that includes with the previous golden days of Shrek and whatnot.
Correct. So all this criticism going to Southgate, I think it's a little bit uncalled for. I think it's a little bit uncalled for. I think he did a really good job. I think England's problem will always be one: they fucking act as if they win the game before playing the games. If you stop doing that, you might win a trophy. But unless you don't stop doing that, you're always going to be who you are.
That and their mentality towards the foreign teams, they always revert back into their shell.
Okay,
look,
now
Southgate,
I want to talk about.
I just want to say Southgate had a good tournament and England did really well, but to say that he mismanaged the final is 100% accurate. You're 1-0 up and you play horribly afterwards.
So. Yeah, but that's because England made them play horrible.
They were defending in their own half. So
yeah, because they can't get the ball back. If you don't,
Mancini is a better manager than Southgate,
of course. But they should have. There had to be something else they could have done to maybe try pressing or try something.
They can't because once you press a team that passes the ball better than you're gonna get destroyed. It's the same thing with Spain.
So there's nothing that Southgate could have done to go after being 1-0 up.
Not if your team. If your team cannot pass or hold the ball better than the other team, if you high press, you're going to kill yourself.
Maybe not
doesn't
high,
matter.
not high press the full time, but they should have held out the result. I'm sorry, they should have done so.
Okay, you have to know how to do that, though. You have to know.
Yeah,
how to do
like their players don't know how to do it. The foreign players on
The
those
world
teams know
class
how to do it.
players of
The
England.
foreign
That's so
players
funny.
on those English teams know how to do it. Those English
mean-
players are not brought up like that.
How can
That's
you
true.
ask
They can just
Walker to play to defend deep when he's playing with Man City on the other half of the pitch? So he's basically asking players that are dominating their game in the Premier League or Champions League, whatever, they're actually keeping the possession. He's asking them to park the bus like Udinese and Atletico Madrid. You're asking players that are not good at doing that to do that. So basically, you are not a good manager. You didn't realize what
I
player
don't
you
know.
have.
Like, I don't
Yeah,
know if
because
you have to do that.
Yeah, he's been playing like this for the last year and a half. Even in the previous World Cup, he was playing like this.
But that's
So he didn't realize.
That's a good point. You brought that up. You're asking those players to defend when you know they can't defend.
They
So
cannot
when
defend.
Italy gets on the front foot and you're forcing them to defend, they become unorganized. When you become unorganized, all you can do is clear the first thing they tell you when you're on defense and you're being pressured, just clear the ball so you can reset yourself. If you clear the ball every single time, you're going to be defending again and again and again.
Exactly. For example, there is an interview of Mancini. Yeah, go for Roy. Sorry. I'll tell you after about the Mancini interview.
Okay. I'll be really fast. For me, honestly, I knew. Well, I don't want to say I knew because I didn't. I didn't know. But I had a suspicion that England lost that game even before a kick was ever, a ball was ever kicked. Because when I saw that Southgate was changing his whole tactics, his whole formation to play against Italy, that's already a message telling me, okay, I'm scared of you guys, so I'm going to change the way I played this whole tournament just so I can suit you guys. So there already, he showed a little bit of fear. That's why I agree with you, Antonio, saying that he mismanaged this game. And the other thing is I definitely agree with Nathan. Like, you can't do anything about it. If a team plays better football than you, you have no choice to catenaccio and then try and get them on the counterattack. All right, go ahead, Larry.
No, I just want to say that when Mancini, there is this documentary I just watched about Italy and how they won the Euros. It's on Rai Play. You can actually watch it for free. Just as in Italian, so I don't know if you guys are confident with that. But there's an interview that Mancini says when he got the job, they asked him, we want to play good football, not anymore catenaccio and stuff like that. And Mancini says, of course I'm not going to play catenaccio because if I see the players I have, these players, they don't know how to defend. I cannot ask Insigne to defend, Verratti, Jorginho, Barella. They are used to keep the ball and keep the possession. We have players that actually go forward. Spinazzola likes to go forward. Even Di Lorenzo is good at defending, but he likes to go forward in his team. He plays for Napoli. Napoli is attacking team. It's not a defending team. So all the players Italy has, most of them, they play attacking football and high press. So Mancini is not going to learn them how to defend in a year now. So he's going to say, okay, we're going to play good football. Whatever happens, lose, win, we have to play good football. On the other side, Southgate did the opposite. He started to tell players that are actually playing attacking football, possession football, guys, we need to defend and go in a counterattack. So he did the opposite and he lost. Simple as that. He went to the final because he had great players and he played against weak opposition. As soon as he got a strong team, he finished. That's it.
I want to push back on that. I think that if it was the other way around, Italy would have brought the result home nonetheless.
No way. With these players, no.
I think no. If Italy scored first, I definitely think that game would have ended up at least 2 or 3-0. Simply because England, you saw when they first got their first goal, that was the only time when they pressed and shifted as a unit. As a unit, they did that. That was the only time in the game they did that. Once Italy started getting on the front foot, the pressing was disorganized, shifting side to side was disorganized. And if you add on the pressure from the England fans, how much pressure they were putting on the team when they were playing bad, and if they start off losing, they're going to be extremely dysfunctional. and it'd be worse. We already could have won the game 3-1 if we put our chances away. But imagine if we got the goal first, Italy would have picked them apart.
I think so too. But also, I want to say that just the way England, the Premier League, works very well for the Champions League, but on the international level, it just doesn't seem to work that well.
Their foreign players are the ones that hold the ball. Like if you go to each of those teams, the top 6 teams in the EPL, and tell me who the best ball holders and passes are, none of them are English.
They don't seem to create. Even when they had Lampard, Giroud, and all these players, they've never seemed to create these kind of players like Modric, like Pirlo, Xavi, Iniesta, or Verratti right now. These kind of players that are good at holding the ball in the midfield. For some reason, they just don't come out of England. If England needs to start creating players like that.
Because if you notice, when the EPL teams, historically, when they come up against the Germans and the Italians and the Spanish, those teams get blitzed every time. Bayern Munich blows past most of them. Madrid and Barcelona blow past them. Milan, when we had a good team, and Juventus and Inter, we blow past those teams. They always play good up until they verse a team outside of England, and that mental block, you can see it from the.
Well, I don't know about that right now.
No, not now, but in the past, right?
Yeah,
And another thing,
Right now,
we
English
had a
teams
good team.
are the best.
and another thing, right? Guardiola says in an interview, I think in a documentary, he says something really accurate about the Premier League. That when he came to the Premier League, he realized that a lot of teams, they play with the same intensity, which is high. They never put the intensity low, high, low, high. They always keep the same intensity. So it's quite predictable. If you play always high intensity, it's predictable. You wait and but if you go low, high, you become more unpredictable. And so it's harder for the opposition to actually understand what you're doing. Italy was doing the same. They were going low, high. That's why the press of England was disorganized, because they didn't know what to do. They were like, okay, if I go and press Verratti is going to kill and slow down the game. So I'm waiting or I'm pressing. What I'm doing it in this situation. They don't know how to read that. Which Italian players, they know to do that, because Serie A, most of the game, the game goes high press and slow downs. It goes high press and slow downs. So it's always changing, evolving during the game.
At the same time, let's not say that the Italians are the best at that, because we're not. Okay, the Spanish are better. The Portuguese play great football too. Germany has their way of playing, which is the most effective.
It's just different. It's not like one's better than. Yeah. It's not that one's better than the other. It's just different, different styles.
We shouldn't get caught up. Sorry, Antonio. We shouldn't do the same mistake that, let's say, England does and think that we are the best. We should never do that. We should never do that.
But Italy's never done that.
And that's the way it should be. We are not the best. They, the ones that play, they are disciplined, and there's a lot of the culture works, the approach works. But to say that, we are the best of this and that, I don't like that. That's not something we should be doing.
Guys, there's one more thing about Southgate that I wanted to ask that's pretty big that we haven't talked about. And I know we disagree about how he managed it during the game, but what do you guys think of the penalties and the substitutions? Because everyone was criticizing him for that.
Terrible mistake.
Because it's kind of hard to ignore that and not say that he messed up in the final. If you,
I really don't care. I really don't care, because all we hear from England is that from top to bottom, they're the best. I don't care if it's an 84-year-old person taking that penalty kick. If all I ever hear in the media is how this player is just better than everyone on Italy, hey, I don't care. That's not ain't my problem. Hey, that's just the way it is. If you're gonna be that arrogant and throw all that crap out every single day for the world to hear, you better produce. And Donnarumma was only 22.
You are right, Nathan. This has been the problem ever since I've been following football. And I don't know if it's the players, it's the media, and then the media goes down to the culture. But it's this. It's like, we are, blah, blah, blah. We are this and we're that. Like, you guys are just setting yourselves up for the banter. You guys are putting too much
But
pressure on yourselves. And
that
then
is the
when you-
media, to be fair. That is the media, because the
Yeah, that's their
players
problem.
and who is managing the team, the national team, or who is playing for the national team. Actually, they actually respect a lot the other players, and they actually fear the other national teams, especially the old school supporters. I know a lot of them that actually used to follow the Serie A in the 90s and early 2000s. They really respect the other national teams, that they really fear. The
Okay,
medias, they
There's
just go
one.
full.
Yeah, I agree with Liar. There's one group of British, like the British media, that gets me the most upset, and it's like the pundits. It's the former players. They get
Yeah.
me like there's like Gary Neville gets on my nerves.
They're horrible.
Like those players,
They're horrible to listen to.
it's like I see YouTube videos coming up about them talking about why the Premier League is like so superior. Why, like, because after this year they saw Manchester City and Chelsea in the final, and they were like going crazy saying that like this is good, England is the best league. When it's just crazy. These are the same people that were like, blindly just accusing the Super League of being like the worst thing ever, just because and without acknowledging that UEFA was wrong in like their approach, and also the ones that they just misinterpreted the whole situation with how it was. They said that it was a fully closed league when it wasn't, and I don't know. They just get on my nerves because they always provide that same perspective, and they never try to like understand that the world is bigger than England. You know what I mean? It's just so it just gets on my nerves when I watch them.
and they're just giving their opponents more to fight for. Right? They're just giving their opponents even more motivation. Like, one of Italy's thing is that they stay quiet. They don't, we are shit. Yeah, we're definitely going to get out of the quarterfinals. Yeah, 100%, and they keep it that way. A lot of these teams, even Spain, Spain plays the best football in the world. I don't give a fuck what you say. Spain plays the best football in the world. They always have played the best football in the world, and that's the way it is. You don't hear fucking the Spanish telling the world that they're the best and they're this and they're that. You have to stay humble, my man.
Sorry, I just want to interrupt real quick, but Luis Enrique is the perfect example of that. Did you see his interview like before and after the Italy game? He was like, Spain was the best team that Italy's played, and it was people said that Spain dominated. They dominated possession and they played very well. I think that both teams had chances. Spain aren't that clinical, but it was a pretty even game. Spain might have played a bit better, but anyways, regardless of that, Luis Enrique showed the most respect out of any coach at Italy played. And that's what I respect. That's like, I respect Spain so much more because even though let's say we went to penalty kicks against both England and Spain, and England had, let's say, better quality players all around, but I still respect Spain so much more for the way that they like their attitude and their like approach to the game.
They have a great culture of understanding that you lose games and it hurts when you lose. So telling the world that you're the best before a ball is kicked is not a good idea. It's not a good idea. This has been the problem with England ever since I've been following football. I swear, every single time. And you guys are right. It's the media. Every single time. Sorry, Nathan. Then you go ahead. Every single time the tournament even starts, England already has the star on their shirt. They're already the best. This guy is worth 700 million. It's like, you guys are setting yourselves up for failure. What are you doing? All right, go ahead.
And it even goes into like club football as well. Before Spain's dominance, Italy was pretty dominant as well. And Italy and Spain, we were dominant for such a long time. Therefore, the bragging rights are there. England has maybe one or two good runs, 2 years in the European Champions League, and it's like they've been doing it for the past 45 years.
Well,
And
to be
you
fair, I mean, sorry, Nathan, but to be fair, Liverpool, Norwich. They were big teams in the 70s and all that.
They have history.
Okay. This is where I disagree. I will disagree with you here. When it comes to club level, guys, I can't criticize the English teams. I just can't. Honestly, I can criticize the Italian teams way more than I can criticize the English teams when it comes to club level. When it comes to national level, a whole different argument. But club level, I don't know if I agree with that. English teams, to me, at club level, are showing the Italians how it's done. Because, I mean, okay, historically, you're right. From a certain perspective. But remember, right now, today, statistically, English teams have more Champions Leagues than Italian teams. Okay, Spanish is number 1, England is number 2, Italy is number 3.
Roy,
I want to say something. This club has been out for 7 years, so that's why. And they did a perfect job to bring it out. They sold it to a scam owner. The UEFA didn't allow us to spend the right money. In Italy, we never managed to go to the top 4, unfortunately. So that's why all Spain and England and blah, 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 they got all these Champions League in those 7 years. This dominance. But AC Milan was able to spend the same amount of money we had in the last 30 years. Normal, not even crazy money, not even the best player, not even Ronaldo and Mbappe, just a good player. We could have managed to get 1 or 2 Champions League.
Yeah, just
simple as that.
Yeah, I agree. I think having Milan back is huge. Another thing that I want to talk about is money, because that's the main reason why England are performing better than Italy. Because look, on one end you have Italy and the Italian infrastructure, which is poor, and then you have England, which is the most successful country for financial infrastructure for football. So that's obviously going to be insane. Like there's some huge differences, and I think the fact, and that combines with having Milan out of the Champions League, having Juventus been so poor, that's just harmed Serie A. But the players that are there have quality. I think I'm excited to see what the future holds, because I think Milan showed that they can still perform well in Europe, and anything can happen in football. We can get surprised this year, and we can go very far. Anything can happen, and that I can't wait to see what happens if a Serie A team and if Milan wins something big in the next few years. So
I hope so. I think they can.
Yeah.
And I want to add something. In these 10 years, when we sold Ibrahimovic and Thiago Silva to PSG, so on the overall picture of Europe, we came out of that, and PSG and Man City get in on that picture, and they spend a lot of money. They got the best managers, and still they didn't win the Champions League. Now we are back, and we're gonna spend some money in the future. We're hopefully gonna stay top 4, and we're gonna show them how to win a Champions League. And we're gonna write a book about it and sell it to them so they can actually follow the instructions. Thanks, Ty.
Even though, every time I watched like Juventus and Inter, Atalanta did Italy proud, but Juventus and Inter, every time I watch them in the Champions League, it just pisses me off so much, because it's like, come on, man, look, it's just embarrassing, to be honest.
I agree with you, man. Juventus, the only thing that I was happy about Juventus is that they were the only team that took it seriously, that didn't just, after after the Calciopoli Serie B, but they built again a team, and then they tried to win the Champions League. They got into those 2 finals, lost against Barcelona, Real Madrid. So I respect them for that. I can't respect Milan in those years, because Milan, for the history they have, what the fuck are you guys? You guys are losing against Sassuolo. You guys are losing against fucking Verona. So actually, let's say we are losing against Verona. We're losing against Sassuolo. We're losing against shitty-ass teams with the fucking museum of a trophy cabinet. So fuck Milan for those years. That was embarrassing. Inter, another fucking embarrassing team. At least Juventus was trying to hold the Italian flag up high.
Save me this, Roy.
You know why this happened? This happened because of the ownership. Because Juventus let's compare ownership. So Berlusconi at the end, he had whatever financial problems he had, and he had to eventually sell the team. Juventus has had the same owners and look at the biggest teams, the same owners that aren't going to sell anytime soon. They're going to keep investing money. They're going to keep pumping money in. I don't want to get into financial fair play again because that's going to take a while. But regardless of that, if Milan want to be like one of the giant teams in Europe, like I said before, they need eventually to get an owner who would keep investing money into the team and that would be willing to pay big transfer fees. So for what we can do, like we're doing what we can right now with the money that we can spend on players. And I hope that eventually after we start, if we win the league or if we get successful, we can eventually then either get a new owner or so that Ellie can make a profit and we can just move on and start going into like some glory days where we start winning Champions Leagues again.
Yeah. I think we are on our way. And I want to tell Lucas, no, Lucas, you're wrong. Actually, what I want to tell you, Lucas, is Milan is going to show Juventus how to fucking play this competition.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. If Milan would have taken shit seriously a few years ago, if Berlusconi wouldn't have sold the club to a scammer pretty much, then it would have been a different story. Okay? But Milan, the DNA, the tradition is all there. Lucas, Milan is going to show you how to play in the Champions League.
Yeah.
Roy,
Look at it like again, without looking at our offense, because we already know our offense is 3 players away from being like a real ridiculous team. In terms of the defensive half, from CDMs to the back 4, I wouldn't change our players for anyone. Like,
yeah, no, our defense is great. Our CDMs, defenders are great. Chiair, Tomori, Teo Hernandez, Calabria, Kessie, Benacer. That's Champions League right there, guys.
Roy, I gotta ask though. You got a black and white gaming chair, so please explain.
Oh yeah, I realize now, man. Roy,
and I also have a Juventus shirt with Del Piero's signature.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Shows us the room, man. I want to see it better. Maybe you have all your shirts.
All the Juventus shirts on the right.
I have a Juventus shirt signed by Del Piero with a nice little message with my name on it.
Those are all red flags.
No, guys, I respect. Hey, guys, listen.
It's Del Piero though, so that has to be
Listen,
that
guys,
has to be an exception.
Guys, listen. You can be a fan all you want, whatever. You can be a diehard. Doesn't matter. In these past 10 years, Milan was fighting for the 6th place. Okay, what do you want me to say? What do you want me to say?
Can I stop you there? If the Montari goal didn't happen and the financial fair play wasn't introduced by UEFA, I will respect Juventus more. But Montari goal happened in a convenient moment for Juventus. They were really struggling of winning the league. And AC Milan was fine. Top player like Ibrahimovic at that time was having.
I disagree.
Roy, I agree 100% with Liar. I can never respect Juventus after what they did to us. I'm never going to respect a team
that build the success from that point. Never.
Exactly.
Never.
Roy, you saw that. Come on. How do you not
guys, we did not lose. We did not lose that Scudetto because of Montari. That was an excuse.
I don't care about why we lose the Scudetto. I don't care about that.
That was a chicken shit excuse of Galliani.
I'm not using it as an excuse, man.
We lost that Scudetto because we lost we lost stupid games we were never supposed to lose. We tied against teams.
Talk about excuses. I'm not using it as an excuse. He's the only team in the world that is winning a league in that way. I haven't seen Bayern Munich does it.
No one else.
I'm sorry, man. I've seen everything in my life. In 30 years, I've seen everything. Bigger than that, I've never seen it.
It's a combination of both things. It's definitely a combination of both things. For sure, that Juventus game was bullshit, for sure. But we also did lose against stupid teams. It's definitely a combination.
We tied against teams that got
doesn't matter. I can't stand when people
lost
straight up.
I don't care, Roy. I don't care, man.
I've never agreed.
I explained it, Roy. your point of view, it doesn't work because you win that game, you get 3 points more than Juventus, and Juventus are 3 points less than you. First of all, you have the morale, you build on your morale, and you go and win other games, and you win the league. I don't care, man.
I've never agreed more with Liar. I've never agreed more with.
I'm never
You're
going to
so
respect
wrong.
Juventus.
You guys are so wrong. I'm not saying, guys. I'm not saying that we
come
need.
on.
I am not saying we are not. I'm not saying we need to respect Juve more than Milan. I'm not saying that. But that season, Juventus won. Apart from that game, okay, it had that controversial call. Yeah, fine. But
Always
Juventus
in favor of Juventus. Always in favor. These controversial calls, always in favor of Juventus. I haven't seen AC Milan win a league with a controversial event like this.
I'll say this. Whenever Milan gets a controversial call, like a penalty or something, it happens when the game, there's still plenty of time in the game. Whenever Juventus gets a controversial call to go their way, it's in the dying moments of every single game, and that's every single time. First, that's again.
What a
that's
convenient
that's
moment.
every single time.
That's not true.
Boy,
That is true. If you look at it, when Juventus get those types of calls, it is always when they desperately need it. Every time. Milan does not get those.
Excuse me, Nathan. I remember this season celebrating like a madman a goal at the last minute against Udinese because some player decided to fucking play volleyball instead of soccer in the last minute of the
game. Was that controversial? That wasn't controversial.
No.
We're talking I've seen a lot of penalty kicks. I've seen a penalty given to Juventus 2 meters outside the box, man. I've seen that in my life. I thought that was big.
Remember the Calabria penalty?
Roy,
the Calabria penalty?
Liard has the passion that I share of being anti-Juve.
I've seen the scientists
cannot respect the team
with no reason.
You cannot respect this team.
Remember the Calabria penalty?
The history of Serie A changed that day. It shifted completely. AC Milan was investing heavily. Juventus couldn't win a league. And the history of Serie A shifted completely. They won 9 leagues in a row.
Okay,
what convenient!
Look at Juventus last year. Look Juventus last year. Look at the end of the season. Look at the calls that they were getting, especially against Inter Milan.
Yes, especially.
You guys are talking about conspiracy theories.
The Inter Milan game
that
is a
saved
perfect
their
example.
season. They would have not made it to the Champions League, and they would have gone like financially. They would have been in financial turmoil. If they
guys are being crazy, guys.
Roy, look at the Juve versus
all
Inter
media
Milan.
propaganda. Look, honestly, this whole thing about Montari, this is media propaganda because Galliani had no fucking balls. He had no fucking balls.
Did you watch the
game? Not on the media. I've watched every single game.
So was it a goal? Was it a goal?
Okay, but that's not where we lost. We lost because we tied against fucking Benevento. We fucking tied against. We lost against Sampdoria. We lost against. That's what.
Stretch of games in the season, and you tie, or you don't get a result. You have a chance to go 3 points clear of the second place team. You know, I'm gonna check the math and I'll see how that actually would have played out. But
no, you guys are wrong about it. Listen, the reason why Juventus won is because they didn't lose against Benevento. It's because they don't lose against Verona. They don't lose against Chievo. Every fucking year we're here playing against Spezia, and Spezia looks like they're fucking Barcelona. This is one of the big problems that Milan has always had in Serie A. That
that's down to us though.
Points. Right. And you guys say, well, you're a Milan fan, so you should fuck that. I don't give a fuck that.
No,
I'm being honest.
I'll tell you why they don't lose against Benevento. I'll tell you why they don't lose against Benevento. Because they can go to San Siro in front of 90,000 people and disallow that goal. They own the country. They own the league, man. They do what the fuck they want.
Roy, you say yourself, Juventus' owners.
Never happened. It happened, man. Juventus is real, man. It's not a dream.
Juventus' owners dominate Italy financially and on the in all aspects of either in the economy and in football itself. They have some sort of grip on the country. It's pretty obvious. It's been there for years.
Roy, did you watch that Juventus and Inter game at the end of the season?
I saw it. Yeah. It was a controversial call.
You watched the whole game?
I see it. I did, and I mean, what the penalty, the Cuadrado penalty? That's what you're referring to. Right?
Can we do a poll in the chat? If you think
what-
Juventus are cheaters, say.
Well, of course you're going to
yes.
say that.
Put yes. I want to see how many real Milan fans agree.
No, but of course people are going to say that. But that's not reality. That's not the reality. The reality is that Juventus is a great club, same as Inter, same as Milan, and that's it. All the other clubs are shit. And they know how to play on the field. That's the truth.
They know how to play behind the field, outside the field, man. They play pretty well outside the field. I know that for sure, man. I know for sure.
No, you know why I don't like this? Because, well, you can say it's not that I don't like it. It's because we're making excuses for ourselves when we say this shit.
Roy, they've been good, of course. We're not saying that they're not good, but we're saying how can you can't respect the team? Yes, they played good. I'll say they played good. They've played good before. Of course, they're a good team, but I'm not going to respect them at all after what they've done in the past. It's just not going to happen.
Listen, every time we talk about Juventus being cheaters, it's because we're making excuses for our own shortcomings. That's what it's all about. We don't need to be losing against Sassuolo, against Genoa. Every
I don't need excuses, man. I don't need excuses. They win in Italy. I told you, outside the field. In Europe, they cannot win. And we know that Agnelli was trying to be best buddy with the guy of UEFA to try and win it even in Europe. And he didn't win it, man. I'm sorry, man. No. They cannot win it outside Italy. There is a reason why they don't win it outside Italy. If they are so good, if they dominate the Serie A, if they have the best player, they even bought Ronaldo, why they cannot beat Ajax and Porto and Lyon? Why they cannot do that if they are so good?
Is one of the teams that has been in the most champion leagues in the history.
Because they own the country, man. That's the thing. They own the ticket to get in. I'm sorry, man.
This is making excuses for
why don't win it? Okay, win it. Why don't win it? They are so good. Why did they win 25 years?
I don't know why. Because they choke in the finals. That's why they don't win. They choke
because they're not good. That's why.
No. It's because I don't get the same little bullshit calls, man. I'm good, Roy. I was falling asleep. I just come on quickly, yeah. Remember the time he said Roma gives Serie A a bad name in Champions League?
Roma is even worse. Forget about it.
No. It's Juventus. Juventus is actually the team that has given Serie A the bad reputation in the whole world. It's actually
Roy,
it's not Roma.
Roy,
it's not Roma.
Lyon, Ajax. How many teams does Juventus have to lose to? Look at these teams.
Exactly.
Look who they've lost to in the Champions League.
Exactly.
Now that Ajax team was good. Hey, that Ajax team was stupid good. So
of course. In fact, Juventus went and bought their best player, De Ligt, the year right after that. There you go. That's what they do, and they still lose. Get out of here.
Juventus are so good, why don't they win in the Champions League? It's that simple.
Listen. I will never say that Milan. I'll always say that Milan is a better team than Juve and all the other Italian teams when it comes to when it comes to European football, because that is the fact. Okay, but what is also the fact is that when we play in Italy and when we're fucking complaining because we can't make the fourth spot, it's not because Juventus is cheating. It's because we can't fucking beat Benevento, Pro Sesto, Pro this and that. That's the fucking truth. Why can't we fucking beat these shit teams, but we can beat Barcelona 4-0 in a Champions League final?
Roy, I wanna listen Paul what he's saying. Before he talks, I wanna explain you exactly what happened in Italy. Juventus this season didn't win against Benevento. They lost. Yeah. And they are so good outside the field that with all the calls and at the end of the season they managed to go top 4. That's Juventus Football Club. That's what they do in Italy. They do what the fuck they want. So I'm sorry,
but I have to agree with that over here. Juventus actually they don't just own the whole country, they own the league as well. Every single referee is paid by Juventus. I don't care. Every single bullshit call always goes to Juventus. I don't care. They shouldn't have made top 4 this season, if you ask me. They got lucky. They got very lucky. Go look at the amount of bullshit calls that they get. Yeah, Roy, they get lucky. They get lucky, man.
I think look at the calls that
we got, Roy. Look at the calls that we got. How many of our penalty decisions were
exactly
BS? Maybe 2. Maybe
And it's
They
funny
wouldn't-
because the Juventus fans and the other
I just
fans
don't
will
think
said that we were getting too many penalties this year. They have the nerve to say that about us.
and that's fine.
after
I
all
don't
the
care if we
years.
get 1,000 penalties in one game, as long as they are legitimate penalties. I don't care. But I literally counted.
Simple.
We only had 2 penalties that were clearly the referee paying us back, like in that Roma game. That was clearly just to make things even. We've had two penalties. The rest of them were legitimate penalties. That Stone Cold cannot be complained about. But Juventus, every time Juventus gets something, it's always controversial. It's always controversial.
It's always a topic.
Announcers say,
Always a topic.
you hear the
Agreed.
pundits after every game. The pundits
Agreed.
say due to
Agreed.
a controversial situation. They don't
It's the
say that from
Interi. The pundits are either Milanisti or Interisti. That's why they say this.
No, Roy.
No,
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 Roy.
no.
Come on, Roy. Nah, you can't say that, Roy. Come on.
It's the only club in Italy that has a newspaper, man. Tutto Sport is owned by Juventus.
It's
Are you
owned by
serious?
yeah.
Actually,
Yep.
Cairo,
Yep.
Cairo,
Probably
Cairo
knew that
does
owns
own
the
one. Cairo owns one. Urbano Cairo owns one. Don't forget.
But it has no relevant
Exactly.
No, club. No one cares about Torino. But Juventus owns a newspaper. They can write Çalhanoğlu already signed for Juventus one day before AC Milan is playing against Juventus, man. When I'm telling you, they play more outside the field than in the field. Because if they play in the field, they can win more Champions League, man. With what they spend and the player they had in their history. But clearly they cannot do that.
Can you imagine if AC Milan had the same? If let's say we swap the roles for Milan and Juventus, Milan would have like 13 Champions Leagues by now because we know how to win it. Juventus get all these bullshit calls to get them into first place or just into the top 4 in general.
That's
and
why
every year they're garbage every year.
Why
I agree with Nathan. I think that's something we need to
start
start doing. We need to start like everything that Juventus does right now. I think we need to start doing that in terms of making our voices heard because we get so many like polls against us that don't even make sense. Honestly, we might need to actually honestly just buy like a newspaper or something and start voicing our opinions and saying something because
do you see Bonucci and like the whole Juventus bench at every single game? Like they can somehow they know like they see better than the refs themselves on the sideline. They talk to the refs after when Diaz scored against them. Bonucci was down the sideline. It touched his arm. It touched his like. They just the way that they manipulate and they always like expect. No, but Roy, come on. You hear it more from them than like you hear it from their sidelines every time when you play them from any other team.
But all teams do that.
It's the same high pitch.
No, it's different for Juventus, bro. It's different for Juventus. They're always talking.
Roy, I have a question. No, Ibra would not do it the way would not complain like a little girl. I'm sorry.
This is what I saw. Okay. In these last 10 years, I saw a team that got relegated to the Serie B for bullshit, basically, and then
for cheating, right? Right.
That's what we're talking, man.
Bro, what are you talking about? You think that was BS?
That was all.
They got relegated for cheating.
Roy, what team do you support, man? I'm disappointed. I'm so disappointed right now, Roy.
Bro, we're losing subscribers here, man.
Vergogna, Roy. Vergogna.
You guys have to listen to me. Juventus went to Serie B. Serie B, guys. They didn't go 7th place. They went to Serie B.
But with the same players.
They went from Serie B, they came back 2 years, 3 years, won the Scudetto, then got into finals of the Champions League. We never went. Hold on, let me talk. We never went to Serie B. In these fucking 10 years, we have been a disgrace.
Roy, I want to talk now.
I can't believe you're putting your.
No. I want to talk now.
What is Roy doing, yo? What is Roy doing?
I want to talk now.
Roy, take that hat off. You're not a Milan fan.
No.
I am so disappointed right now.
I can't believe Roy is. Hold on, Larry, just one more thing. Roy is putting Juventus up on this pedestal for cheating and getting relegated.
No.
And he's
everything the girl hates. Every single team.
He's not saying it right. Juventus went in Serie B in 2007, and they won the league 12 years after, cheating at San Siro. Yes, man.
after. It wasn't
Yes,
12.
because before Inter and AC Milan was winning the league, they came 12 years after. After 12 years cheating, they won the league. After 12 years, without cheating, they would have waited another 10 years.
Wait. Hold on. After Juve got relegated to the Serie B, you said it took them 12 years to win the Serie A? I don't think so. I think that's right.
Yes.
It's not 12. That's impossible. Because that is 2000. They got relegated in 2007, meaning that 12 years is.
Yeah,
what,
it wasn't 12
2000?
years. It wasn't 12 years.
Okay. It was
But it was a
the
long
one
time.
that brought the Scudetto back to them.
Say what?
It was Conte that brought the Scudetto back to them.
Yes, that happened.
And
When
the
happened that? That happened in 2011.
Yeah, the Calciopoli happened in the years
3 years.
2004, 2005, and 2005, 2006, because there was evidence from both of those seasons of them messing with the referees. And those seasons, Roy, okay.
And they won the league.
I don't have a problem with you respecting Juventus, but there's evidence of them paying off the referees, and you're saying that that's BS? You're saying that the evidence?
Hey guys, you think Milan was doing the same shit because they were implicated in the same thing?
No, because Milan actually wins in Europe. We don't need to pay to win. That's the difference. That's why Juventus doesn't win in Europe. Because Juventus can control Italy and not Europe. There's a difference.
Guys, Milan got implicated in the same,
And look,
in the same way.
you have to remember one thing too. Juventus, they're saying, Juventus kept the same owners, and they didn't have problems still spending money. After 2007, we still couldn't spend money. So if we had an owner, at least like Juventus, where they can just keep getting money no matter what happens, our situation would be different. And 2007, that's when they started saying, okay, we need to start making cuts. Because realistically, after 2005, we should have been reinvesting. And then especially after 2007, we were not doing what we were supposed to do. We couldn't spend money at all.
How can you compare? Okay. You can't compare Milan and Juventus recently when Juventus can afford to pay their star players like Ronaldo $30 million a year, and Milan are playing on a much smaller. Why?
I'm telling you, you know why they can do that? Because they've been winning. That's why.
Because they have the same
owners.
They have the same owners that are involved with all of these scandals, and they keep allowing them to. They keep pumping money into the organization.
Boy, I can't believe you're defending cheating. I don't understand. I actually didn't get it.
Listen to this. It took them 7 years, okay? In that 7 years. Hold on. In that 7 years, they were trying. They're trying different coaches, different solutions. They found the formula, and they started winning. They win every year.
The Montari goal was the formula, Was the Montari goal the formula?
Okay,
the Juventus formula is always that one. Come back and win it. The Juventus formula is always that one.
This is an excuse. You get to 2 Champions League.
That's not my excuse. It's their excuse.
You can afford to do that. You can afford to get Ronaldo. If you win the Scudetto for 9 years in a row, you get into 2 Champions Leagues, you can afford to get Ronaldo. We are fucking losing against Benevento, against fucking Salernitana. We're fucking losing against Verona, Chievo, Sassuolo comes to Milano and fucking scores 4 goals on us. Like, what the fuck, guys? From being one of the best teams in the world, we play 10 years where we can't fucking beat Serie B teams. What the fuck do you want me to do?
Roy, I mean, of course Milan has been bad for the past however many years, but you can't compare them to Juventus, and you can't lift Juventus up for and you can't try to ignore what they've done. Like, you're just blatantly ignoring the fact that they've cheated in the past. Milan has its own problems financially, of course, and because and ownerships, and Juventus, of course, they had good teams, but still, they're not like some giant team compared to Milan, and they're not this amazing team that's always honest and should be respected by everyone. I don't see that.
No, you know what it is? I think that my ceiling is very high. That's what it is. Like maybe I got spoiled because I got into Milan when we were Sacchi, we were that, and then after that we went from UEA Then after we went to Kaká, and then all of a sudden we become shit. A lot of the fans here, I don't mean this with disrespect, started following Milan maybe 10 years ago, 15 years ago. Guys, for the most of my life, Milan has always been one of the best teams in the world. Okay? So for me, seeing Milan being a shit team does not fucking bring me any happiness. If I see Juventus that is winning, is doing well in the Champions League, I give them the respect they deserve. Okay?
No. That's
I can't agree with that. I'm sorry, man. I can't agree with that. Too many bullshit
I don't
calls,
agree with that.
too much cheating. I just can't buy into that, Roy. You can't defend cheating, Roy. That's the thing. You just can't do it. I don't. What team do you actually support, man? That's my thing. Because at this point, yeah, you've confused me this night. I can't lie.
Roy, obviously, I was alive, and when I watched when we won the Champions League with Kaká and a bit before that. So I'm not as old as you, obviously, but of course I agree. Milan have had horrible years, but they've also had reasons for that because a team and its owners are important to a team, and when you have all these financial instability problems and changing owners, that's probably why. But so that's one argument. Of course, I wish Milan would be better and perform better, but that's different from then holding up Juventus on comparing them.
This is tribal. You guys this is tribalism. Just you want to talk shit about Juventus because they're the other tribe. That's what this is.
Man, I don't want to.
No, I want to talk shit about Juventus because they cheat a lot and they get too many bullshit calls.
And they fail in Europe. And Roy, you can so you said that you respected Juventus because they got far in the Champions League these past years with their money and their owners.
Let me say, sorry, Antonio, and I'll let you continue. The only reason why I respect Juventus is because in these last 10 years, they're the only Italian team that held the Italian flag high. All the other teams fucking embarrassed me. They all embarrassed me, including Milan.
The only good thing that Juventus really did was make the Champions League final that 1 year against.
They tried.
By getting far in Europe, of course, they were the best team. Like in recent history, that is true. But I still can't respect them after what they've done. It's just like I can admit that they're
the Bundesliga. Roy, they tried to make the Serie A Bundesliga and then Bayern Munich. They didn't manage to do that because Inter and AC Milan is not done yet. It's not done yet. They tried. This is going to hurt. This is going to hurt to say. I respect Inter more than Juventus.
This is so not true.
I have to say that, to be honest.
This is
not. And I'm not saying Inter's better than. I'm not saying because of recent. I'm not saying that we've played better than Juventus. Juventus have been the better team recently, of course. But just as a club and what they've done, their history overall, and their owners and what has happened, and the integrity of the game. I just respect. I respect other clubs more than Juventus. To
be honest, I put Inter and Juventus into the same hate category because Inter Milan, when they had their how many years of dominance, they won the Champions League once, and that was when every single team in Italy was weak. Not just a couple teams, literally every single team. And Juventus was even in Italy for a few of those years, and they only won the Champions League once. AC Milan, when we got our points deducted, we still came back strong. The problem is we just didn't capitalize on the positive things that we did.
There's a great comment that I just saw about how Juventus have just in the past years have had the money to just take the best players from many other Italian teams. And this is an important point. You look at Dybala, you look at all of these other players. They've gone. Juventus have the money while Inter and Milan were struggling with their finances, and so Juventus simply went and bought the best players. It's not that complicated. That's why they were better. I mean, what is there like? There's not. They just take all the best players.
Are you guys happy with Milan being a team that? Okay, I think now it's changed. and I'm very excited about now. But in these past 10 years, were you guys happy that Milan could not fucking make it in the top four, even if with miracles came from the sky? Did that make you happy?
No,
Roy,
of course not.
No.
Is that Juventus' fault or is it our fault? Are we going to fucking blame ourselves?
Well, Juventus started off the bad trend, but we disagree about that. But
didn't do anything. It's us. We are the ones that lost those games. Juventus had their own fucking thing.
Of course. But Roy, Juventus also have had a hand in the past against those smaller teams that. Look, Milan have played better against better teams historically than the small Serie A teams that give teams a lot of trouble because of the way they play, the way they defend, and they play hard, and they try to just get through the game. And Juventus have in the past had a hand against those small teams.
Antonio,
these are excuses.
Let me tell you something. Can I talk now? Because I was quite silent. I'll tell you something, Roy, because you're saying we shouldn't blame Juventus for our problem and blah, blah, blah. I'm not blaming Juventus. We start all these conversations saying I respect Juventus. I say I'm never going to respect them because their success is based on the failure and putting us down in not a fair way, not in the pitch, but always with referees and stuff like that. But I want to explain you something. After the Montari incident, Moratti and Berlusconi sold their teams 2 years after. They just prepared everything. They dismantled the team. They sold everything, and they sold the team. What it says to me is clearly that Moratti and Berlusconi says, even after Calciopoli, these guys are still doing the same. There is no reason for us to be in the football business because whatever money we put, they always own the referees. They always own the league. They do whatever they want. So you know what? I'm selling the club, and I'm going out this thing because you cannot win the business. Because it's clear that in Italy at that point, Juventus was the only club that actually was able to build a stadium when Berlusconi and Moratti was trying to get the permission to build a stadium. It was clear that Juventus was doing whatever they wanted, or other clubs was trying, and no one is giving that the reason. So they say, you know what? Let me finish. It was clear in Italy that everyone was selling their clubs because there was no gain. Juventus was saying, it was a statement. I'm going to win in Italy. I own this country. I own this league. And I'm going to win nine in a row. And I want to win the Champions League. That was the statement. And if I cannot win it in the pitch, I'm going to make everything to do it.
This is a conspiracy theory.
It's not a conspiracy. Calciopoli happened once. They tried to fight it back. It happened again. They just gave up. Simple as that.
You got to remember, Juventus... We already know. I mean, it's pretty safe to assume that even before Calciopoli, that they were already getting favorable decisions. It just wasn't just the 2 years of evidence. We can already go back to many favorable situations. All those previous times of them winning gave them that foundation that even if they get sent down to Serie C, it's not going to matter because their money situation is still going to be better. Like their fan base didn't decrease just because they dropped down. All that money is still coming in. In fact, I guarantee Serie B got more money just because they can show Juventus on TV. Like it's like Milan. If we would have won the Scudetto 8 times in a row, we wouldn't be in this situation.
Man,
guys,
I'm sorry. You guys are so wrong about it.
Guys, there's a comment here. Let's talk a bit about why we love Milan, right? In comparison, there's a comment here that says hold on, Roy, hold on 1 second. Milan won against the odds. Someone commented. That is why I follow Milan. That is why I don't respect Juve in any way. Listen, do you guys remember the Champions League final against Barcelona coached by Johan Cruyff when Milan won 4-0? They were the favorites. Barcelona were the favorites that game. We showed up in a European final, in the Champions League final, in an even playing field. We went and we won 4-0 with a team that wasn't as good on paper. And we were missing. You should have seen our strikers. Yeah, what's up?
Okay, I remember that game, and I remember the media of that game. Barcelona was treated exactly the same way England is treated before all these. And everybody knew that Milan had the best players because those players were literally They made the Champions League the year before. They made the Champions League a year after. The Italian national team made the finals of the World Cup. That was just media bullshit. That wasn't against the odds. Milan won 4-0 because Milan had the best players in the world.
Okay, Roy. Okay, let me read you some of the players from that Barcelona team at the time.
Yeah, sure.
By the way, Van Basten was injured and Baresi was injured.
Yeah, yep. That's what we were missing. Van
Imagine
Basten.
that. Imagine how good of a team we had.
Exactly. That's why they were the favorite, man. That's why they were the favorite. And we were the underdog. We had the two key players injured, and we won 4-1.
The stupid media said that we were the underdog. We were not the underdog.
You played without Baresi and Van Basten. You are the favorite still.
Oh, absolutely. Milan had the best team in the world back then. And saying that we were the underdog is
team. This is just some players: Pep Guardiola, Ronald Koeman, what's his name? Romario, Sergi, and Stoichkov was a great player.
We kicked these guys' ass. We kicked Guardiola's ass with the national team. We kicked Stoichkov. The only one that kicked our ass was Romario. That's it.
Of course, but I'm just saying, on paper at the time, because of injuries, whatever reason, Milan was not the favorite. It was at least supposed to be a close game, and most people favored Barcelona, coached by Cruyff, and Milan won 4-0 in a European final. Roy, but hold on, I just realized something. We've gotten to the point where you're bringing down Milan's accomplishments to defend.
I'm not bringing it down. You guys are not getting me right. You're not getting me right. This thing about the odds, I remember this because Milan were talking about it too. I've seen it all. Hey, Barcelona, it wasn't true, all right? It wasn't true. If you follow football, I was old enough to follow football. I knew back then that Milan had the superior team. Everybody that followed football knew that. It's the fucking journalists, but I don't know why, for some other fucking reason. They're the ones that say Sancho is worth 100 million. They say that England is the best team that has ever existed. These are the ones. But back then, Milan had the best team, hands down, guys. From 88 to 97, 96, Milan was the top team in the world. Barcelona was nobody back then, guys. Nobody. That's why we beat Real Madrid 5-1 in the Champions League. We beat all the big teams 4, 5, 6-0. And this is why I'm saying
put some respect on Milan.
So now that we're back to where, not fully back to where we want to be,
really
but now that we're, we've evened things, not just in teams in Italy, but I wouldn't be afraid to put our starting lineup against any team. We might lose, but we're not about to get blown out. We keep talking about, the great players that we have. It's now time for Milan to put their money where their mouth is and get players to get us back to where we are.
Yeah,
we need
that's
three.
what I want.
We just need 3 players. Like we don't need to spend, 100 million on one person. We need 3 players that will actually be the starting players. That our starting offense, except for Zlatan on his day, our starting offense should be our bench players. Like realistically, our starting offense should be our bench.
Yeah,
right now, these players they cost so little compared to what they are. We cannot just wait and wait and wait.
Look, I think Milan is in the right direction, but I think a lot of people are misunderstanding me. You guys think I'm going to be fucking happy if Milan can't make the top 4? You think I'm going to say, "Oh my God, great Milan"? No, guys, that's not who I am. I'm only happy if we win. That's it. That's it.
Roy,
and if
I have a news for
less
you.
than winning,
I have a news for you.
what? Pobega is
One
not going.
second. Basically, Juventus is gonna give Cristiano Ronaldo to PSG in exchange of Icardi. So get rid of the salary Cristiano Ronaldo has.
All right.
And I think Giroud is better than Icardi, in my opinion. Still. Still think it's better than Icardi.
I don't like Icardi. I think this is a big mistake we're making.
And that means that Mbappe is not going to renew his contract with PSG. Clearly.
No, Mbappe is done with PSG, but
Exactly.
I mean, I don't really care too much about Mbappe because that's not a player that we can.
Milan didn't have the best players. We didn't have our top players against Barcelona. Dreams. Milan had Savicevic, who was one of the best playmakers in the world. Okay, we had Albertini, who was one of the best registas in the world. We had Tassotti, who was one of the best fullbacks in the world. Who else did we have? We had Massaro, who was one of the best strikers in Europe. Who else did we have? Donadoni. Who am I missing? We had Tesai, who was the best defensive midfielder in the fucking world. What are you talking about?
I just want to translate. I just want to translate to Lucas about the tweet. So basically, Daniele Longo says that Ronaldo is coming back to Juventus for the preseason, and they're going to talk with George Mendes, to make it happen with PSG. So basically, their aim is to make an exchange Icardi Ronaldo, so they can get rid of the Ronaldo heavy salary and get Icardi as a striker, and PSG can actually have a big brand to put on the selling shirts, and so they don't need Mbappe, because clearly Mbappe is not renewing for the. He's gonna leave for free to Real Madrid, or some people say it's Liverpool as well.
Nah, he'll go to Madrid.
Guys, I have to sign off. It's been a crazy live. Thanks for having me again, Roy.
All right, Tyler, thank you, man.
Nothing personal, just a friendly argument, but you know,
yeah, of course.
Yeah, we're having fun. So
I tell you, thank you for the transfer market information. Top-notch stuff as always.
Thank you for having me. Bye, guys.
All right. Cheers.
Grazie, Antonio.
All right, you made up a good point about PSG will not have more T-shirts and sponsors because of Ronaldo. Who do you think Milan can get to kind of start bringing in more sponsors and revenue from T-shirts?
James Rodriguez is one of them. Probably Isco as well, but James is big in South America. It's big in the United States. I think from the South American community or Central American community, he's big. And he has 48 million followers on Instagram, almost 100 millions all around the platforms. So he can actually bring a lot of sponsors on board. So probably AC Milan is waiting for a big name like this to put at the end of the transfer market, to play as a number 10 or whatever. That's the name. But I don't know if it's going to happen. Mbappe, I was saying Liverpool because LeBron James owns part of the club, owns 7% of the Liverpool football club. And there was that partnership, Nike, with Mbappe and LeBron James. They exchanged their Instagram profile. You remember? A few months ago. And because Nike had a great deal with Liverpool in terms of shirts, they want to push the sales of the shirts. So their ideal situation for Nike is to have Mbappe with a Nike club, which is Liverpool, Chelsea, but I don't think Chelsea is going to happen. So I see just Liverpool at the moment. And Liverpool is big in Asia. Or Barcelona, but Barcelona has a lot of debt, so they cannot afford Mbappe. And Messi is a bigger brand than Mbappe, so it's kind of killing themselves. So Nike needs Mbappe to go in a Nike team, but they're never gonna force it. You know what I mean? They're gonna suggest it. They hope Mbappe listen to them, but at the end, Mbappe is free to go wherever he wants. And probably likes to go to Real Madrid, but we still need to know where Real Madrid is going to find the money and if they have the money or something like that. But clearly next season, Real Madrid gets rid of the salary of a lot of big players like Bale, Isco, I think, or maybe not, or other big players. So they're gonna have the money to actually give a salary to Mbappe, but not the money to pay to buy Mbappe. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting next summer. Oh man, this talk about.
Oh
Juventus,
my God! Listen, Mr. Zion Trade. Let's
I
look
lost
at
all
the.
my energy, man. I'm tired.
Sorry. I gotta do this. Oh, I gotta do this.
Are you sure you want to do this, man?
Yes. I'm gonna. We have to do this. Give me 1 second.
It's a good point, Roy. If you think it, we know those players that won the final are big players, but we know that after that happened.
Oh my God, guys! Are you guys ready for this? All right, here we go. Okay, look at that fucking formation. Okay, hold on. I'll make it even bigger. Hold on. And you're telling me this is a formation that is supposed to be scared of anybody? Hold on. Let me make it
Roy, but you need to contextualize, man. For example, listen to me. You're right.
Guys,
These are great players.
At the time,
I
these
agree
were
with
the
you.
best
But
players in
listen,
the world.
okay, you're right about that. But listen to me. If you can choose Van Basten or Massaro, who you choose?
Okay, but Massaro was maybe one of the best Italian footballers, strikers.
He wasn't good enough as Van Basten. He was the second choice.
Van Basten is an elite of elites.
Exactly. That puts you.
Massaro is a second choice at Milan.
But still, it's not good enough. So you are missing Van Basten here. You're playing Boban as a number 10, and you're not playing Gullit. You're missing Gullit. He's a young kid with a lot of talent at that time. Boban is a young kid with a lot of talent and a great perspective. He's not Gullit. You're not playing Gullit.
Guys, these players would have been first-team players in any other team.
Oh, I don't care, man. AC Milan, we are talking about the best players. Baresi is not playing there. He's playing Galli. Galli's not even close to Baresi.
Galli was a great defender. What are you talking about?
Not even close to Baresi. I'm sorry, man.
Yeah. Of course.
If I'm going to play against, imagine Barcelona going to the final against Juventus without Messi, Eto'o, Piqué, and Iniesta. We're talking this, man. Who is the favorite?
No, but this is the thing. But even that Barcelona did not have second.
No way, man.
Choice
no way. The guy in the bench for Iniesta wasn't good as Iniesta.
Laird, this team didn't even need the players you're talking about to win that competition. Okay, that's how good this team was. That's how good this team was.
I'm not saying this team is not good enough because in the pitch they showed that.
Galli was a phenomenal defender. He was great. Maldini, we all know who Maldini was. Tassotti was the national team, the player of the national team. Panucci was a young up and coming one of the defenders that made it into the. Boban was the best Croatian player at the time. Albertini was the best Italian regista. Desailly was the best French defensive midfielder. Donadoni was the best Italian winger. Savicevic was the genio, the way they called him. Massaro was one of the best Italian attackers. This was a crazy good team. Anybody who, again, people who this same you underestimate Italy, you underestimate Milan. This is what happens. We destroy you 4-0. That's what happened. They underestimated this team. These players made the final the year before. They made the final the year before. After that, they were in the World.
See, that's the point. The final the year before was made by Tassotti, Costacurta, Baresi, Maldini, Gullit, Albertini, Desailly, Donadoni, Van Basten, Savicevic. It's another team. I'm sorry, man.
Gullit did not play in '93. He did not play that final. Van Basten shouldn't have played in that final. That was a big mistake because he was injured, and that final. Desailly was on the other side. Desailly was in the other team, So
Exactly.
Tesei was in the
But-
team that won that final. But
Exactly,
all the
it
other
wasn't even
players,
the same team.
they made it into the final. I'm saying this was a great team. If you tell me that this was a shitty team that was supposed to lose against Barcelona, no way. Let's look at Barcelona's 11. Okay, so none of these, aside from Koeman, none of these players became legendary. Guardiola, okay, we all know Guardiola. Amor, Baker, nothing. This guy, nothing. Romario, they only have 4 players: Koeman, Guardiola, Romario, Stoichkov. Look at Milan. All of these players fucking became legends. Maldini, Panucci, Bob, and Albertini, Tesei, Donadoni, Savage, all of these players.
No,
This was media fucking bullshit.
no, man. If you're missing Costa Curta, Baresi, Gullit, and Van Basten, I'm not saying the media is saying bullshit, but there is a reason why the media was saying, okay, AC Milan this time is not gonna make it, because the media think it's simple. The media says AC Milan didn't win the cup the year before with Van Basten, Gullit, Baresi, and Costa Curta in the pitch. How are they gonna win it this season without them? So that's how the media thinks.
Yeah,
Of course,
because
I
they
mean,
don't,
Milan supporters
they don't
are gonna
understand.
think positively.
They don't understand football, guys. They don't. That's why they say this shit. They don't understand. The media likes to. They talk about Papa and Van Basten because those guys pay their bills, you know. Because when you have Van Basten on the fucking front page, you're gonna sell more newspapers, and that's what. And the media's like, oh my god, who's gonna pay for my fucking dinner tonight? You know, because Van Basten is not playing. But on the field, we're talking about champions here, guys. All 11 of these players are champions, campioni, campionissimi. Massaro is the player that started this whole thing. Remember his goal on that famous date is what started Milan's great success. Because if Massaro wouldn't have scored that goal, Milan wouldn't have made it into the Champions League the year before making it into the Champions League. We're talking about special players.
I don't know. One thing, who went to the final the year after?
Milan
And they lost it.
1-0 against Seedorf.
Without Van Basten and without
No,
Gullit.
Van Basten and Gullit were gone at that point. We could have won that final too. We just lost 1-0.
Exactly. So I'm not saying that actually. Listen, but Capello say we were worried. And we were like, oh my God, how are we going to manage this game? Because we don't have Baresi, Costa Curta, Van Basten, and Gullit. But Capello was the manager, and he was worried. And he had to put out a great performance. That's my opinion. We were the underdog in that game, and we did a great game because we are a bigger club than them at that point, with a bigger history and a bigger experience. That's how we won. But in terms of talent, probably we were the underdog.
No, we weren't, man.
It's like a final against Real Madrid, Liverpool, and if Liverpool wins, Liverpool is the underdog. I'm sorry, the final they lost 3-1. Even if it's a great team,
I want everybody to remember something. Barcelona made its name when Messi came in, because before Messi, Barcelona was nothing. Okay, it was a nothing team. They hadn't won anything before Messi. So there wasn't.
Roy,
Yeah,
I wouldn't say that they were nothing. That was more to the fact that everyone had really good teams. Like when Messi showed up. When Messi showed up, that was when guys like Nesta were already about to retire. It's like Barcelona and Real Madrid were only dominant because everyone else was they were in transition and everyone was so poor. But when Milan and the Liverpools and the Manchester United, even Lyon, remember Lyon would knock Real Madrid out every single year. Like all these teams were good, and that's just how it is. To be honest,
Okay, but I mean, we kind of look at Barcelona, right? And we kind of, the reason why Barcelona has this reputation is because of the great things they have done in these last years, right? But before that, guys, I mean, guys, I followed football just as much as I follow it now. Before that, Barcelona was like a Chelsea, right? These
Or
kind
like
of
a
teams.
Juventus with 2 Champions League. Because you're respecting Juventus with 2 Champions League, and you're not saying that Barcelona is good enough like Juventus. 2
Juventus,
Champions League.
actually, Juventus only had one Champions League when this game was played, but
Yeah.
Barcelona was not this super great team that people might think it was, or it wasn't viewed that way. It hadn't achieved what it achieved. We are talking about, this is the Milan that came right after Sacchi. Okay, we're talking about a Milan here that had dominated football for 5 years. Okay, Barcelona. Who the fuck is Barcelona, guys? I've been in '94.
No, Roy, I was saying, when you say Barcelona started to become a name after with Messi. Before Messi,
Yeah.
Barcelona won 2 Champions League. So it was a name already.
But it wasn't the same name that we look at it today. Okay, it wasn't. It just wasn't. It was a great team, yes.
For me, it's the same
wasn't-
name.
It was, but it did not have the same impact it had on football. Not even close, guys. Come on. This Barcelona here was.
So I pulled up, because we were talking about, you're saying Barcelona wasn't that good, but they really were. I'm looking here, and since 2007, after Milan, you had Manchester, Barca, Inter, Barca, Chelsea, Bayern, Real Madrid, Barcelona. Like,
Second,
the teams were good. Like, the teams were good.
Yeah, I'm not saying they weren't good. I'm not saying they weren't good. I'm just saying they didn't. Sorry, Nathan. Go ahead.
No, I'll say you can go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not saying they weren't good. I'm just saying they didn't have that same. The Barcelona of '94 did not have the same reputation of the Barcelona of today. Okay.
Because if you put the Barcelona of today back in those days, they still wouldn't have that reputation. Do you remember how long it took Messi? This is prime Barcelona when they were crushing people. Do you remember how long it took Messi to score against Nesta? Like, I remember Nesta putting him in his back pocket every time. Remember, this is when Milan were playing Barca in the group stage every year. And that was against Nesta, who was like in his mid-30s. Imagine put Messi against prime Milan. No way, man. These guys play against defenders who can't defend.
I agree with you, man. I definitely agree with you on that. I'm just saying going back to 94, that Barcelona did not have the reputation that it has today. And I'm not saying that Messi is the reason why, because yes, Zion, it is true, Rijkaard is the one that started this whole tradition. And then Guardiola took over. So that was with Ronaldinho, etc. But in 94, Barcelona was not this great team that people are talking about. Okay.
Well, I'll be honest with you, Roy. Barcelona won a Champions League final against Sampdoria a few years before.
Yes, they won against Sampdoria in 1990, right?
So basically, they built a team that we can compare them of our period of football we are living right now. We can compare them to the Chelsea of Abramovich. When he came, he bought the club, he invested a lot of money. So imagine you going to the final against Chelsea, and Chelsea has all the top team, every big players they can have now, and on the other side you're missing your 4 key players, and you still win the final, and you're telling me no, we should have won it. No, we did a great job against Barcelona because Barcelona was a good team at that time. And we managed to have a great performance. It's not such a sure thing that a young kid like Boban can do a great performance in the final.
I have never said we didn't do a great job. I'm not saying we that was an easy game either. But you're saying, okay, yeah, Barcelona was the Chelsea of the day, right? But Milan was the fucking guys. Milan did what? between 89 and 95, Milan only missed 2 Champions League finals. We're talking about a whole different level, guys. Milan was. This is why I feel like I'm spoiled, because going from that Milan to this Milan of the last 10, of course I'm angry, guys. What the fuck? I like gold. I like to see us at the top of that podium. I don't like to see us fucking lose to Benevento every year.
But what I'm saying that was a period of AC Milan that we were not struggling, but we were seeing some, how you can say, some weakness, because slowly we were losing that. Yeah. So the media saw the fact that we lost even 4 key players for that final. So clearly, the media thought, okay, this time these guys are done. They're never gonna win it. Everyone in the world was saying that. I remember that Cruyff says before the final, in that week, says we are going to win the cup, the Champions League Cup, and we're gonna go to Milan and show it to the supporters of AC Milan and go back to Barcelona. And that made upset a lot of players of AC Milan, and we won that final.
Yeah, true. And also, I want to say that's why I think the majority of the world shouldn't be talking about football, because they have no idea what they're talking about.
But it's a bit true that we were the underdog for that final. We've been always the favorite for the previous final in that period. We were always the favorite. But that final, we were the underdog.
Fine. If that's what the newspaper said, then fine. I didn't think that, but whatever.
No, but I'm never going to think that AC Milan is the underdog. I'm always going to think that we can win it. I'm always going to think that. When I go to the final, I'm always going to think. Against Juventus in 2003, we were the underdog. Juventus were winning the Serie A. Pavel Nedved was the biggest player at that time. Everyone was talking about Pavel Nedved. Del Piero was the biggest talent of Italy. We were the underdog at that time.
We were not the underdog.
Yeah, because we finished top 4. We finished 4th the previous year. We were struggling in
Serie A. Milan has never performed great in the Serie A, because we fucking always lose against these shit teams in the Serie A.
But we were the underdog. Everyone was saying that Juventus is going to win easy, because Juventus were a stronger team. It's not like there is always the underdog in a final. For example, the last final, Chelsea was the underdog against Man City.
Yeah, I can agree with that, yes.
But as a football knowledge, of course, it's not the underdog, because they have enough talent to beat Man City in one game. That's fair enough.
Well, no? I wouldn't know that because I wouldn't know that because I don't follow those teams. You knew, and you expertly said that Chelsea was going to win.
Is it one game? Chelsea had enough talent to win one game. You have to win one game. The final is that, basically. Even AC Milan in 2003, one game against Juventus, of course you're going to win it, even if we are the underdog.
I don't think we were the underdog.
So when it comes to us currently now, we're talking about these, the great Milan teams from back in the day. We had better coaches. Can you imagine those teams back then with Pioli?
Pioli was playing at that time.
But not as the coach. So,
Allegri was playing at that time.
So
Ancelotti was playing.
At some point, when is Milan going to decide that, Pioli is just not the person to go with?
Okay. We're going another topic here.
Yeah. Because
that's a good topic. I like that.
We were talking about the past for a good minute. So now let's switch it up and bring it back.
Nathan, I love where we're going, and we are going to go there. I just want to show you guys one thing, and then we'll go to Pioli. All right. So this was the team that played against Juventus. Dida, Costa Curta, Nesta, Maldini, Calazze. Nesta, Maldini, the 2 best central defenders at that time. Gattuso, Pirlo, the 2 best midfielders at the time. Seedorf,
No. I'll stop you here. Pirlo had an awful season with Inter a year before. He was playing as a number 10.
Oh, okay, fine.
Gattuso haven't win at this moment. Gattuso win nothing, 0. He didn't win anything at this moment.
Let me say that again.
Seedorf was a rejection of Inter.
Inter, it was a fucking shit club at that time.
Well, I'm sorry, man. That's how it was at that time.
They're all,
Guys,
they're all,
Real
they're
quick,
all
guys,
idiots.
look at this midfield. How many center defensive mids do you see?
4. No, I see four central backs playing
No,
for AC Milan in
No,
that game.
CDM.
CDM.
Only one, and he's playing on the side, Gattuso.
So why do we play with 2?
But because the 2 we have there with the ball, they are better than Gattuso.
True.
Okay,
true.
so
Okay,
we agree with that,
our
yeah?
2 CDMs right now are better than Gattuso, why do we need to play with 2?
Because they need to run for the way Gattuso was running. Gattuso was running like both of them together.
yeah, Gattuso was a special player.
Gattuso
Yeah,
is like a Kante, but with
The point I'm bringing up is a lot of our passing gets stifled because we don't have enough midfield presence. We play with 2 CDMs, whereas all the other top teams play with 1. The more creativity you sacrifice for defensive stability, the less chances you're going to create when going down the middle.
no, I think Çalhanoğlu was a big problem for us.
No, there's a statistic that shows that we do not play down the middle, and it's regardless of who's as a cam.
But that's the statistic. That statistic is because Kessie and Benacer and Tonali are not good enough, or because our number 10 is not good enough.
Yeah, but even then, like our first thought is to go outside, no matter what.
I think we are good. I think with the player we have, especially with the player there is right now. So,
Yeah,
like
we have to. Right now we have to because
a player like Pirlo, there is not so many. So you cannot. You're lucky you have it, or you cannot go and buy a player like Pirlo or a player like Modric. You cannot and buy because it comes out every 20 years. I don't know. So you need to wait, and if it happens, you play in that situation. If you don't have a player like this, you need to put 2 center midfielder to actually help with the defensive side and with the building up the.
And that's the point I'm coming to.
Yeah.
When are we going to start, getting real players for the attack? Because we saw last year what happened when we didn't improve, because we were fine in camp because we had Akan and we had Diaz. But we all said we need a forward and we need a right wing. And look what happened in the games that we could not score. We got scored on. We didn't have maybe one game that was 0-0, but every game that our offense did not do anything, we got scored on every single time. Because no matter how good that defense is, no matter how good your defense is, if your offense cannot take pressure by putting in chances or pressing the ball, your defense is going to crack no matter how good they are, even if it's one time. So
look, there's no question that Milan needs to up the talent when it comes to the offensive players. There's absolutely no question about that. We need to get fucking players that are special as wingers. We need to get wingers. We need to get we have Ibra, but Ibra is in and out. But that's the kind of players that we need to get or we need to develop in order to become a team like this one here. I mean, there's no denying that.
Right. But we've spent, 60 million, and has anything been done to it's the same attack from last year.
Yeah, they need to do something this year for sure. They definitely need to do. This is they need to get at least a right winger, like someone is saying here, Lucas is saying. We need to get a top right winger, and maybe Leao can break out. I mean,
and that's what I was gonna say. I was able to watch the end of the last session on Friday, and we were talking about Leao. If he does not have a good 6 months to a year, we got to get rid of him. 3 years in a row. 3 years in a row.
Get rid of him, or
you can't loan him. Like loaning's not going to do anything.
No, I think people need to understand. Correct me if I'm wrong, Roy. for example, Gattuso came at AC Milan. At this point, he was like playing for 3 years at AC Milan.
Yes, I believe he came in 2000. Yeah.
So it was like, or in 1999, something like that. So
Yeah.
we wait for Gattuso. Gattuso was not an awful player. He was putting a lot of work, but wasn't good enough to win a Champions League when he came at AC Milan.
Hold on. Hold the phone. Hold the phone. Gattuso, from day one, we saw this guy was a champion. From day one.
I understand what you mean.
And then, of course, he had to develop his game. And Milan had to put in the right players around him.
So when I see AC Milan, when Ancelotti comes, he asked for Nesta as the first signing.
Right.
This AC Milan, the first signing, big signing is Tomori. So it's kind of a building the defense first, making sure the defense is solid. So we conceive less. Dida came at that point as well.
I agree. And this is why I'm saying that this Milan kind of reminds me of the Milan of 2000, when they started building a team that then went on and dominated Europe. This is why I'm happy about this Milan, because it reminds me of that Milan. I'm getting those kind of vibes. The 2000 and 2001 vibes. This Milan is giving me those same kind of vibes. So that's why I'm not going in negatively against this Milan. But guys, you will never fucking hear me say a good word about Milan of these last 10 years. Okay?
Talking about Pioli, let's go back to Pioli, man.
Hold on. We didn't finish this. So this is the team, and look at Juventus's team. That's a fucking good team. Jesus Christ.
It is a good team.
This was the favorite team, and they were winning it. Davids was insane. Trezeguet just won the World Cup and the Euros with France. Del Piero was the biggest Italian talent with Totti. Del Piero was coming in for Baggio in the national team. Zambrotta won a World Cup with Gattuso and Pirlo as well. Camoranesi.
But you can't say that
Thuram was a massive player, man. Thuram was a massive player.
But you can't say that Zambrotta won a World Cup, because Nesta, Maldini, and those other guys won the World Cup too.
No, but I'm saying that Zambrotta was bought for a lot of money because he was one of the most, talented wing going forward in that Serie A. I remember he was playing for Bari, and Buffon was bought for 100 million or something like that.
Look, I see why this game ended 0-0, okay? Like, if you look at both these formations, I can see why this ended 0-0. Both these teams are fucking kick-ass.
I just want to say something. I remember Conte was playing and not Tacchinardi.
Well, this is Wikipedia, man.
Because I remember Conte got the post with the head. I remember that.
You can put me in there too.
Maybe he came in. He came in after.
Let me see. Alessandro Berinda. Yeah, you're right. Conte came up at 46 minutes.
46. Oh, he came straight away in the second half. Okay.
Yeah. Marcello Lippi, guys. These guys had Marcello Lippi. Wow. And we had the Ancelotti. I mean, the level of guys, the level back then was so much. This is why I'm pissed off. How can you guys not see why I'm pissed off? Look at Serie A, what it looked like in 2003. Look at what it looks like now. How the fuck don't you guys see why I'm being angry and why I'm being pissed
You're getting old, man. That's why. Sorry.
I wasn't at this final, but you guys have to understand why I'm pissed off, guys. I mean, come on.
And well,
anyway, all right. Anyway, let's move on. We're talking about Pioli.
Yeah, I don't think, in terms of like game management, I don't think he's very good.
Okay. I've criticized him a lot. I thought he made a lot of mistakes this season, but at the end of the day, he did achieve a super objective. He made the second place, which was amazing, and that kind of puts me. It kind of forces me to kind of back off from him a little bit, because he definitely did something incredible this season. overall, I think he is the right coach for this upcoming season. I think he's going to do well again, and I think he's going to do well in the Champions League. I honestly do. Now, is he my ideal coach that I would want? Probably not. But that's how I feel about Pioli.
Yeah, I feel good with Pioli, to be fair. Actually, I saw even the game against Sesto, and I realized that the Primavera player that actually were moving in the pitch the way the first team moves. So that means that Pioli knows how to talk with players and make them understand what he wants from the players. And some average player overperform with Pioli. We know, for example, Rebic is not an incredible player, but he actually performs. We know the situation and the way Kessie and Calabria were playing before Pioli came, or how the level of Selemaker was and what is now. So clearly Pioli is performing these. Imagine if this team was a car, a Formula One car, and Pioli is the pilot driving this car. He's driving in the best way possible. You cannot drive faster than this, in my opinion. Now, if you add him some proper player, my only concern is that when he has a lot of choices, he makes the wrong one. That's my only concern. I saw him made some mistakes when he had all the players available. But on the other side is, can you really blame him? The players he has available are Krunic, Casti, Selemaker, Leao, Çalhanoğlu. There are players there that I'm not still 100% convinced. Let's see with these new players how it's gonna happen.
Yeah, my only concern with Pioli, I think, is his ability to get the best out of the younger players. And also, my second point would be, part of a coach's job is also to attract players and ask, not like if you look at the coaches who come up and finally make a big name for themselves, there's no way that they ask for players like Krunic and Castelleo. Castelleo was already here, but guys like Krunic, there's no way coaches put Krunic or Mite as a attacking mid when you have better options.
Well, yeah.
So
that
we
against
also
Atalanta, right? That was against Atalanta. Against Atalanta, he put Mate as a attacking midfielder, which was a terrible mistake. That was one of the examples that you bring up. That is correct, where you saw Pioli make big mistakes. That deserves criticism. Now, as far as Krunic goes, I'm not. A lot of people like to bash Krunic. I'm not in that camp. Let's put it that way. I dig what Krunic does. I think he's important for the team. I think we need players like that. And I don't really have much criticism against Krunic, to be honest with you.
In 20 years, we're gonna win a Champions League in the next few years, and in 20 years, someone is gonna say Krunic was a great player, man. That team was unbeatable and it was incredible. No, I'm kidding. I think Krunic is cheap and no one wants him, so we have to keep him and do the best out of this. So that's it. It's gonna be a tough 3 years or 2 years, whatever it takes for us to upgrade.
Do you think we should? Well, what would you choose? Promoting a youth player or keep playing Krunic?
Okay, I'll tell you.
A player who has no value to the club, or a player who has all the upward potential?
Well, I don't want to
win the game. I want to win the game. So if Krunic has at least the experience of playing in Serie A, anyway, is going to give me a bit more than the young player from Primavera. That's the thing. When you play against Verona, are you gonna put a player from Primavera, or are you gonna put Krunic? You put Krunic, he scores a free kick.
Right, a beautiful free kick too.
It was a beautiful free kick.
So what are you gonna do? It's really hard. Managing AC Milan is tough.
The thing about Krunic is that he's like a third option kind of player, but he's a good third option kind of player. You know, that's really important to have in a winning team. You need your third options to be good, and also he's a player that can play in different roles depending on the situation. Now, you asked, would I rather have Krunic or a player that comes from? No, I would rather have Pobega, of course.
Oh yeah,
1,000,000%. But having Krunic on the team is like a card in your arsenal that I don't mind having. I honestly don't mind having.
I agree. For squad depth, I agree to, we shouldn't be getting rid of people like that if we don't have to. But I feel like even someone like you said, like Pobega or Maldini or Hage or even I can't remember his name.
Bresciani.
Bresciani, yeah. Like, these guys, every time I see them play, to me, they perform better than what Krunic has displayed. Except for the what he scored a header in Europa, I think, and that free kick. But outside of that, when Krunic comes in, he's losing the ball in front of our own defense.
Like, that was against
man. Every time he comes in, man. Every time Krunic comes in, I'm sorry, 2 moments out of the entire time he comes in is like, I would rather, me personally, I would rather have a Primavera make a mistake like that than a player who's already been playing at the top level and is at the age he's in making that same mistake. Because that tells me that player like Krunic is not going to improve and not make that same mistake.
Listen,
whereas a Primavera player, he'll actually learn from that.
I wanna say something. If Pobega stays to AC Milan, probably next season we can see a lot of games. Pobega in front of the defense as a regista, Benacer mid-right, Kessie mid-left, and Diaz as a 10, and strikers Leao, Ibra, or Rebic Ibra. So I'll play with the 3 midfield and 1 number 10 and 2 strikers, like Ancelotti did in 2003.
4-3-1-2.
Yeah.
So it's there. The options are there. Yeah.
What do you guys think?
Yeah, I like that.
We were linked with him for a little bit. Darmy, he's a young, I think he's a winger. Because Lucas mentioned he wanted to know maybe 2 players that could replace Castillejo. And since we're not going to be spending that much money, I think it's Darmy. I'm not sure how you pronounce his first name, but his last name Darmy.
Where does it
The guy who plays in Denmark, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, but we get linked to a lot of players. At the end, we are interested to a lot of players. Fair enough, I don't think we're gonna buy a lot of young players. With the prospect. I think we always bet on one, and that is the strategy of the club. Going for one super young bet, like Kyle George or Auga the year before, or something like that, that you actually don't pay a lot, and you try to get something out of it. It would be lovely to get rid of Casti for 10 million and Krunic for another 10 million. That would be lovely to have a 20 million to invest on a proper player.
Yeah, because even when we got second place, like Krunic's value is still the same. So
because we write shit on social media, that's why.
I mean, it should have gone up since he won Bosnian Player of the Year. Should be at least 60 million, but I guess not. But
I'm not very familiar with this player. I can't really judge, to be honest with you.
Yeah, it's him. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I've never seen him play. I have seen I mean, oddly, like yes, yeah, I would 100%. I'll go for this player. This player looks like I can be one of the big superstars of the future.
Yeah, we
Is
can't
it,
go.
is it gonna happen? There is any chance?
He wants to stay in. He wants to stay on that team for one more season. That's what he said.
It
And
feels
that's
like
the
he's
right.
gonna stay until his contract run out and comes for free.
Yeah,
That's what it sounds for me.
that's one of those things where I think Milan needs to keep pushing harder. Like a player might play hard just to see how much a team truly wants them. And I feel like if he really feels the love, he could be persuaded.
Yeah, I think he's doing the right thing by staying one more year there because he could come to Milan and then not see the pitch and then just get lost, right? Because that's something that Milan likes to do. Not Milan, a lot of Italian teams like to do. Just these players not given the right chances, and then these players don't have the personality. If I was Amid Ali, I'd do the same thing. Like Hagway. Hagway probably made a mistake coming to Milan. He should have stayed in Norway for a little bit longer. He should probably stay there, sweat a little bit more, be a first team player, important player, earn his keep, and then come to the big teams.
Well, then that's the problem because then we can say that with every young person because every youngster so far has been around 18 years old. So at that point, then Milan have to go out and buy a person who's going to be a starter on the team.
I mean,
ideally, it's a fine balance between what you're trying to achieve. Either you go out and get high-profile youngsters, or you go get a person who's going to walk into the team and be the starter. Like you can't have it both ways.
Yeah, ideally for me, it should be kind of like how Gattuso and Pirlo were brought up. That's how you should do it. You should have some players that you develop and you surround them with big players, kind of like with Vibra, etc. Now, I'm just thinking, Ali, though, he's not 20, he's not 21, 22. He's, what, 18?
Right. No, he's 21.
Oh, he's 21.
Is he?
Oh, so then, yeah. Okay, so then that changes everything. So then I don't know. I would probably make the change. I thought he was a teenager still. Never mind.
I think the fact you have Casti and Krunic in the team, it doesn't help. I mean, they are not sure they're going to get rid of these players, so they cannot put in another player.
Well, it's like you don't have to get rid of them. They don't have to get rid of them. They just need to be third or fourth place. That's all you have to do. Like we can keep them for squad depth because we play so many games, but there's no reason why Adil, Darimi, young players like that come in who are clearly better. Just have them be second choice so that way they can develop properly and not get thrown into the lion's den. But like Roy was saying, you can't bring them in and then not get any game time.
I don't disagree with that at all.
I think the Milan is trying the strategy. I cannot get rid of Casti and Krunic, so what I do, I'll get some loans. So with the loan, I'm not spending money, and I can try to sell the players in January or the next season and actually buy my loan because it performed well. That's the thing. But you buying another player and adding it to Casti and Krunic is just going to make a mess for the manager because at the end you have to manage these people. You have to manage Casti. Let's say Casti is training better than this kid. That's another issue. Or this kid is weak or is not understanding the tactical situation here. Pioli is going to put Casti. And again, we are in the Auge situation.
Yeah.
Well, that comes down to the coach. The coach's job is to get that person ready.
No, the coach's job is to go top 4.
No, but yeah, you get top 4 by getting your players to play the way you need them to play.
At the end, Pioli got top 4 with Casti and Krunic.
If Messi
I
came
think-
to the team as 18, he still wouldn't play because he would play Castelleo.
No,
I agree.
Messi, man.
I agree
Messi
with
would
that.
not.
I agree
He
with
would.
that.
I've seen Messi
He would.
18. I've seen Messi
He-
16.
I agree.
He
Yeah,
puts
in
in
Italy-
Krunic. He puts in
in Italy,
Krunic
that's-
and Mite as a cam
In
instead
Italy,
of
that would
Hage.
happen.
You can play there. Like
No, man, I'm waiting for a player like this.
Nathan, that already happened in Italy. Messi was said, no, this player is no good. He's too small. He's small.
Those are all legends, man.
I'm saying, like
Those
there's
are
no
that
progressive
already
thinking.
happened in Italy, guys.
Nah, he
And
played
how
at
do you-
16. He played for Barcelona, man. I don't know at what age Messi went to do this thing. At 13?
I don't know. It was Verona. Verona said Verona said this player wouldn't amount to anything. That's what they said. The geniuses of Serie A. Ma vaffanculo va.
Easy. Anyway, if Messi is at AC Milan, believe me, Kessie is not playing because I've seen Messi at 16. He's not out there.
But what if Messi couldn't adapt to the way Italians play?
No, it's not that. It's not that. Listen, I've
But you just said
Auge,
that, though.
if Auge is growing with the level he's growing right now, at 25, he's going to be like Krunic.
Yeah, because if you can't get better if you don't play.
But you need to put that more, that thing more to actually
look-
say, oh,
And
I
look,
want to play. And I'll put Auge, not Krunic.
look at the highlights from Hage. And when you look at the highlights and you compare to when he was on Bodo compared to Milan, he's still technically, it's still the same player. It's only like maybe a year difference or so. But look at how much more freedom he expresses himself on that team. And he just,
Okay, let's consider this. I saw Auge against Sesto, no? He had a chance when he shoot the ball to the goal, and it was really a weak shot.
yeah, but everyone has a weak shot. I've seen Zlatan have a weak shot.
I've seen Pobega in the same game having a banger, almost breaking the goal.
Yeah, that's situational though. That's one instance. We also saw Hage put a shot into the upper 90s against us in a game that mattered.
So I want to see more aggressive. I need to see more aggressive.
He can if he's not playing.
I think he can do that. He's just not doing it properly. He's not. I don't think he's in the right environment. He doesn't like probably Milan, or he's not speaking enough Italian. He's not bonding with a group. There is maybe a lot of reason why he's not performing. And
I think that's it. He's not.
if the offer comes 15 million for Auge, AC Milan is going to accept it because they cannot wait another year for Auge.
But that's the problem. You can wait 2 and 3 years for Leao, who has literally produced like next to nothing, and he's done it. His stats are the same as his first year, and we've said what Leao's problem is for 2 years now. So you can wait on a person who has not solved his one problem for 2 years, but you can't wait on a person who already played almost a whole season with one team.
I don't know. I think Leao, in terms of stats, is still good for a young player, in my opinion, in Serie A. Leao has better stats than Scamacca, and still Genoa is asking for Sassuolo is asking for 40 million. So that's the thing. Leao has better stats than a lot of young players that actually are on the, under the radar of a lot of.
Yeah, for sure. Leao, in terms of like his skills and his potential, I'm not downing that he has it all. And we all know when Leao turns it on, he turns it on. But for the majority of the time, it's the same old story every single time. So I'm saying if we can show patience for Leao, and we try Leao in 3 different positions: attacking mid, left wing, and forward. So if we can try him in 3 positions, why is it that we cannot try Hage as an attacking mid?
I don't know.
I think it comes down to the training. I think in training, Leao is a beast in training. I think in the training, he destroys everybody. But when he's on the pitch and the game, as the cameras are on, people are watching, I think he loses some of that So they see that. But I think Hagway in training is probably losing a lot of duels. He's probably doing many mistakes. It has to be that, guys. It can't be anything else. I mean,
it's crazy because when Hage gets on the field, he scores. Like the last game Hage played for us, he literally got us a point from that game, and we literally offered nothing, and he got us a goal. And
that
then
point was important.
Yeah, it was a huge point for us. And then instead of building on that confidence, because as a goal scorer, I'm a goal scorer. I played up playing forward my whole life. As a goal scorer, everything comes down to confidence. If you put in a goal in one game, and then your coach doesn't put you in at all, even when you're winning 7-0 against Torino, come on, man. It destroys your confidence.
100%.
It destroys your confidence. When Hage scored against us, he was in the center of the field. If you remember that game, you remember what he did to Kessie? Kessie, who was our best player still at that time, he walked by Kessie like he wasn't even there.
Well, exactly. That's probably a personality problem. He's not brave enough with AC Milan to actually play his games.
But does the coach show him confidence? Does the coach say after a game, let's say Hage didn't dribble past, he tried to dribble and maybe he messed up. Instead, the coach needs to say, hey, you'll be able to do it again next game. Instead, he benches him.
Because we've been 7 years without a Champions League, we are in such a weak position as a club, as a supporter.
I understand that.
We cannot make a mistake.
But then
the problem of Hage, if Hage comes to AC Milan at the time, Kaká and Seedorf and everyone was there, he grows more because he is calm. He doesn't need to perform. The team is not in his shoulders, so he can be the better player. But he's coming to an AC Milan when actually he's coming in and needs to do something. It's so hard to grow for a young player.
And I understand that. But when you have Krunic, Hakan, Castillejo, and Samu having a combined of like 4 goals, they're producing nothing to actually Salamaker's a little bit different because of his hard work when coming back on defense. But in terms of getting us points, Hage was better at getting us points.
So Nathan, what are you saying? Pioli doesn't know what he's doing? Is that essentially what you're saying?
In terms of allowing players to play with freedom, and I know he doesn't promote the players expressing themselves freely because these players don't even interchange positions. That's how I know. I know it's just stay where you're supposed to stay.
It depends.
It depends, but whenever you watch, my friend my roommate when I was in the Army, I got him into watching football. He never watched it. And he was like, I want to know. He watched whenever I was watching with AC Milan. And he pointed this out without me telling him. He said, like Hage, when he came in, he's like, this guy dribbled like 4 people. How come he's not playing? Remember Hage, when he dribbled past Manolas, one of the best center backs, blew by him. And then he's like, I watched him, and then he doesn't play again. And then they play someone else who literally does 0 the entire game.
I think it's training. I think that's what's happening. It's in the training.
Right. But if you train, you're supposed to play, when you play a game, you train or you play like how you train in practice, right? Or you're supposed to, right? So when you go in practice, right, you're supposed to. So when you go to the actual game and you do not perform what you do in practice, I don't care what you've done in practice because it's not translating to the pitch. If someone who might be second best at practice turns in the results on the field, that's what we care about, right? Is results, right? Do you care about what they do in practice, or do you care if we win? What do you like more, winning or how they play in practice?
I think it's this. It's practice. He doesn't show, and then when it comes to making these decisions, where because in Italy, if you lose, you get shat on. and he doesn't want to take the risk. But I agree with you. And also here, Zion Train says also here that he should play attacking midfield, maybe. And then you have the most knowledgeable Milan fan that the universe has ever created that says that Hagway isn't good enough for Milan. So I don't know. I mean,
I think if this is where I see it, if we're going to keep Pioli, I'm not saying Pioli is bad because, he got us to second place. I might trash talk him all day long, but he got us to second place, so I'm happy with that. But the thing is, if we are going with younger players, you need a coach that knows how to develop them into good players. Pioli is a coach who needs finished players. Hence why we get guys like Zlatan who come in. We got these young players, but we need Zlatan for the mentality and stuff. We need a winner. But if you have young players, you need a guy like Gasperini. You need a guy like Ragnick. You need a guy like Klopp. You need someone who has an actual track record of developing them. Otherwise, we're just going to keep getting these young players like Leao. Leao should be a god at this point, and he has not improved. You need a coach that can develop them.
You can say that Pioli did a decent job with the youngsters, though. No.
No. Pioli did a good job getting us to where we are, but in terms of developing players, really developing. Like Kessie, when Kessie came, he was doing too much. It was just a little bit of a mental tweak in terms of getting where he needs to be. But when he was at Atalanta, we already knew Kessie had all the tools. But when you get a rough diamond, you got to have a coach that can develop that person.
I halfway agree with you because I think Pioli has done.
I don't know if it's Pioli or because there's no time to develop at AC Milan at this moment. There is no time.
Right, and if we have no time, then we have to go out and get those players, get better players. That's what I was saying. That like Milan are trying to have it both ways. Like you got to decide one or the other, and I feel like that's holding us back. Like we're at one end they want young players, at the other end they want more, mature and established players. Just pick one.
Look, I'm going to defend Pioli a little bit here. Okay. I think he did a great job with Salamakers. Salamakers is a youngster, and I think he did very well with him, super well with him. I think he did a very good job with Diaz. He got Diaz to the point where Diaz now was a starter in the last 5 games. He did a very good job with everybody else. So those 2 players he did a good job with. Hagway, I don't know. Honestly, I have no idea. I have no idea what happened with Hagway. Because you're right. He looks like he should be a starter sometimes, right? He scores all these goals. He scored against us a super goal as an attacking midfielder. He's one of the biggest Norwegian prospects. I don't know what the hell is going on. It's hard to say.
I'll tell you something. If Hagway plays 5 games in a row and he doesn't perform, who is going to get fired? Hagway or Pioli?
Yeah, but when a player doesn't perform, then you sub them out. Hakan doesn't perform for 4 years, except for every now and then. And the clearly, we already know what happened with that. I'm saying if you don't give him a chance, if you can play other players out of position, why can't you play a player who's actually played in that position? Do you see how that doesn't make sense? Roy, if you're a striker and an attacking mid, if you don't get to play there, what's going to happen to you?
I'll tell you what happened. You have this situation. You have Hakan that actually performed really well for 5 months. And now Hakan is performing really bad. So now you're Pioli. You have to decide to put Brahim Diaz, which is a talent that actually comes from Real Madrid that actually can do something. Or you can put Hagway and put Hakan in the bench But
And
on the other side, you cannot put Hakan in the bench because he's not going to renew the contract at the end of the season. And the club is telling you, keep the guy happy because we want him. We want to renew the contract of Hakan. So Pioli is between two fires. He's between a young player that is not performing in excellent way. So he's actually, I'm going to put him in the pitch. I have another young player, Brahim Diaz, that has a lot of talent and he's actually performing. And I have Hakan, where actually the management is telling me, keep him happy because I want him to renew at the end of the season. I don't want to lose him for free because we paid a lot of money for him. And he looks actually performed well for 5 months and he's just a bit lost and he's going to come back. It's so hard to make a decision. That's it. And you have to keep your job and bring AC Milan top 4 because it's been 7 years without going top 4. You make the easiest choice. Auge stays in the bench, you keep Hakan in the field, and you actually put Brahim Diaz a bit more. So to see if you can actually give him some confidence and put him as a first choice. It's really difficult to make decisions at AC Milan. That's why Gianpaolo, which he was a great manager for youngster, did a shit job.
Yeah, but for Gianpaolo, his problem was that system was wrong. The players that we had were not meant for that system that he played.
Antonio, why did you go off if you're still here? Come back and talk about Kerkez. Sorry, go ahead.
I'll tell you, for example, another thing, Gianpaolo, what he was doing, he was playing players that actually AC Milan wanted to evaluate and try to sell or whatever to get something out of them. He wasn't making uncomfortable decision to say, you know what? And to be fair, Gianpaolo didn't have Ibra. Ibra helped a lot, Pioli. Ibra completely changed the mentality of a lot of players. But the Pioli is a manager that makes the easiest decision. And sometimes the easiest decision is the right one. Sometimes really playing Çalhanoğlu and Diaz, playing Samu and Krunic, which sounds madness, is the easiest decision because he's a more experienced player. He has more professional game, and he already played in Serie A season, so he's gonna perform and get the result done.
But
even if it looks ugly, it looks ugly. We don't see it.
But how does Krunic get the job done? Do you remember the game, our first game against Inter Milan? Remember when we were only winning 2-1? And we put in Krunic as a cam, and he had that one-on-one chance with the keeper. Now, what if we had an actual player there, for instance, Diaz or Hage, a player who can actually score goals and has a history, especially Hage has a history of scoring goals, why would you put in a player who is not an attacking mid? You are literally wasting people. You're literally wasting your talents who can actually play that position.
But I explaining why. Because he had Krunic from the year before, so he know exactly all the potential of Krunic. Auge came a month before, so he doesn't know the player, so he's never going to risk it. Brahim Diaz came a month before.
He scored in the Europa League before that game. He scored.
It's not the same, and the Europa League and playing against Inter is different.
I know that Krunic is always kind of like the player that we banter a lot, but we're making a mistake underestimating Krunic. Okay, and Krunic is a good player. He's a good player. He'd be a starter in many other teams that maybe are not obviously big teams, but teams that are fighting for that Europa League spot. He'd be a starter for both teams.
But this is the problem. If you want to get these young players, and these young players see who their competition is, and Krunic and Castillejo are your competition, and you are miles better than them, why the hell would you want to, how are you going to learn from them? Like, no, man, there's no way.
You said you're miles better than them. I mean, I don't know if that's true, though. Is he really miles better?
Krunic and Castillejo literally offer zero. Look at their output. All that matters is look at their output. As an attacking mid, we need our attacking mid to be able to give through passes and score goals. right? Control the game with passes and creativity, right?
Also containment. Containment is 70% of the game.
And Krunic can't contain. He can't even contain his own shoelaces. He lost the ball every time. Look at Castellano. Look at Castellano.
Containment is being able to play without the ball. Krunic is decent at that.
Listen, is it Tonali performing better than Casti and Krunic?
Tonali didn't get to play.
No, he played.
Not as much as them. Not as much as them.
But Asar got injured. He played a lot of games. I don't think Tonali is so good. But we are forgiving the guy.
I'm not talking about. I'm talking about the offense. The defensive side is a whole nother story because we have players that Tonali and Bresciani can learn from. That's what I'm saying. If in terms of the attack, Roy is saying that we need to be able to develop them slowly, get them used to it so they can learn. Who are you going to learn from?
No, I mean,
if you get the players now that are game changers, let's say we spend at least 20 to 25 million in the 3 positions we need to, okay, per player. Then we can follow up with those younger players that can actually learn from them. If you're not going to get those players, you need to get those younger players and play them because they're already not going to learn from Krunic or Castellano. You're not going to learn from them.
You have to understand that Krunic and Castellano was an abortion from the previous management. It was a mistake, and we need to fix that mistake. The way to fix that mistake is to sell Auge 15 million and to make a profit and buy another youngster and make a profit with the other youngster. Krunic and Casti contract runs out. We buy a proper youngster. So that's how you fix the problem.
If we're waiting for their contract to run out, why are you wasting time playing them instead of developing players that we have or could have?
Because we don't have money, so we cannot afford to actually tell them, this is the money, just fuck off, get out of Milanello. We cannot afford that.
Guys, Krunic is not a mistake. Why do you say Krunic is a mistake? He's not
because he has no upper potential. He's as good as he's gonna get.
He's the best Bosnian player.
He's as good as he's gonna get. He's not getting any better. He has no resale value. Even after getting second place, he has no resale value.
Maybe.
There's no maybe because there's no one that wants him. He has no resale value. I'm telling you, if you do not play, if you're gonna go get the players, then go get the players. But if you're gonna go get youngsters, then get youngsters and play them. They don't have to be starters because they're young, 18.
Honestly, Nathan, I can't even have an opinion on Hagler. All right, because I've not seen this player play. So maybe you're right, maybe you're wrong. I don't know.
But we have scouts. I see this guy.
I'm just saying. I want to see how we play a whole game. I want to see what he looks like when we don't have the ball, when we do have the ball, etc. Until we see that, it's really hard for me to understand what the situation is with Hagler. I don't know what's going on there. I don't know. I have no idea.
He can play with both feet, right? He can play with both feet.
I don't know.
Because instead of the left wing was going to be hard for Hage to get in because we have Leao and Rebic, right? They're better than Hage at the moment, and we have output on the left wing, right? We have goals coming from the left side, so you don't want to mess up something that's working, right?
Yeah.
So you look at the right side, and you have Salamakers, who, yes, he doesn't score goals, but he is a hard worker. And then you have Castellano, who offers nothing in offense and nothing in defense and no goals. You can try Hage over there too. You can try Leao over there. You can try Rebic over there. We have so many. Yeah. We have players who can play with both feet, and the coach literally will not let them venture beyond their area. That is the height of not being a flexible coach and not understanding the players that you have.
I think
Pioli's not. I'm not going to defend Pioli that much. Okay, so come on, guys. Pioli's not Ancelotti. He's not Sacchi. He's not this and that.
Right.
So if you're telling me he's limited, I'm going to agree with you.
Okay. What about the Milan fans are a bit limited in this case? I'll tell you. So you saw Kessie goals against Sesto, no?
Yeah.
The comment was that is the level of football Kessie should play. We all agree about that.
Yeah, but I don't take in terms of
if Auge does that goal, we shouldn't sell Auge.
Look, I'll tell you the difference. Look at the age. Look at the age difference. Look at the teams that are being played. Castillejo is doing something that we want our young players to do. That goal that he scored against that team, like that's a nobody team.
Yeah, but Auge wasn't able to do that second half.
Hauge's goals that he scored were against Serie A teams.
Well,
not Serie C. Castillejo didn't score.
But that's my point. Pioli put Auge in that period and he scored. That means that Pioli knows that Auge can perform in that exact moment. So he's putting in the pitch. The other days he's not putting in the pitch because he knows he's not ready to perform. He's not going to get what he wants. A lot of games Auge came in against Udinese, he didn't perform. So Pioli knows exactly when Auge is ready to perform and actually get a goal, an assist or something like that.
Yeah,
and when he's not putting in the pitch because he's not ready.
Yeah,
that's what we see just the surface of what's going on.
But you cannot build continuity without playing.
That's the Serie A. You're never going to get continuity for a young player. You need to be really good. You need to be insane.
That's fine. I'm not saying Hauge should start, but there's no reason why. There's no reason why Hauge should not be coming in when your bench consists of pretty much nothing. Our bench best players were Diaz and Hauge. Who else is coming from the bench that you will say is a game changer? Who? Tell me who on that bench has come in and has actually scored goals.
Because we don't have a bench, and we are blaming Pioli for that.
So we don't have a bench.
We are blaming Pioli because he's not playing Auge. And Auge is not Messi. People need to understand that.
Our two best bench players are getting less time than Castillejo and Krunic. Our two best game changers are getting less time than those two. Luckily, Diaz was given the time and the continuity of running games to show what he can do. That's consistency.
I want to say something about that. You say Diaz was given the time. I think Diaz earned his time.
Exactly.
I think that's what Hauge has not been able to do. And I'm not defending Hauge or defending Pioli. I just honestly don't know because
and that's fine.
To me. It is strange to me.
Saying the word given probably isn't the right word. I'll backtrack and say Diaz earned it. But when you have a player whose primary asset is to assist and get goals, and he does that whenever he's playing, with the little tiny bits of minutes that he gets, and you don't give him any time, he's not going to develop. He's going to have no confidence.
I agree with you there for sure.
Like that's fine. Like did Hauge not deserve more minutes when he got us the points? When he scored goals? Is that not deserving?
Everybody in the beginning was saying he was a superstar because in the beginning he was kicking ass.
I'm just saying, even if he has a run of bad games, we still have players that would come in and still offer nothing. I would rather have a player like Hauge who has the potential to get us goals than have a player like Samuel and Krunic who have 1% to get us a goal.
But it's just you see, it's not just about scoring goals.
When we're
Right.
losing, it is.
Okay, but in general, it's more than that. It's the way you interpret the 90
Right.
minutes.
Like-
It's how you interpret different moments of the game.
Right.
Each moment has a different way you're supposed to interpret it.
Right.
So
And I
maybe
agree with that.
that's what maybe Pioli is seeing.
I agree with that. If we're winning 2-0 or 2-1, you don't put in offensive players. You put in players who are going to lock that game up. I 100% agree. But when we are either tied or losing, you don't put in players who don't get you goals. You put in players who do get you goals. Plain and simple. If the game is 2-1, that's fine. Put in a player that's going to shut up shop. I have no problem with that. No problem with that. But when we need goals, and one of the players on the bench can actually score goals, come on, man. That's unacceptable. That's unacceptable.
I think
Lucas says. Go ahead.
Yeah, go.
No, I'm just saying. Lucas says Hagway isn't a game changer, but to be fair, again, I'm not going to defend Hagway so much, but he did score big goals.
And he did. Look at the goals that not only that, but let's look at the type of goals that Hagway scored. Were any of his goals simply tap-in goals, or did he dribble past players to score his goals?
Or goals he made for himself, yeah.
Exactly. So if we need a goal, why the hell are you putting Krunic and Castelleo in, who have routinely proven that they don't do that? Routinely. And we know this. We watch all year round. You cannot tell me that is not true. You can't tell me that's not true.
But we've put Auge in a lot of games and he didn't score.
Okay. We also have games where Zlatan doesn't score either. The point is to have players that can score.
We win games with Casti as a starter as well.
Yeah,
So
but what did he contribute to that? But what did he contribute to that? All of our goals come from the left side, which means he contributed nothing.
Listen, I'm living in a world when Gareth Southgate has the best, one of the best generation of English players, and he's not putting in the pitch. He's just playing defensively, and everyone is saying he's doing a great job. I have Pioli that actually in the bench has Auge, Krunic, and Casti, and we want to fire him for that. That is mad. And he went second position with 79 points. And we want to fire him, and we think he's not good as doing his job. That's the world I'm living in this moment.
We also live in the world where we were. And
Inzaghi is a better manager than Pioli. People are saying Inzaghi finished 6th last season. Personally, with a better team than AC Milan. He finished 6th, and everyone is saying that Inzaghi is a better manager than Pioli.
Yeah,
so
but
I don't know these analyses from people where it comes from.
But do you also remember Pioli also has the reputation of being in a very good position in either bottling it or almost bottling it. And we were in first place, 11 plus points ahead of second place. And Inter Milan finished like almost 15 points ahead of us.
Nathan, we have a challenger. I know Saif.
And for Lucas,
Lucas, hey guys, what's up?
Real quick, Lucas wanted me to explain why Hage is a good player. I already have, man. Until you can tell me you watched him before coming to Milan, you're not saying nothing to me. You're not saying nothing to me, man.
Honestly, hey guys, first of all, what's up? I hope you're all doing well.
What's up, Saif? How you doing, my man?
Yeah, I'm doing fine.
Guys,
I just
Saif
heard
is going to challenge Nathan on Pioli. This is going to be fun. Let's do it.
Yeah, I just heard the criticism about Pioli, and I'm like, what the fuck? What do you want more from the guy? Conte kept on crying. He wanted players to win the Scudetto, so he got everything he wanted. Pioli didn't have a backup striker in a season riddled with injuries. We were just second. We were just second with Real Madrid on the most injuries in the season. Our bench is not that great, and we still finished second with 79 points on a Scudetto winning season normally. But Inter were just world class. How he came, he transferred the team, okay, along with Zlatan. He brought the best out of Kessie, which you cannot deny. He brought the best out of many players. We were calling Kessie a donkey before Pioli came. He put him in a system and he brought the best out of him.
Yeah, but I already explained what Kessie's problem was. Kessie was trying to be too much like remember when we had a Boateng on the team? Boateng was a real box-to-box midfielder that would get goals. And Kessie was trying to do that. Instead, when they switched it up and Kessie was just being just doing the basic stuff, just being a ball winner and get the ball to the creative players, he was unstoppable. So that's a minor change. In
So
terms
Pioli
of,
doesn't have.
in
So
terms of
Pioli
forward-
doesn't have any credit on that.
Say that again.
Pioli doesn't have any credit on the transformation of Kessie.
I mean, it's he can get credit, but it's so small. He was doing it at Atalanta. You think we just bought a player from? Go ahead, Roy.
Sorry, I don't want to give Pioli credit for Kessie. I'm not going to get. I somewhat agree with you, Saif, about Pioli. I think he did great, but Kessie, I think all coaches that came to Milan understood that Kessie was a special player. I think I give Gattuso more credit for Kessie, to be honest with you, than Pioli.
No, he was crap under Gattuso too. He was terrible. Many games he doesn't even know how to pass the ball. He was so lost in the field in Gattuso's last season. So please, let's have that right.
I remember him that his touch wasn't great. His touch was always too long. The ball would come to his foot, and then his touch would send the ball 2 feet away from him, and then he'd chase the ball. Yeah, technically he had to grow, but there was something about him that made him special no matter what.
Kessie is not a diamond in the rough. That's why. Hage is a rough diamond. And Pioli has shown that he is not capable of taking coal and producing a diamond.
Ooh.
And then you brought up we didn't have a backup center forward. Do you think if Liverpool was in the same forward situation in terms of forwards, okay, do you think Klopp would have allowed the management to bring in fucking Mandzukic who hadn't played in almost a year?
Bro, what the bro, no.
As a coach, you know the team better than anyone, better than the management. Yes or no?
Bro, I'm not even gonna. I'm not, no, it's not a yes. It's not a yes because
really
there's
the
a
coach
difference.
doesn't know the team better.
No, listen to me.
The
There's a
coach
difference
does not
between
know the
a
team
team.
better.
There is a difference between a team that has money, that's Premier League, than a team that is willing to take Mandzukic on a free because we were broke. We didn't spend any money in January.
And
we
I
didn't have any
understand that.
other choice.
I understand that. Now, Roy, remember we were talking about Milan is getting loans, and then if they're good, we buy them, right? Yeah, we said that. So you're trying to tell me, out of the world of forwards, Mandzukic is the one that we go and loan? We could have gone. We could have tried loaning Tammy Abraham from Chelsea, who had the same goals as Werner, who was not even playing.
We should have just kept Colombo. Even
Colombo would have been. We could have loaned him. Even we loaned the coach. The coach. I'm not gonna say the coach has all the say in transfers, but a real coach will not allow that to happen. Plain and simple.
Listen, anybody.
Well, just to say, a real coach just finished second with 79 points without a striker half of the season. That's my first point. My second point, do you honestly think that he's that clueless? He's the manager of Milan. He just finished second, 79 points. Do you think that his first choice was Mandzukic? Surely things were happening behind the scenes. Surely he tried contacting Abraham. He tried contacting many strikers, even Jovic.
I don't believe that.
I'm sure. No, I believe that because
there's no way. There's no way.
No, are you backstage with Milan?
You cannot tell me. You cannot tell me that a player who has not played in 10 months will do better than a player who's been consistently playing.
And
We
Pioli
just
doesn't know
talked about
that.
consistency. We literally just talked about consistency. If a forward does not have consistent goals in game time, they are not going to score. I'm telling you from
What's-
first-hand experience.
Yes.
Mandzukic was better than nothing.
Yes.
He
Mandzukic
didn't have many.
he had no goals. What do you mean?
Well,
He was better
Mandzukic
than
was-
nothing at the time.
Bro,
Come on, man.
there were more options than that, bro.
Guys,
Tell me,
you know
bro,
what?
I agree.
Listen,
Guys.
tell me what the options were. Tell me what the options were.
Bro, there's a plethora of options out there. Players who
Tell me
who
in,
have been
in
playing.
January. Tell me in January who the options were.
Bro, do you not remember the people we were even linked with?
Tell me who.
Okay,
Guys,
I'm gonna give you one. Brian Brobe from Ajax. We were linked with him. We were just linked with him, and we made no real push. Have you watched Brobe play?
No, I just know him from. No, you're talking about striker who just.
Yeah,
who
I'm
just
talking about a
came-
striker.
came-
Brian
came-
Brobe. Have you watched him play?
No, that's what I'm
Okay,
saying. He
I
came,
have
no,
watched him
he,
play.
he,
I
he,
watched
came,
him
he came
play.
he came to the scene only one season. Do you think he was ready for Serie A? Do you think he had experience? You would have betted on him?
Would I have betted on Brian Brobe, a player on
Yeah.
Ajax? Every Ajax player has ball skills.
To be the
Would
backup
I
of
bet?
Ibrahimovic?
Would I bet Brian Brobe? If you look up his stats, speed,
Mm.
power, skill, and can score goals and can jump. Now imagine him coming into the team and learning from an ex-Ajax player like Zlatan. Tell me what's better.
No, at the time, okay, Mandzukic turned out to be a terrible signing, but at the time we were all
It's a
saying
stupid
experience.
signing.
Let
Only
me
a
continue,
moron
man.
would get
Listen.
Mandzukic.
No, okay, you say that, but most of the Milan fans in January were saying
No.
the experience. He played
No.
in the Serie A.
No,
He
there was
scored in
not
the
a single
Champions
Milan,
League final.
not a single Milan fan in this world that said we should get Mandzukic.
Well, bro, no. Many Milan fans, even on Instagram, even on many sites, said the same thing as me. So I'm not making
lot
shit
of
up.
people heard
Guys,
that.
we just make sure this does not escalate like before.
Oh yeah,
No,
let's
it's
keep
fine,
it.
No
a bit-
arguments.
I mean,
No, it's okay. It's okay. I don't care if
Mandzukic was a
if
gamble, so
Listen,
No,
when-
at
when-
the end of the day, we all care about AC Milan. So that's like it doesn't really matter what happened.
I lost something. We are talking about Mandzukic. What happened here?
we're
was
just
saying-
talking about potential options in
guys,
January.
when we
for
did the
striker.
podcast on Mandzukic and we gave him a rating, I gave him a 5 out of 5 because I knew that this was a big risk. Players that don't play for a full year, and it's not comparable to Cavani, Kangu, because Mandzukic went to Qatar, okay, in a league that is much is not comparable to the leagues in Europe, and he couldn't play there. Of course, this guy comes to Milan and he can't fucking play. It was a stupid signing. Yeah, I agree with that.
Roy.
Yeah.
I came back on because I mean I was allowed to come back on, I was back home, but also because I saw Lucas commenting something about a player that
Just spreading fake news.
No, it's not fake news. It is real, but it's just a few weeks old. But I forgot to tell you guys about this player because not much has happened like in this past week. But he's a forward. He can play right winger. He can play striker. He plays for Copenhagen. He's Denmark U21 team in the Euros this year. Yeah, I've been watching him. He looks to be like a really interesting player. He's fast. He uses both feet to an extent. Like he can use. I think he's right.
So you would agree that's a player that Milan could use.
Yeah, and it's also very feasible because it's cheap and also they're interested in him.
So why are we waiting?
Because we don't want to like fill up the team. So VT the source that came from said that we need to sell Hauge before we buy him.
So we need to sell Hage for a player who probably costs like what, 10 million?
Probably less.
Probably
Around
less.
6 million.
So we need to sell one of our best young players because we can't spend 10 million.
No, the thing is, we don't want to fill up our team with. I mean, I don't know. I feel like loaning him out would solve that
with youngsters.
with too
What's
many
the
that
point-
are the same quality.
What's the point of buying Darame if he's in the same kind of boat of Hagway?
Exactly,
Okay.
but because they want to maybe try him and see if he's more of a success. But I'm against that. I wish we could take them both because I'm against that because if Donnarumma doesn't do amazing in his first year, it's going to be another Hauge situation, I think. So
Well,
unless Pioli likes him.
real quick, would you rate Leao's 2 years with us as a success?
For his money for that we bought him, no way.
Okay, so how can we label Hauge as not a success?
By the way, I agree with you about Hauge. I was like, I think that we should keep him or at least loan him out. I remember you brought up the game Bodo Glimt versus Milan a few times, and I watched that game also, for the Europa League. So I definitely agree that I know what he can do, and he's good. I don't know. I would take them both, honestly, but maybe loading one out it would be the smart thing to do. He needs more confidence. He looks destroyed.
The only reason why I'm saying that we need to really give Hauge a chance is because we don't have money to spend like that. Like, we keep saying that we should be going for guys like Berardi and Ziyech, Vlasic.
Yes, Berardi.
But how can we? How can we go for them if we
Sell
have to
sell Hauge and sell it out? Let's get Berardi. Yes.
Roy, the same people that are saying sell Hauge, are like most of them are saying sell Pobega on social media. So I don't know. I feel like we need to keep as many. If there's a player that really you can get a good profit on, like Leao, you can make like 35 million, probably 35 million.
Only if you get someone else that is just like Leao, a promising young talent, then there's no point.
But we have no choice but to go for players like that because Milan is not willing to spend 25 to 30 million. That's why I said you need to decide. Milan is not going to be able to have it both ways.
Guys, so as Saif earlier was we were having that Pioli discussion. I don't think we finished it. So Saif, you were talking about Pioli. You're kind of defending Pioli, while you, Nathan, you're more you're a little bit more skeptical about it, as from what I'm seeing, especially coming with the whole Hauge thing. So let's finish this argument. Saif, keep on going there.
Yeah, I just think it's really unfair to judge Pioli and say, oh, he didn't do well, when he literally finished on points that would normally win you a freaking Scudetto. With half a season, with no striker. Okay, we can talk about Mandzukic, but the matter is we're talking about Pioli here. And okay, he didn't have a striker, he still finished second. He had the brain to make the change with Brahim Diaz in the right time, which transformed our end of the season. So it's really unfair to say. Now he has the players. He's gonna get the signings that he wants. He confirmed Tomori, Diaz. Maybe he's gonna bring another young striker. So can we just talk with not necessarily you, but in general, this Pioli hate train? He's not good enough. He's not. I don't know, because he clearly is.
So you talk about, we went half the season without a forward. We literally brought Zlatan in to bring a winning mentality to our offensive lineup because we already had Romano before Romano's injury. He was fantastic. So he had our defense, the mentality for defending was good. We were just struggling with goals. So we brought Zlatan in to change that mentality, to have the whole team have a winning mentality, not just our defensive side, but the offensive side as well. And we accomplished that. We scored more goals without Zlatan. But he already instilled that mentality. He instilled that winning mentality, not Pioli. Zlatan installed that winning mentality.
Guys, so I'm kind of in between you guys. I think I'm definitely not a Pioli out, and I don't hate Pioli. And for as long as we keep doing well, improving, meeting Champions League, and with the consistency, I'm definitely Pioli in. But at the same time, though, I think that there's situations in the season where there were clear opportunities to give Hauge some minutes, and he didn't give them. Didn't give him any minutes. Nathan brought up the Torino game earlier when we were winning, it was 5-6, 7-0. And he never even thought to sub him in, and he subbed in a bunch of other players. I feel bad, because when you look at his statistics, he scores. It's just simple. I know his overall game he doesn't contribute that much, overall, but his minutes to goal ratio is one of the best in the team. So it's harsh that he didn't get more minutes. That's where I would criticize Pioli, but obviously I'm not saying he did a bad job. At the end of the day, he was successful. That should come first.
He got his second place, and I credit him with that.
Nathan, are you Pioli out?
If Pioli does not do either at least the same, first of all, if we get eliminated from the first round of the Champions League,
I'm saying
right now,
yeah.
If a better option was available, I would say get him out.
All right.
And I'm saying this. So look, I'll put it like this: the first half of the season, we had some injuries and whatnot, but we were still scoring goals, right? The second half of the season comes, we have more players available, and we lose an 11-point lead on second place. So what happens if that second half season form is what we start off with in the beginning? Because our second half of the season was straight trash.
Yeah, it was. As a matter of fact, Eastbourne has a great comment here. Let's not forget that Milan got that Champions League spot on the last match day. It's not that it was so easy when we could have done it 4 or 5 match days early.
Right. We were 11 points. We were 11 points ahead of second place. With the same players.
Then Nathan, let me ask you this: at the start of the season, what were your expectations? What was your goal for the season?
For this season?
For the previous season.
The previous season.
Yeah.
My expectations were
Scudetto?
Least...
No way.
Oh, go ahead.
Scudetto? No way.
No.
You weren't having Scudetto, June. Yeah.
No. My expectations, based on what we had did the final half of the season before that, was to at least get fourth, and that was mainly because I saw teams like Juventus coaching problem, so I knew there was an opportunity there to do what we do.
So you exceeded your expectations.
You guys.
So we clearly overachieved.
I have a question, guys.
I wouldn't say we didn't overachieve, because you got to look at how the other teams were playing.
I have an important question here, because you guys were talking about Jurgen Klopp and how good he is as a manager. We all agree about that, no?
Yeah.
Yeah. Jurgen Klopp managed to go top 4 last game of this season. Should he get fired?
No. Because
Jurgen Klopp has an actual resume.
Well, but before when he came to Liverpool, he didn't have a resume.
Yes, he did.
Well, I mean, he managed to win something after 4 years and at least a lot of money invested.
Did you watch the Dortmund team that he was in charge?
I watched the Dortmund team. He lost the final of Champions League. If you do that with AC Milan, you get fired.
I'm talking about the German league. You can lose a Champions League final. Did you watch Dortmund when they played in the German league?
Yeah, well, they won the German league as well.
No, but did you watch them?
I watched them. They played well.
Okay, so Jurgen,
but they didn't play with Auge. They didn't play with Auge.
Yeah, but he also didn't get established players. He developed those players.
He got good players, man. He got Lewandowski.
Yeah, and he developed Lewandowski into what he is. You think Bayern did that? No.
You think Jurgen Klopp explained to Lewandowski how to play football?
Jurgen Klopp is what made those good Dortmund players. He did. Yes, he did.
He contributed.
He contributed. He built the team around to play them better, but doesn't mean that he explained them how to stop the ball, actually score goals. Pioli didn't explain Kessie how to play football. Kessie knew how to play football. Pioli put him in the position and in a way that he can perform and become the player that he is now.
Also, Nathan, it's not always about having the best coach in the world. Look at Mourinho. He went to Tottenham and he listen to me. And he shit the bed. Pioli brought a sense of unity to the group. He brought a style of play that the team bought into. Unity. The players clearly play for him. We're building a project for him. So I don't understand the amount of,
But
he's not good enough. He's not. He clearly is.
I want to say something. I expected Milan to finish third before the season started. My expectation was Milan. My prediction was Milan was going to finish third. They finished second, so they overachieved. I can't really criticize Pioli that much. Pioli deserves to stay, and I think, yeah, he has limits, but he's doing a great job.
and look, I'm not saying that he didn't do good. Like he got us second place. Okay, my concern is it's how we play. Look, even the games in the first half of the season. We already talked about the penalties, yes, but a lot of those penalties was because teams that we're playing against were very clumsy, uncharacteristically clumsy for the Italian league.
But you don't like his style of play? I think his style of play.
It's ugly. It's very predictable. His style of play is insanely predictable.
So Nathan, it wasn't also because we attacked so much in the attacking third that created many chances.
We definitely attacked and made our chances, but at the end of the day, I expect Italian teams to defend better than what they were doing.
Look, listen. I have, for the first time in I don't know how many years, and you guys already know how I feel about the Milan of the last 7 whatever years. For the first time, I saw Milan play football again, and it was under Pioli. So for me to say that Pioli plays ugly football, I don't agree with that.
No,
I think Pioli. I think Pioli can finally get Milan on the right track, and then maybe we can bring in someone better. But finally, Milan is playing football, man. Because guys, under fucking all of these guys that we had since Berlusconi left, it's been since Allegri. I hated Allegri so much, guys, so much. Since Allegri, finally, I'm seeing Milan play football again. Sorry, since Ancelotti, I'm finally seeing Milan play football again. So I give credit purely for that.
But that was for I guess if you want to count it as a year, the second half of the previous season and then the first half of this last season. But once teams, I say that he's predictable because once we got to the second half of the season, everything stopped almost. You cannot tell me we had an 11-point gap on second place.
I disagree with that.
We dropped from first to fifth.
No, the Benacer injury came.
But we just established that we had injuries the first half of the season too.
No. Key players. Benacer injured. The key moment where we had actually lost a lot of points. Benacer wasn't available.
Yeah, but we weren't.
Çalhanoğlu played awfully. I don't know how you can blame. I don't know if you can blame Pioli for that. But Çalhanoğlu.
So who's in charge? So who's in charge of how the team plays?
Ibrahimovic, because
listen, he's Pioli in charge. But when your best player is playing really bad, what you can do? Seriously,
do you not sub him out?
Sub him out for who, man? What's our bench? Sub him for who?
He loses Van Dijk, and he completely shits all the season, man.
Yeah, but if you watch Liverpool that year, once they got to what I want to say, at least maybe you can see the signs were there once they got to like the halfway point. You can see how bad it was going to be. The whole time you could see it. I'll even go back to when they won the EPL. You could see that the signs of that team struggling were there.
Listen, I wouldn't. The problem of Pioli, the Pioli doesn't have a big name. If he's called Allegri, we would have praised him and said, Allegri is a great manager. He's a winner. He got the team, and he brought us straight away in Champions League. If he was Sarri, we're playing great football. He doesn't have good players, so he's predictable. But if you give him good players, Pioli doesn't have a big name. And that's it. It's simple as that.
Yeah, but Gasperini isn't a huge name either. And Atalanta played very free-flowing.
But Gasperini went to Inter Milan, and he did shit.
I think Pioli did play free flowing football.
Gasperini managed the Inter Milan as well.
Hey guys, real quick, and then we'll get back into it. I see Zion Train talk about this name a lot. I have no idea who this guy is.
He's from
You guys know-
Leo.
Who?
I believe it's Leo.
Lil? Lille? Leo?
Yeah, I believe so.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay, but I do think Pioli does play free flowing football. But also, guys, listen. Ibrahimovic, one of the reasons why Milan played so well is because Ibrahimovic played as this regista. What is the fucking term of regista in English? What is it? So I say it in
Playmaker?
English. Yeah, he's like a playmaker. He plays like a deep line playmaker, but in an offensive position. That allowed Milan to play this beautiful free-flowing football. Then when he would go, Milan would still kind of play. They were still kind of on the. We're still playing that way. But then after Ibrahim misses 4, 5, 6 games, then the magic that he brought to the team disappears. And that's when I thought we started seeing Milan playing like shit. When we lost Ibra for 6, 4 or 5 games, then they kind of lost that identity, that ability to play that free-flowing football, that organization. Then Benacer being gone. I disagree there that Pioli played bad football. I think it's ideal.
What is your definition of free flowing? Because I don't consider passing the ball from your center backs up to your striker to hold the ball up and waiting for everyone to run and catch up. That's not free flowing. Free flowing.
But hold on. But if that works, you're gonna do it. In order to do that, you need a lot of skill.
If it's working at the time, for sure, do it. But what is his plan B? Because we always say Pioli does not have a plan B. What is his plan B? If plan A to Zlatan doesn't work, what is plan B?
His ball possession looks good. The ball possession.
That's fine. What is plan B? If long ball to Zlatan does not work,
plan B was Leao as a center forward, and we saw how that went.
When the team is healthy, when the team is healthy, what is plan B?
Well, you don't need a plan B because the players they're gonna play football. It's simple as that. What was the plan B of Antonio Conte to solve the problem against Shakhtar Donetsk?
I'm talking about.
He had a banging team, and he didn't manage to win against Shakhtar.
No, but that's. I'm talking about.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Roy.
Sorry, listen. If this Milan, if you have Ibra healthy, you have Kessie healthy, Benacer, the whole team healthy. This team has many plans, and they can score many different ways. You can get them. But when they did a lot of it was either start from the back, but then if you can go just to Ibra and then Ibra will lay it off to the wings, they did that. I think it was a pretty dynamic team. The problem is that we only had that team, and
this is how AC Milan plays. This is how AC Milan plays. Kick it to Zlatan, and hopefully he can hold it up. Yes, it is. We don't.
It's an oversimplification.
No. Listen. We kick it up to Zlatan and hope he can control it and cross from the wings. That is what our game plan is.
In the first half of the season, it worked. We were on top of the league. And then
the second half of the season, we dropped down to 5th place.
Yes, because we had so many injuries.
We had injuries in the first half too.
No, not like the second half.
But that's the beauty of having Zlatan, the fact that you can do that. And also, I want to make a correction. Milan did not start their games that way. Milan start because Donnarumma loves to play the ball. Donnarumma is the first playmaker. He was the first playmaker in Milan. He likes to start the ball from the back, blah, blah, blah. But that tactic that you're talking about, Nathan, would get played when Milan is already winning. When Milan is winning, Donnarumma would be like, why the fuck do I need to go to Kjaer or Romagnoli when I can just go to Ibrahimovic?
So let me bring this up. So we scored more goals when Zlatan wasn't there, correct? So we could not play. We cannot effectively play long ball because we didn't have another person like Zlatan that can hold it up.
Without Zlatan, you can play long ball.
Right.
Yes,
right.
100%.
Which means we had to build the play up, right?
Correct.
That is plan B. playing the ball, 1-2 passes, intricate through balls. That is a plan B.
Okay,
I don't
but
think
if
that
you
is a
have
plan B.
but if you have lousy center forward, it's not going to work. You don't have
And when you
options
put-
if lousy.
Yeah, and
Exactly.
when you put too much trust in Çalhanoğlu, of course we're not gonna do that well. He also disappeared. What can Pioli do about that?
Take his ass out. We already established that. If you're not
Okay,
playing
then,
good,
who should we bring in?
we already said we have Diaz and Hage. And if you
Yeah, but
don't
I
show
told
trust
you
in them,
He's in a delicate position that he actually has a player that the club wants to renew the contract.
okay, so if you keep him in, you run the risk then. We already established that.
Look,
He's
I think
running all the risks.
good. Was good. I think the way the way they built was good. The problem is that we didn't have, like you said, Nathan, we didn't have players up front to make shit
Right.
happen.
So we
But
have
our
to pass the
build-up was
ball.
good.
When Zlatan was there, we looked the best when we had intricate build-up play. That is when we actually looked the best. Whenever you
Nathan,
just look,
I want to
look,
ask you something. I really want to, but you need to be honest with me.
no,
If in that bench it was Allegri or another notable manager, and AC Milan will play the same way we will play, you will blame the manager, or you will say, okay, that's the player we have, that's the best we can do.
wait, repeat that again.
Basically, what I'm saying that we are criticizing Pioli because he's Pioli.
No.
Yes,
I'm criticizing.
yes.
I'm
I don't
criticizing
think any
Pioli
other
because he
manager
doesn't-
in this world could do better with that team.
even if we had Allegri,
No way.
if we had Allegri, even if we play like crap, I will come out and say we are playing like garbage. We are playing one-dimensional.
Guys, with
I'll say to
Allegri,
anyone.
with Allegri, you're always going to play like crap because Allegri is the anti-football. He does. Okay.
Look, so look.
Sorry, Nathan. Just one. Fabio, who do you get? The number 10 is Diaz because you already took the number 10. But I
Yeah.
think at this point, the one that I think the most is Blazic. I would like Isco, but I think Blazic is who's Milan's going to get. All right, keep on going.
I was just gonna say, playing the Zlatan, like it's cool, but you bypass your entire midfield. You
I'm
are
okay
create.
with
You are so. What is the best way? Tell me what is the most effective way for your players to rest on the field?
To
I
keep the
just give
ball.
him the ball.
Exactly. So if you
Or
launch
just
the
give
ball to
it up.
Zlatan, if you launch the ball to Zlatan from our own defense, you are forcing your midfield to catch up, right?
No,
So
you're
if-
wrong.
No, that's true.
What about
you
if I tell you? What if I tell you that you are launching to Zlatan because Hakan Çalhanoğlu is hiding in the pitch and Castillo is not good enough, and you have actually to go to the box of the opposition and try to score, and you're launching to Zlatan, and that is Pioli telling them because Casti is not good enough and Hakan is hiding in the pitch. Is that Pioli's fault?
Guys, the purpose of a center forward is to play back to goal and allow the team to come forward. Zlatan was doing that beautifully. If you can, send the ball up to him, that's what you want.
Said, though. I just said that. So I said we have to play. We bypass the midfield to get to Zlatan to hold them up, right?
Yeah.
Well, because we don't have quality. That's not
No,
Pioli.
it's not because of quality. It's not because of that. It's because Zlatan can do it.
But
Look,
I know Zlatan can do it. That's why teams want players like Zlatan, because when the quality is not performing, you can actually have that escape, that card you can play.
So what if you don't have that
escape? Even more important.
So if you don't have that escape, what is the plan B? If
the plan B is to get another number 10, man. We killed Juventus in the second game, 3-0, with a possession and creating action.
Guys, can I ask a question to Nathan? Just one question, okay? Our roster, look at our squad right now, our team. Tell me a name of one coach that can come into this team, and do better than Pioli.
Oh,
tell me.
I would have easily have picked Ragnick. Easily.
Ragnick, come on, man! Just because
do you know the players we were linked with when Ragnick was supposedly the one coming, we would
So
have
finishing-
better players.
so-
we
so
would
finishing-
guaranteed
fini-
have better players.
No,
We
so
would.
finishing second and having the team we have now, you would have still preferred Ragnick to come
We would
instead
have
of
better
Pioli
players.
staying?
Yeah, I would have preferred Ragnick to come still. We would have better players, plain and simple. We would have a right winger. We would have had a Cam 100% guaranteed because we were already linked with them. When Ragnick was supposed to be coming in, we were linked with better players. 100%.
No, listen, because we criticize many Milan fans criticized Pioli in the last season. My question was clear. Tell me a name of one coach that could have came in and did even better than Pioli based on last season.
Ragnick, because he would have had better players. Just like
Okay, then tell me-
Pioli did better than Gattuso because he had better players.
Tell me what
Ragnick-
Ragnick has won. Tell me what Ragnick has won throughout his career.
Say that one more time.
Tell me what Ragnick has won throughout his career. Tell me his CV.
Ragnick actually has a better CV. He's already developed top young players.
And is
He's
that
done
enough
it
for
everywhere
Milan?
he's gone.
And is that enough for Milan to become a selling club after? Because with Ragnick, we would have become a selling club.
We are selling Hage and Leao would already make us a selling club.
We cannot. No, guys. Milan needs to have Italian coaches. We need to have Italian staff. We cannot have German coaches. No way. No way.
Exactly.
Yeah, but man, you can't. You just can't leave it like that every single time. Like that's
Unless
like the
it's
same thing as saying.
Guardiola.
That's like
If
the
we're
same
talking
thing as
about
saying that we
Guardiola,
should
then-
only have all Italian players on the team. Like, you know, you can't have it like that every time.
I'll
Like,
tell you
ideally,
something.
yes.
If it's a coach, it's a foreign coach. It has to be a super coach. It has to be a Guardiola. It has to be
Yeah, but look, Roy,
a Zidane.
those coaches demand big players. That's the point I'm trying to get across. We are doing a youth project. If you are doing a youth project, you need a coach that
I
actually
disagree
can
with
develop
it.
youth
I
players.
disagree with the youth project. AC
That's
Milan.
fine. You can
No.
disagree with it, but that's what's happening.
No, it's not happening like this. AC Milan is started. I'm talking about AC Milan. I should talk about Maldini, Gazzidis, and Moncada and Massara. These guys, they took AC Milan with, as I said before, 12 garbage players. They had to get rid of these garbage players, but the way they were getting rid of these players was that actually they were losing money. Plus, they had a massive debt to cover. So the only way they can operate is with certainty. The only way to operate with certainty is loan and buy after, when you are sure the player is good. If you want to buy straight away, you have to buy a gamble for 4 or 5 million, which is Auge. Why they buy Auge? Because they know I buy Auge 4 million, I play him 10, 15 games in Serie A, I'll sell him 15 million, I'll make a 10 million profit.
That makes us a selling club.
No, that's not a selling club. That's the situation we are right now. It's a phase. It's not going to be forever. It's a phase. We need to accept that.
So
They are going to buy Kyle George for 6, 7 million, whatever is the strategy. And they are thinking, if Kyle George scores 20 goals, we keep him and we are sorted as a striker.
So
if he doesn't perform, we sell him 15 million
Okay.
and we have another 10 million profit. And you cover all the expenses the previous management did, and you get back to the plus. You cover the debt.
So would you rather have a coach that can develop those players? If that's
There
what we're
is
doing,
no human being in this planet that can make Auge messy. There is no human being.
but we don't need him to be messy.
But he's Auge, man. You put him every game for all the 38 games of Serie A. You don't go top 4. He doesn't develop, and Pioli gets sacked. Auge is a player that
No one's saying that he needs to start. No one's saying that.
Okay,
He just needs to be given more game time.
Okay, let's make it straightforward, straight away, now, right now. What was the value of Kessie before Pioli?
What was it like? Is it doubled? It doubled when after his good performances. So he was like at what 20 or
25 million. It was 25 million?
Yeah, like 20 or 25.
Exactly. Now Kessie, if anyone comes and wants to buy Kessie, we're gonna sell him for 70 million.
Maybe
Hey, more than that. He's worth more than that.
Let's say 70 million. If Manchester United comes and really wants Kessie, 70 million. That is job that Pioli is doing it. Calabria, value, 30, 40 million, whatever. He's a good fullback. They
Yeah, but
are now at 70 million.
But these are players who we already knew were going to be really good.
No, that's not true. We are AC Milan supporters. We think Auge is going to be good. We are AC Milan supporters. We think everyone is going to be incredible. We still think Leao can be the next Mbappe.
I think Castillo is.
The reality is that you need a good coach like Pioli to actually get that level. Not it's going to happen because it's going to happen. You need a coach that actually makes them play well. And Pioli did that. Kalulu bought for $500,000. His value is 20 million now. Kalulu, they got it for $500,000. Pioli made him play. He developed. And his value now is 20 million as a youngster.
Okay, but Pioli already showed.
I get 20 million.
He already showed once the first half of the season was over, his game plan was found out. Injuries or not, his game plan was found out.
Okay. Hold on, Nathan. Hold on, because in the last 5 games, Pioli did a tactical change, which was amazing.
Yeah,
amazing.
It took the last 5 games where we were getting knocked out of Champions League for him to finally decide to make a change when the changes should have been made far earlier than that.
But he still made the change.
That's because he was desperate. That's out of desperation, not out of because he's a good coach.
Desperation or not desperation. In the end, it was a crucial decision which turned out to be good. He did it. He chose it. So we should give him credit for that.
After nearly living up to his name, which is bottling a fantastic position. It'd be different if we clinched second place, 3-4 games earlier. But the fact is, we scraped by.
In a normal season with 79 points, you claim the 4th place 10 games earlier than finishing with 79 points. Juventus won the league the year before with 84 points. This was an awful season. This was a nightmare season. With 79 points, you still wasn't sure to go in the Champions League. That was crazy. It's not even Pioli's fault. We cannot blame Pioli. It's a 2.2 average point per game. Something like that. I don't know. Somebody help me, please.
Probably. No. It's true. Pioli did a lot of points. The change he did in those last 5 games, to me, okay, you can see it as like, okay, he took a long time to do that change. But also, I'm seeing the quality in the fact when you have your back to the wall and you have to make a crucial decision, that's an important trait to have. The thing where I will agree with you, Nathan, is that I think Pioli still needs to prove himself to be a great coach. But so far, I can't criticize the man. I can only praise him because second spot was what we needed for such a long time.
You know what?
I thought he did a great job. With
the game I want to point out. The game I want to point out that really showed that Pioli is extremely tactically limited was when Leao beat the hell out of us because we were flying very high. When Leo beat the hell out of us.
Oh, Leo.
Sorry, I didn't mean to say Leo. Leo beat the brakes off of us. And that whole game, it was just the same thing over and over and over again. Plan A did not work, and we literally had no other way of playing.
Yeah, but that's one game.
And that's Leo. Roy, that's Leo. We're in the Champions League now.
Right. But that was one game.
What about against Man United at Old Trafford?
Both teams had massive injuries. No one was at full strength. Against Lille, that was our team.
Okay, when you say massive injuries,
look at Manchester United's lineup. That wasn't their full lineup, just like it wasn't our full lineup.
Bro, it's not even a comparison. Their backup team replaces any one of us plays of our starting 11. It's not fair
No,
to say
not
that.
true.
No,
We've already
no,
established
yes,
that.
yes.
No, from our defensive mids to our back line, our starting lineup from defensive mid to back line, I would not change it with any of those players.
Okay,
Bro,
what about
they had Greenwood, they had Bruno Fernandes, they still had many players. They still had their starting center backs. They had Alex Telles, who was the backup of Luke Shaw. Don't tell me that's not a good enough team, man. It's not even a comparison to our backup team. Look at the value of money. Look at the difference between the worth of money.
I think we have established here that Nathan really does not like Pioli.
Look, if this upcoming season comes and Pioli can prove that if option A is not working, we can change it up. During the game, change it up. Not when it's too late, not when their back's against the wall, but during the game, he has the tactical ability to change it. I'll be happy. But we're gonna get found out. We got found out against Lille. We're in pot 4. Those teams are way better than Lille.
Look,
if we get eliminated early, if we're in the group of death and we get eliminated early, I'm not going to hold that against them because it's our first year in Champions League. I'll give him that pass. But I'm telling you right now, you guys will have a completely different tune if by December comes, and if we're not in the top 4 by December comes, I don't want to hear jack shit. And if he's in the top, I will say you guys are 100% right. Pioli is the right person. I will if I disagree with that, I will give you guys $50 each.
I'll tell you something. In January, we're gonna be round 16 in Champions League and fighting for the Serie A. Wait. And everyone is gonna be like, "Oh my God, we're gonna win everything this season." At the end of the season, AC Milan is gonna finish top 4 and get out maybe quarterfinal in Champions League, and everyone is gonna say Pioli out because he didn't win the quarterfinal of Champions League and he didn't win the Serie A.
No,
that's what's gonna happen. All the supporters are gonna say Pioli out is not good enough because he didn't win the Champions League and he didn't go to the final of the Champions League and he didn't win the Serie A. That's what they did this season with Pioli. Pioli was first position with an average team,
and then he didn't
win the Serie A. Everyone wanted him out. That is madness, in my opinion.
Because he showed his tactical inability to
change. We showed to the world that we have average players. That's what we showed.
Okay, so you said we showed that we have average players.
We showed that.
So we're still back. We're still back to the first point. Either we spend money to get players.
No, Brahim Diaz is better. We know that now that Brahim Diaz is better than Akan.
Okay.
We know that Selemaker, Kessie, Benacer have one season more, so they are even better than the previous season.
But we still have done nothing else, though.
No,
that's a.
Leao is a better player than the previous season. You get better even if you don't want. Even this wall, it gets better after a year.
Leao has not improved since the first season.
I think
first season.
I think Pioli needs to achieve top 4 and win or at least get through the group of Champions League. He's gonna keep his job, even if AC Milan supporters gonna say he needs to get fired because he didn't win the Serie A, because Atalanta won the Serie A, not us. So he needs to get fired. That's what was going to happen. I've seen that before. Pioli was brought here to go top 4 by accident. We were on top in January. Everyone wanted to win the Serie A, and now Pioli needs to get fired.
The only thing Leao has improved since his first year was he gained 5 more assists.
I'll tell you, Leao is gonna do a great season.
I hope so too. I would love nothing more than Leao to blow up.
I have that feeling too.
And Pioli is not going to get any credit about that. No one is gonna give a credit to Pioli.
If Leao blows up, Pioli will get credit for that because we all see how Leao is right now.
Yeah.
Again, I would love to be proven wrong, But everything that I've seen, Pioli, if he starts off bad, we're going to be in trouble.
I'm gonna say this. I think Milan right now, they have regained that magic that was once Milan. It's back. It's coming back with vengeance. And I think that this Milan is going to be very difficult to beat. Very, very difficult to beat. So
Yes, but it's
whether
going to
it's
be difficult to
Pioli,
score too.
whether it's going to be Pioli or whatever not, this Milan is going to do really well. And I think that Pioli deserves to stay this season. And I think Pioli does play really good football. Okay, he makes some weird decisions, but I think that Milan in the Champions League is going to surprise all of you, except for me. But and in the Serie A, he's going to finish in that top four. And if he does that, then he's perfect. Perfect.
Do we agree that going top 4 next season is a great achievement? We still basically we get the Champions League money, we get 60 million from the Serie A, we get more prestige, and we have the chance for the next summer to put more important players to add more value to the squad. Do we agree going top 4 next season is a great achievement for Pioli?
That's a must.
That's a must. It's not a great achievement. He has to do it.
See, that's the problem with AC Milan supporters. 7 years doing shit. For one season we go well, and now is a must to go top 4.
Well, it has to.
So
It's a must.
But that's not.
It's a must. If you want better players, then you have to.
We spent like 6 hours talking about how good is Juventus team, how good is Inter team, how good Roma and Mourinho is good, and Sarri is good, and now is a must to go top 4.
It is a must. Can you imagine what would happen to Barcelona or Real Madrid if they did not make the Champions League for as long as we did?
Well, first of all, tell me who are the 6 teams that compete against Barcelona and Real Madrid for the top 4 in Spain? Because I can bet my house, if I don't have one, that Real Madrid and Barcelona is going top 4 next season in Spain. I can bet my house that Bayern Munich is going top 4 next season because there is no competition in that league. I can bet my house that Man City is going to go top 4 next season. But you cannot bet your house that Juventus is going top 4 next season. I'm sure about that.
I bet you they will.
Oh, I don't think so. I think they risk it this season. Can you bet your house that AC Milan is going to go top? Serie A is different.
Like Milan should be top 4 every single season. Every season. No matter what, Milan is the second team in Europe with the most European Champions League. I think for a long time it was the most trophied international team in the world. I don't know. I think Real Madrid surpassed us. But Milan every single year should be in the top 4. This is why earlier I had that discussion about Juventus and Milan. Because Milan every single year should be in the top 4.
Nah, I think it's hard in Serie A, man.
It is. It's hard because we already discussed the tactics in Italy. The teams are very disciplined. Whereas in Spain, it's look how open those games are. Watch a few games. They're so open. Like you can't play open football against Real Madrid, against Barcelona, against Atletico Madrid. But that's the culture. Whereas in Italy, teams are far more tactical. They're not going to give you those types of chances like how they do in Spain.
Yeah, it's difficult. Yeah.
I mean, it's madness if you think that Cagliari didn't have anything to play and they parked the bus against AC Milan. That is the Serie A. I'm not like we must go top 4. I think it's a great achievement to go top 4 next season. I'm realistic, and if they do better, I'm even happier. I feel I'm gonna be surprised. I'm optimistic that we can go through the group of Champions League. After that, everything what happen is good, but not.
No, like we have to make the top 4 because then it's all over again. Europa League. You saw how angry you were because of that stupid Europa League. You want to go through that?
No. I want to go top 4, but it's not sure 100% because other teams they have great players as well, and it's gonna be a fight next season. It's gonna be tough.
And by the way, I want to say that if he would have won the Europa League, we would have been on first spot instead of fourth spot. By the way.
Well, Villarreal is in a 4th spot, so let's get Villarreal as on the group, and that's it.
Antonio says AC Milan beat Juve in Champions League final in 2003. Take that, Roy. Hey, I saw. Come on. Thoughts on Sugon, the player from Newcastle? Don't know. All right, guys. Listen, let's close the live in 10 more minutes. And then today was a very long live, much longer than we thought it was going to be. But it was very good. I think everybody got their points across. We all said what we wanted to say. Now people think I'm a Juventus fan. So it is what it is. I want to reiterate, guys. I want Milan to be number 1 all the time. When they're not when they don't even fight to be number 1, I'm going to criticize the shit out of them. Okay? That's who I am. That's how I'll always be. Peace. Goodbye, guys. Lucas, yeah, go ahead, Dave.
No, I was just going to say, if Pioli does not perform like how he has been, who would be the next coach you would bring in?
Mancini.
Next coach.
We wouldn't be able to choose Mancini because the World Cup is coming up, and there'd be no way to get him in like that.
I really believe Pioli is going to perform.
I think so too. I really do.
No, if he doesn't, because we know football is very unpredictable. If he does not, who do you get?
Well, I mean, I say Mancini, but nobody. Who else is like? Yeah, all the other great coaches are also somewhere else. So, yeah, I would say Mancini. I would try to get Mancini. Because I think Mancini's going to do his World Cup, and then what? He's going to try to do another Euro. I will go for Mancini.
Mancini is a great manager, but I still believe a great manager doesn't come to us, man. If we don't get three seasons in a row Champions League, that's it. Simple as that. So you want great manager, you need to pray every day that Pioli does a great job. Pioli is our chance to get a great manager and to be back where we were before. It's simple as that. We're going to get another Pioli. It's going to be called in another name. And we're going to still hate him again.
What would you pick? What about the Ajax coach?
No, I will only want Italian managers.
Okay. I'll talk because Roy is just explaining like I want just Italian manager. I know why Roy is saying that. Do you imagine a foreigner coach preparing a game against Cagliari? When he's already in his life, he's always managed in a league when everyone is playing open football. So there is not dodging players. There is no weird referees. There is no stuff like that. Imagine a foreign manager doing that. You're going to finish 7th like Roma with Fonseca.
That's every league. Every league.
No. That's the Italian league.
No, every league has the same problems.
Because an Italian manager goes in Premier League and wins the Premier League. I'm still waiting for an English manager, a Dutch manager. We saw the Dutch manager come to Inter Milan, did an insane job. a great job. The only manager that actually performed really well, and he wasn't an Italian manager, was Mourinho, which actually is almost Italian because the way he thinks, the way he manages, the way he treats the players, he's basically an old school Italian manager. That's the truth.
Terim Tabares, they perform like shit. Look,
Exactly.
in Italy, you need Italian managers. Okay, it's just the culture there, the way they play football. It's like if you bring a manager from outside, you need him to 2 years just to figure shit out. You know,
Exactly.
There's no point.
You need the coach to figure out the press, how they're gonna treat him. It's so complicated. I would love to have Tuchel. I would love to have Klopp, to have Guardiola. Probably Guardiola can do it because Guardiola has been in Italy, played football in Italy. He knows Italian managers. He can do it. And it's similar to Spain, the press, the pressure, the way people behave. It's similar. So I can see a Spanish manager or German can work, but you have to.
I don't think Germans can work in it.
It's complicated.
I don't think so.
It's really complicated. That's what I'm saying. You can go to
but we just
sorry, real fast.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Roy.
I was just gonna say maybe Shevchenko can do it, but yeah, maybe I don't know.
But we remember we just talked about how Mancini is bringing in this more attacking style of gameplay, and if that mentality changes, then if that mentality for the league changes, then that older way of Italian gameplay, it's not going to go away, but it's not going to be as prevalent.
It's more than that. It's more than that. Because even if you play offensive football, you still need to understand certain things. But I think you can only understand if you've been in that environment for decades and decades and you're immersed into it. Otherwise, it just Pirlo's up for grabs. Otherwise, I don't think it works. I don't think. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think it works.
It takes longer. It takes quality players, like proper top players. If a Tuchel or club comes in Italy and wants to manage Juventus or AC Milan, it needs top quality players to actually get the job done. You cannot do it with average players like we had at the moment before, or we are having some of them at the moment. So you need an Italian manager.
You also have to remember. You got to remember that top coaches, even if a club doesn't have a lot of money, top coaches will still attract those big players. So, like for instance, Erling Haaland, he went to Dortmund, whose coach has been doing fantastic.
No, I'll tell you why he went to Dortmund. Because Raiola told the Dortmund, "I'm gonna sell my player to you for 20 million, and I'm deciding when he leaves for the money I want." And that's what it's going to. And Dortmund is accepting.
No one really knew about Haaland.
When Haaland was on sale for 20 million, all the big clubs made an offer for 20 million. All of them, Juventus, AC Milan, everyone. Raiola told Haaland, "You're going to Borussia Dortmund." I'm accepting Borussia Dortmund as a deal.
Look at the team. Dortmund is known for developing young players. They are known for that.
Well, I don't want AC Milan to be known for that.
Okay. So, but if you bring in a coach like Guardiola, AC Milan's name is bigger than anyone else. So
Guardiola is not gonna move from De Bruyne to Krunic, man.
Yeah,
because even if he tells how he wants to play, Krunic is not gonna execute it.
Yeah, but look at this. If we had those top coaches, and this is before players like De Bruyne were, hundreds of millions, and we offered that same amount of money, do you think they would choose them over Milan? Like if you just took the name away, take the Milan name, Chelsea, take those names away, who would you rather train under? Pioli or Tuchel or Guardiola?
I don't know. Listen, Chelsea bought 260 million players with Lampard as a manager,
Right. But
and they decide to come to
But
Chelsea.
I'm not talking about like the money aspect. I'm talking about just the coach. Who would you rather train under? If money's not a problem, who would you rather train under?
Nathan, we all agree that if Milan is the bigger team used to be, we're gonna have a big name coach. We
Right.
know that. We know that. It's a fact. But
that's what I was
we're gonna
saying.
be there in 6 years. In these 6 years, I'd rather have Pioli than another
Yes.
Gianpaolo, than Arteta, or another bluff, because they look good, but actually they are bluffs.
But
I
we would
prefer an
already-
old school coach like Pioli that actually puts the group together, accept the players they're giving to him, and achieves the top 4. Because that's what we're going to achieve for the next 3 years. Top 4. And we're gonna get better with money, better with name, better with as a group, as a team, and we're gonna move from another manager.
I'm
that's the way.
gonna sound a little bit elitist now, but I only want coaches that came out of Coverciano. Period.
So you can get Cassano. He came out from Coverciano recently.
And honestly, I would rather have Pioli than Conte.
I wouldn't.
See,
I think I know.
that's the funny thing.
Conte has shown that he plays a better brand of football.
No, if he doesn't have Lukaku, he doesn't win. He's
Okay,
he's
they got the players that they needed for the
his
system.
strategy is to give the ball to Lukaku and break through with the counter attack.
I don't know about that. But,
No,
but Nathan had
I
a
don't
good
agree
point
with
here
that.
earlier. Lukaku came to Inter because Conte was coaching, right? Lukaku wouldn't have probably gone to Milan because of Pioli, but he did go to Inter because of Conte. But I would still take Pioli over Conte because I think Pioli plays better football than Conte.
There's no way.
Conte's a better winner. I would say that.
That's what we need is
But
to
it-
win.
But in
No, we
Europe,
don't see, that's the problem. We don't need to win. We need to go top 4. The richest club in the world are the clubs that actually made it to the Champions League for 10 years in a row. Not the one that won the league 10 years in a row, or the one that actually won the Champions League 10 years in a row. The richest club in the world are those that actually went to the Champions League 10 years in a row.
listen,
Yeah, but
look,
those clubs, even when starting from nothing, like do you know the history of Dortmund? Do you know Dortmund was a club that was on the verge of bankruptcy?
Yeah.
And look what if you follow them when they had Klopp made that team. He made that team. His name alone can bring players to any team. And at that point, if the player wants to go there, those mega rich teams can pay, and usually they don't pay that much. But names alone, or certain types of reputation that clubs carry alone, will attract players. Just the Milan name will attract players, but the style of play we play and the coach itself does not attract players. The name does, but that's
Well,
it.
then let's give them a couple of more seasons, and then players are gonna be convinced by him and then come. We can't just say that type of stuff within
I
a year,
hope so.
a year and a half.
I hope so. I will be extremely happy if that is the case. But just from what I've seen, I feel like teams have really figured out how Pioli plays. They've really figured out. We'll see, though. We'll see. I could be wrong.
Because Pioli has changed his tactics recently. Also,
Yeah.
one of the big tactics that he did was now he plays with 3 in the back, and he wasn't doing that. When you have 3 in the back and then the one guy that doubles up as a winger, things change. I want to see. I want to be careful to really judge Pioli right now, personally. I want to see how he does. I definitely 100% agree with Zion Train. He says Pioli plays better football, but Conte has a winning mentality. But Conte cannot win the UCL, and Pioli can or could with better players. I agree with that 100%.
I really don't understand. There is so many supporters of AC Milan that really don't like Pioli. After the last 7 years, where they come from? They put the benchmark for Pioli is managers that are actually managing super clubs, like players that are actually top quality players. That's the benchmark, Pioli. No one is comparing Pioli with Lazio, with Roma, with Sevilla, or with the say Borussia Dortmund. It managed to go top 4 with Erling Haaland, Jadon Sancho, and a lot of talented players that actually are more talented than Krunic, Casti, Leao, and the players we play. Still, people are not comparing Pioli with how can I say Pirlo or managers that are actually managing really other teams, but they're comparing with Tuchel, Klopp, Guardiola, Zidane. These managers have top class players. They have the best players of this generation.
Yeah, but look, I know Milan's not at the level of Bayern, but Bayern also play a 4-2-3-1, and they have Lewandowski, the best center forward in the world right now, and they don't even play long ball to Lewandowski, and he can hold the ball up.
But because they don't have on the right, they don't have Casti. On the left, they don't have Leao. They have fucking great players, man. They have insane midfield, insane wings. They have. I wish I had Coman instead of Leao on the left, and I would show you that Pioli is not gonna throw the ball to Ibra. He's gonna give it to Coman.
We're sitting here saying that Salamakers has been great, and I'm sorry, I just don't see it.
He's been great. Who was the guy who was playing before Salamaker in that position?
He has been great.
Suso and Castillejo, and they have the exact same output, which is almost zero.
No, the output they gave before Salamaker came was 5th or 6th or 7th position in Serie A. Because people don't remember that this is a squad game. It's not a single play game.
Right.
What really disappoints me about many Milan, not just saying you, Nathan, just in general, not precisely you. Whenever the team does well, it's because of Zlatan, the team. We have not conceded a single goal in the last 5 league games. Why? Because it's just the defense. They are men. Not because Pioli sets them up. We score goals even when we don't have a striker. It's because of Zlatan, his personality. So Pioli doesn't take credit on anything. Why is he the coach? He doesn't. He brought the best out of Kessie, Ben Nasser. He disciplined Hernandez into being a better left back defensively, just a bit, not much. But it's the players themselves. It's not Pioli. What did Pioli actually do then?
No one said Pioli's not getting any credit. But when you have a team that's in first, and you take them and essentially get them out of a top 4 position, that's unacceptable. And I told my roommate at the beginning of the year, I told my roommate, because he was talking trash about Pioli, and I said, no, Pioli's doing great. I said Pioli's doing great.
I'll be right back.
You'll see, he's doing fantastic. I was defending Pioli the entire time, and then once the second half of the season came, and I was noticing little things like just things that it's just they just made me worry too much.
So man, if we had a fully fit team in the second half of the season,
team at times, but we still lost.
At times, if we had a fully fit team the whole season, do you think
do
you think it would have came to the last day of the season, or we would have secured Champions League?
If we had a fully fit team, chances are we probably would have done a little bit better, but
much better.
We lost with the full team, though. We lost entire games with the full team.
But that's because
we didn't have a full team.
Okay, you're saying that, but players just came back from injury. Ben Nasser, when he came back from injury, he wasn't the same player. He looked miles off. His fatigue was miles off. So it's not fair.
Okay.
Even if you were fully fit, the players haven't played with each other for months, and come on.
So you change it up then. You don't keep doing the same thing that's losing you points game after game after game. And that's
with
what
our
happened.
bench, with our team.
And it's the coach's job to fit the players to the system. If
But
that
the
system is not working because you don't have the players to do it, then you change it.
Okay, but
Isn't working because he managed to do 79 points. No team
Exactly.
wins all the game.
You
Even
guys would have a
Guardiola
different
lost
opinion.
games and lost points and won
You-
the Premier League.
you
You
would have a
cannot
different
win.
opinion.
You're gonna show that actually you have limitation anyway in some games. You cannot win all the games. Our team can achieve maybe 86 points, so we can blame Pioli because he didn't achieve 7 more points. But still, even with 86 points, you don't win the Serie A.
What would you guys say if we end up getting 5th place? Then what would you guys be saying? I want to know.
Well,
honestly.
nothing
No,
because he
nothing
because he made the change. He proved that he's a capable coach, and he made the Champions League.
That's a lie.
So that's
a lie.
no,
If
that's truth. It's my opinion. That's truth.
Gattuso also got 5th. You literally be improving nothing. I guarantee if we were 11 points up like how we were, and we finished in 5th place, there is no way any of you guys would be defending Pioli right now.
I'm with you, and that's why when in first place I was the one. Even Roy was sitting there. I said I'm between in and out, but because he proved me wrong, he made the change. He proved that he is capable, and he made the Champions League. He shut me up, and now I'm purely in. Simple as that.
Yeah, that last change you did in the that tactical change you did showed me he's really good. Guys, I want to show Antonio something.
Oh no, man! Wait! Oh no! Oh my God, Roy! Oh Jesus!
Wait, hold on.
Is that season when he fell outside the box and he got a penalty?
That's Del Piero's writing with the Juventus shirt.
Oh man, I want to say something about Pioli. When Pioli was risking it to go 5th this season, and people ask me if Pioli doesn't make it to the top 4, do you want Pioli in or out? I say I want Pioli in for a simple reason that a lot of people, when Gattuso finished 5th, asked for Gattuso out, and we got Gianpaolo. So in the situation we are now, and we don't go top 4, we go 5th, and we have a great season, we go 5th. Changing Pioli is not gonna bring us automatically in top 4. The only solution for us is to put quality players to the team, and we are doing that. We are giving to Pioli quality players. That's it. And it's not going to happen. We are going to go top 4 with this quality player, because I had a point before. I told everyone Inter is not buying any player. Juventus is not buying any player. Lazio is not buying any player. Roma. So there is a lot of talk in Serie A, but no one is actually doing anything. AC Milan is putting quality in the team. And we're going to finish top 4.
It's the same team.
No, Pobega is a better player than... who's called the guy Mate.
They're trying to sell Pobega.
No, still is not. They didn't sold him.
Okay,
let's say they sell him and they buy a better. They're gonna put a better midfield than Mate. Again, another player that is a better player. The backup of Theo Hernandez is a good player.
Oh, maybe he is. We'll see.
Giroud is a better player than Mandzukic. Is Giroud better than Mandzukic?
Yeah, hopefully.
So,
But in theory, no. Mandzukic is a better player than Giroud, but at least Giroud is not going to be injured.
well, Roy.
No, are you guys kidding me, guys? Del Piero is a legend, guys. Legend. You guys are crazy, man. Are you telling me that if you didn't? Are you telling me that if you didn't have a chance for Del Piero to give him to sign a shirt for you, you would say no?
No way.
I'll tell him to sign my toilet seat. No, I actually like Del Piero. He's a cool guy. It's really cool. I will ask him to sign my AC Milan shirt.
Yeah, I mean, if I had the choice, I would have asked him to sign AC Milan. I mean, I didn't buy the Juventus shirt. He literally gave it to me, or he gave it to someone I knew that knows him very well. And he gave me that shirt.
That's why you're talking so well about Juventus. You're scared somebody's gonna hear you.
And also Juventus, Del Piero opened up a Juventus school here in Los Angeles, and maybe I might jump ship from PSG to Juventus. Who knows?
Oh my God, bro! You know you have to leave this channel. You know that. You're not allowed. You know, every person that actually works from Juventus and Inter is not allowed to be in this channel.
Look, I didn't buy the shirt. I would never buy a fucking any. The only shirts I would personally spend money on are Italy and Milan. Okay, that's it. Nobody else. But he gave me that shirt. That was one of his personal shirts that he gave me, and I'm like, yeah, fuck yeah, I'll take it. Are you crazy? Come on, we're talking about a super legend of legends, World Cup winner, one of the best Italian strikers of all time. There you go. Roy, I have a banter EPL club ball signed by the likes of Ozil, Giroud, Sanchez, check. No worries.
I mean, Ozil was a great player, man.
Yeah, he was. I liked Ozil. He definitely was a special player.
You got the new one, Roy.
That's it. No. I don't have a new one. But guys, listen, all of you are wrong. Okay, you're wrong. Juventus has been the only fucking team that respected the Italian flag. Okay, Milan in this past 7 years did not even respect themselves. So I don't know why we're even. I don't even know why we're having this discussion.
You're wrong, man. You've never been so wrong. The last time you've been so wrong was, I don't know, when you say that we're gonna win the Scudetto.
But it's a fact. What I'm saying is a fact. It's not a matter of wrong and right. It's a fact. And it hurts. It hurts me to say this. You guys think I find pleasure in saying this?
Listen.
It hurts me to say this. I don't find any pleasure.
There was a moment in the history of human being that was a fact that the earth was flat, man. You know that.
Well, for some people, it still is.
But some other clever people came and say, you know what, it's actually not flat. And now the fact is that the earth is not flat. So I'll tell you right now, it's not a fact that Juventus is a great team. That's it. End of the story. They don't deserve any respect from me.
And that's fine. You don't have to respect them. You do not. You don't have to respect them.
Oh man, I love it. That's actually true. Have you seen the film?
Which film?
It's an old Italian film called Tifosi.
No.
Oh, you have to watch it, man. It's basically the actor Abatantuono is a well-known AC Milan supporter in real life, but in the film he's a Juventus ultra and he's pretending he's a Juventus supporter. He does it really well. And he's called Zebrone.
Listen, look, it is a fact that in the and why am I not talking well about Inter? The same shit. Inter has been even worse than Milan because Inter actually had the opportunity to do well in Europe. Instead, they fucking sucked. Roma, the worst fucking club in the history of football, in my opinion. Those motherfuckers, dude. 7-1, 6-0. You know, like we're talking about the shit of the shit here. But Juventus was there. Juventus was the only team that was pushing, that was trying. Where was everybody else? So I don't want to go through this again, but I'm going to stick to my ideas. Like Milan needs to win top four every single year, 100%. And when they don't, they're gonna hear it from me. I'm gonna tell them that they're underachievers, and they're not respecting these colors. They're not respecting this logo.
Well,
Okay.
that's why I
What do
said.
you say?
That's why I said we are taking a risk. We are taking a risk, not spending now, because those same players that we want that are 30 million are 100% guaranteed going to be 40 to 50 million next year. 100% guaranteed.
Wait, say that last thing again.
I was saying we're taking a risk not getting the good quality players now that are 30 million, because next year they're going to be worth 40 or 50 million because now the fans are back. So we can't use COVID as an excuse for teams not being able to spend money. 100% guaranteed.
Okay. Let's close the chat, the live with the last question. I want everyone to answer in the comment. Regardless, you are Pioli out or Pioli in. When is
I
Pioli going
respect
to
these
get
colors. What are you talking about, Antonio? I respect these colors. That's why I'm fucking saying that to me, seeing these colors lose against the colors of Benevento fucking pisses me off.
Man, Juventus lost against Benevento. Stop being a Juventus fan, man.
At the beginning of the year, a lot of the small teams were playing good. You remember how good Sassuolo was playing in the beginning? They were incredible.
Well, Sassuolo has the best players of the Serie A. Berardi and Locatelli. Everyone wants them. So
Raspadori.
No, let's close it simple as that. I want to know from everyone when they think Pioli is gonna get fired from AC Milan, or whatever. Somebody can even answer, "Oh, he's gonna win the Champions League," or whatever you guys think Pioli is the greatest achievement. Somebody can say, "Oh, he's gonna get fired in 5 years, or in 5 months, or in 2 weeks." So, what do you think, Roy? When is Pioli going to get fired?
I think Pioli is going to get. I don't think he's going to get.
Whatever.
Well,
When
hopefully
he's going to leave?
We'll say replaced.
Yes. Now, fired is because he's failing. I do not want to see that, guys. I do not want to see that at all. I think not this season. I think he's going to have an excellent season. If he gets fired or something happens, it's going to be next season. I believe that.
I agree. I say next season. If as long as things go the way they are going, it'll probably be next season unless the team comes out and just plays like horrible.
Yeah.
So he's gonna get fired the first half of the next season, not this one that is actually starting.
Yeah, it'll be next year. If
won't
there's
be
coaches available.
My prediction is this: he does a great year this year. Mancini will not stay with Italy after the World Cup. He'll become available, and because I know Maldini knows what's up, he's going to go for Mancini.
You remember, Pioli he's not a coach that you bring in to win titles. He's a stabilizing coach. That's what he's known for. Is when a club is falling, he comes in and he stabilizes the club. But he's not a coach that you keep to push to the next level.
Yeah, he hasn't been so far. He's more, like a patch-up kind of coach, right? He's always a coach that gets brought in mid-season because the coach you chose fucked up.
Yeah.
And that's exactly how he got brought in, as that kind of coach.
But look
A lot of people are saying when his contract runs out, so basically in 1 year, we're not going to renew him.
You got to remember, too, why does he not survive at the bigger clubs that he's on?
So
Well, he has so far. He has so far at Milan.
Yeah, but no, he doesn't stay at a big club for more than maybe 2 seasons, because his reputation precedes himself. This is how he starts off at every club, doing really good. Every club, he does really good in the beginning, and then all the performances start dropping. It's like that at every club that he's gone to.
Well, yeah, but this is one of the reasons why I agree that he has showed to be a coach with limits. I honestly feel that Milan right now is in a great position. We have the magic is back, and I think Pioli's reason is because of him. He's done the right decisions as well, and I think Pioli right now is the best guy for Milan at this point in history. Then we'll see what happens in the future. I think that it will be next season that maybe we're going to lose him.
I think if he does well this season, we're gonna keep him for 3 years.
Yeah,
I think he's gonna. If he does well this season, he's gonna stay 3 years, and he's gonna get sacked in a
But does that depend
in
on
a year that actually he's gonna make a top 4 anyway.
Does that depend on Champions League?
No, he's gonna get sacked because after 3 years, the management is gonna say, "Okay, that's it. We're not gonna improve with you anymore. That's the maximum you can do. So that's it. We move on for another manager." If he does well this season, so when I say he does well this season, I say top 4.
Okay.
He's gonna stay 3 years. He's
As
gonna
long
renew another contract 3 years.
as long as he makes the top 4, he's going to be staying, I think.
After
Okay.
3 years, they're gonna fire him. They're gonna say, "Okay, it was lovely. You managed to bring us 4 times or 3 times top 4. Now it's time to move on for us and for you as well because you've done what you have to do."
What happens if there are no coaches available, but Mancini? Do you still keep him for 3 years, or you do switch to Mancini right then and there?
Well, I would go for Mancini right away, but I don't think that's.
I don't think Mancini is gonna look for a job right away. You know, it's an intense job anyway. When you finish the World Cup, you need a 6 months, a year break. You know, to get the things sorted out, to understand what do you want to do. It's not so straightforward.
That's true.
So I think Pioli, if he's always managing top 4, they're gonna keep him, and slowly understand that. And even Pioli is going to understand. You know, I've been managing this team for 2-3 years, getting great results, top 4 always. The supporters are gonna be a bit more like, okay, we want to win more because we managed to go top 4 for long. Now it's time to win something, to go for the title.
The advantage Pioli has that other coaches didn't have, other than obviously having better players, is that our ambition, even though our ambition should be to always win, our ambition is just top 4. Whereas, if we had like a bigger coach, yeah, we got second place, but now we need to win it. Whereas for Pioli, we can get 3rd or 4th, and we're still getting relatively the same amount of money minus a few million or so, as long as he gets to the top 4.
I see what you're saying.
He has pressure, but it's not like it's not the same pressure to get first place like if he had Conte or Allegri.
Yeah, but I also think right now the team is not in that position either. The players also, so he doesn't have that pressure. I think he just right now he's, maybe you want to say, lucky, or we are unlucky, but that he just needs to finish in that top 4, and as long as he does, and we get into that Champions League money, we win big games. We have to win big games in the Champions League, guys. If we get fucking kicked off, all right, guys, I'm gonna say this because I know the universe the Milan universe very well. If we don't pass the group stages of the Champions League, people are going to be talking about him being replaced already.
I don't think so.
That could be
I don't think so. I don't think so because you got to remember the team that we have. Our offense is still incomplete, and on top of that, we're in pot 4.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, Nathan, the fans in Italy, they don't care about any of that. They expect Milan to the newspapers, everybody. Maldini, I know for a fact they're not going to accept anything less than surpassing that group stage.
Well, if that's the case, then we need to get real players.
Yeah,
Like that's what I'm saying. Like you gotta bite the bullet at some point. Like our owners are.
It's gonna come naturally. It's gonna come naturally. If we manage top 4 this season, next summer we're gonna sign a big striker because Ibra is gonna quit. So we're gonna sign a big striker, 50, 60 million striker, because the defense is set. No, I'm sure because the defense is set. We have Tomori, Kier, Gabbia, Kalulu, Calabria, Teo Hernandez, the backup of Teo Hernandez, and probably we're gonna bring someone from Primavera. We have the midfield, let's say Pobega, Kessie, and Tonali, and how is called Benacer. All of them with the renewal, all of them after a year in Champions League, after another year in Serie A, after another year top 4. So all the money is going to go forward. Maybe we're gonna pay the money for Brahim Diaz because it's gonna be hopefully better this season. So all the money we're gonna spend, let's say 60, 50 million, is gonna go to the striker, and we're gonna sell players as well. We're gonna get rid of some costs, Caldara and all these people. So we're going there. Next summer, the big money is gonna be spent with the striker because Giroud is gonna be our backup striker, and our first striker is gonna be a youngster, a good youngster. A guy that it's shown can do 20 goals, 25 goals a season.
Yeah, but
also,
go ahead, Roy.
No, you go.
I was saying that a player who's capable of putting in goals like that as a youngster, I can guarantee we're not going to be able to get him.
We're gonna get them.
We are taking too long. Like I understand we spent 60 million this summer, but it's on players that we are finalizing their loan. Our offense has not changed at all, and our offense is simply not good enough. Our strikers, Giroud and Zlatan, they have goals for sure, no question. They have goals, but the supporting offensive line is not good enough.
And here, I think so. I have a lot of confidence that Milan is going to get a right wing and a cam. The transfer guru says it too. Antonio being the transfer guru says, he says in caps, the transfer guru says a forward signing will come this year, right wing or cam. I think both. Oh, yeah. Guys, 2 more minutes. Let's get to 7 hours and then let's close.
It's a kid, though. We already said that these kids are probably not going to get to play because we have Krunic and Castillejo, and the coach is not going to risk putting them in.
I think in August, that's when we get our big players, in August.
Shit, I hope so.
It's always big August. The last week of August is always the week where you get the big discounts and all that crap because teams need to get rid of, they need to do all their adjustments, and they always wait until August to get the best deals.
I can't remember.
That's why, sorry, Nathan, one more thing. That's why I don't agree about what you guys are saying about Juventus. Juventus in August is going to buy a shitload of players. You guys will see.
Yeah, and they got that 400 million cash flow.
And fuck Juventus, okay? Fuck them.
Oh, finally, Roy. After 7 hours.
No, but not because they suck, but because they fucking always there busting our balls, okay? Not because they cheat. I don't believe they cheat. I think that's all bullshit. Fuck them because they are always there busting our balls.
I'm going to cut this one when we put the video again.
All right, sorry. Nathan, go ahead. You're saying.
No. What you were saying, Nathan? Go for it.
Damn, I'm trying to remember. Go ahead so I can remember.
No, it's simple. The friendly with Real Madrid, of course they're going to play football, but the management, they are going to talk about deals, because that's going to be a moment when Ancelotti knows what is the 24 squad is going to push for the next season, and what are the players that actually he doesn't need for the next season. So that friendly is going to be a talk, an interesting talk. Real Madrid can tell them, okay, we're not going to play Bale next season. Do you want it? Can we find a solution? So we pay half of the salary, and the other half you're going to pay that, keep it as a right wing. So you can end up with Gareth Bale after the friendly, or start a conversation with the agent of Gareth Bale, or Isco.
Right. And remember that Real Madrid can be like, okay, I'll pay 75% of his whatever, and you
50% as well is good.
50%. August has always been like this.
I remember we did a friendly with Barcelona, and they had a talk to buy Ibrahimovic with that friendly, and they managed to sign it after. So it's done deal, and we have a friendly with Juventus, so I'm sure they're going to talk about what are the players you don't need, and what we can do to move some stuff around. You give me that, I'll give you that, even to fix a bit the balance of the financial situation.
Oh, that's what I was going to say. During COVID, was the financial fair play, was that like stuff kind of lifted for that moment?
I think so, yeah.
Because if it was, should Milan not have taken advantage of that time period?
Well, we spent 60 million, man, at the moment.
Yeah, but that doesn't help the attack, though.
Well, but that's not. Listen,
because look, even before Tomori, our defense was the best before Tomori.
Wow,
Tomori makes it better for sure.
I agree with that.
But we still had the best defense before Tomori. So if the financial fair play was lifted and we could spend money, and remember, our owners are not millionaires; this is billionaires.
I think Rohit was here the other day, guys. By the way, Rohit, another guy that came, but joins us. I think he gave a very good landscape of where the financial situation is with Milan. And it just seems like we don't really have that much room to spend, from the way he put it. So
see, that's why we need a new. That's why, like, especially that that science organization, wherever the heck they were, that was linked with getting Milan, like something like that, where they have billions upon billions that they can spend.
I like our ownership, to be honest. I like the fact they are responsible. They don't spend more than what they have, and they actually play the card of I wanted a sure thing. I like, for example, let's say everyone is talking about, we should buy a great striker. Okay, who is the great striker you will buy at the moment? That is gonna give you 25 million.
25 million? Daka.
No, sorry. It's going to give you 25 goals. Sorry. I'm really sorry.
But
Daka went to another players in Premier League.
He went to Leicester.
Exactly. He chose that.
Because Milan wouldn't go for him.
We don't know that. Maybe he wants to play in Premier League.
We were linked with Daka in December before he was linked with Leicester.
Who's Daka?
Daka, he played on Salzburg with Holland. Daka is a beast. He's tall, fast, has decent foot skill. And
what nationality was he in the Euros?
I don't know what nationality he is.
No, he wasn't in the African. I don't remember him being.
He's probably African.
Yeah,
but he has goals for days, and we were linked with him in December.
Zambia.
And he's only 20 million, but we still went with Mandzukic. This is why I just won't accept some of the things that are going on, because Daka's 20 million. We needed another striker to guarantee us at least 10 goals. Mandzukic didn't score.
But I don't think it's such a sure thing that this guy wants to come and play for AC Milan and not go and play for Leicester. You need to understand this.
I think actually Laird is right. African players traditionally prefer the Premier League because in Africa, Premier League is the biggest thing.
Yeah, but
So-
he had he was only connected with Milan. Like all this, the things came
He
out.
was
nothing-
connected with me.
Yeah, like he Milan was actually interested in him. Leicester was not Leicester was not even part of the factor in December. That was just this in the summer.
Okay.
Baston Daka.
But 20 million though, that's 20 or 25 million. That's who I would have gone for.
Is that how much Leicester paid for him?
Yeah, it was only it was less than 25. And they're
Wow.
getting a forward who every year had over 20 goals. Like I disagree with how they do things.
Okay, first of all, I want to say no, he's born. Agnelli is not a cheat. I do not accept that because I will repeat it. By calling the Juventus cheaters is only making excuses for our shortcomings. 1. 2, Antonio says, the transfer guru says, AC Milan did not make any talks with Salzburg or
no, we
Daka's
didn't.
enter.
We were linked with him. We just never.
Oh, you're
did
saying
it.
we should have. We're saying we
Yeah,
should have.
we should have.
Okay, got it.
It's the same thing with Brobe. Brobe is if Brobe gets the type of training he should get, he will be the next Drogba or Lukaku, guaranteed. He's powerful. We want a big striker, right? A strong striker who can hold the ball up. He has speed, strength, and foot skills.
What are you talking about?
Brian Brobe, Leipzig got him for free from Ajax.
Okay.
Literally every attribute that we want in a forward, he has. And they got him for free. We were linked with him in December, but we also did nothing with him as well. So we've been linked with good players, good promising players that can score goals. We just don't act on it.
I think,
Hey,
yeah,
it's
I
a
don't.
bold claim, I'm telling you, man.
I don't know these
sit and
guys.
watch him, if you sit and watch him, Antonio, I promise, if you sit and watch him, I'm telling you, if when they played Roma, Ajax only got goals when Brobe came into the game.
Oh, wait. Oh, he played in the Ajax that.
Yeah, they only got
Oh,
goals. When
that
Brobe
Ajax
came in.
wasn't that impressive, though.
He's only 18, and he's
Oh, he's
getting
18?
goals in important matches. 18, 19, getting goals in important matches. We already know people who come from Ajax are not sloppy players. They all have foot skill. People who come from the
Yeah.
Ajax academy are always good. Always good.
That's true.
I don't know what else you want.
Guys, if you stay another 2 hours in the live, the live is going to be longer than Inter's experience in Champions League last season. I don't know. We can call it like this. Basically, we can call the title, this live lasted longer than the Inter experience in last Champions League. It's 9 hours. They played 6 games, 90 minutes. Basically, it was 9 hours, I think.
Yeah. Antonio, he's not as good as them right now. I'm saying he will be.
AC
I don't
Milan
know.
is gonna make it.
These are players that I'm not very familiar with. Any player that does not play in Serie A, I have no clue what to say. So
we still have a chance with, at least in terms of him, we do, because he went to Leipzig, but Leipzig's coach went to Bayern Munich, and a lot of the players that Leipzig got went because of Leipzig's coach. And they just got Andre Silva, and they still have Poulsen. So Brobe is going to be a third, maybe fourth string forward, just because they have more established players.
Who went to Bayern Munich? Who went?
Leipzig's coach,
What's his name?
Julian Nagelsmann.
Oh, the American guy.
I don't know if he's American, but
Julian Nagelsmann? I don't know if it's American.
yeah, I don't know if he's
American.
Maybe partially American.
Oh, he's now coaching Bayern. You're saying?
Yes, yes. So, and the whole one of the big parts of Leipzig was that coach.
Yeah, yeah. No German coaches for me. Thank you. If he didn't get his degree from Coverciano, not interested. I'm not interested.
We should go there and do a live from Coverciano, like experts sit there and interview some players. You can actually go and do a course if you want in Coverciano.
Yeah. Coverciano is the Harvard of fucking whatever.
No, man, don't say it like this, because a lot of dumb players went and did the Coverciano course.
Yeah, but still, come on. We're talking about Coverciano here.
You know, Spalletti was teaching at Coverciano before he got the job to Napoli.
Spalletti, man, what a fucking boring coach Spalletti is. Have you heard his press conferences? The way he talks, man, it's so boring. The guy will say a word, and then the player will play on the left.
He always gets on a fight with all the pundits in Italy, and he tells them they don't know shit about football and they should go back to their place. Yeah, my man, we're going for 9 hours just to beat the
Inter's
Champions League. No, we're not going for 9 hours. Another day. You know what? We should do like a 24 hours, but we need to be like not all of us together.
A 24-hour marathon should coincide with maybe a special event.
I don't know. We could try.
We could do something like a giveaway.
What the fuck are we gonna give away? The Juventus shirt. That would be great to give away. Let's give away that shit over there.
Hell no, man. Are you crazy? I'm never gonna give that away.
Show us the sponsor, Roy. How old is the shirt? Oh, that was the period there was a proper farmer team.
A New Holland Fiat Group.
You know,
this shirt was in Del Piero's. It was in Del Piero's cupboard, man.
That was the proper farmer team. Even the sponsor was a farmer sponsor.
Speaking of sponsors, who should Milan get that can be a big time sponsor for us?
Netflix. That would be great. Red and black is perfect with a brand. They have a ton of money.
They do. That's true.
The only way to get subscribers is to tell people that they exist.
Aren't we sponsored with Audi as well?
No, BMW.
BMW, that's what it was.
We're getting big sponsors, by the way. We're getting good. We are represented by Rock Nation. So Jay-Z's on our side. And next sponsor is gonna be Netflix or Amazon. I think Netflix works pretty well. Or Apple. Imagine Apple as a sponsor.
Yeah,
we need a tech company that throws 300 million deal. So we are sorted.
I was saying that World Technology Group that was linked with us. I don't know. Do you guys know much about like the Hadron Collider?
Yeah.
So yeah, that's if you have the money to build something like that, you have money for forever.
And why didn't that happen? What was up with that?
Well, it's just like it's just rumors, but there's no smoke without fire. So it could be just like an interest that might have popped up for them, maybe.
I think Elliot is gonna sell when he builds the stadium.
I think if a big offer comes in, I think they might be tempted.
But that's the point. No one is gonna give a big offer if you don't have a stadium.
Oh, guys! I don't think Lucas saw the shirt. Hold on, I gotta show Lucas the shirt. Hey, Lucas, look at my Del Piero shirt. With he signed it. Says a nice little message for me. That's his signature. There you go. All right, no more of you, shirt. I'm even starting to get disgusted about it.
Oh man! Finally, after 7 hours, we can give that away, man. Who wants it? No one wants it here. So
Nah. I can give it away. Oh, this thing is worth $1 million, man. What are you talking about?
I don't know, man. I have Kerkez shirt. It's not signed, but I'm gonna find him and get it signed.
When's the next preseason game?
Real Madrid is the
Saturday.
next one?
No, Saturday against Juventus.
Okay.
Ooh.
Against my favorite team.
Exactly, bro. What are you gonna support? Which shirt you gonna put on?
Guys, I only support one team, guys. One team. Actually, two teams. I only support two teams. That's it. Milan and Italy. Everybody else means nothing. But I love the game of football, and I respect the game of football. When teams do well, I respect them. I respect teams that respect football.
Okay, losing a final is doing well. You're getting an English supporter, man. You're becoming more English.
I respect England. They did a good job.
I don't respect them at all.
Lucas is saying that we are all Juventinian. Ari is paying us. There is a lot of misunderstanding here. First of all, we're not Juventinian. No one is paying us.
Yeah. I think this video will probably make what? $3?
I think we're gonna manage to get a $3 from this video.
We need to send a letter to Milan headquarters. Sign us up.
we need to put the advertising on so all these comments get some breaks. are coming like there's 100 people following us, but it's just 29.
Please send it back to Turin. No way, man. Crazy. No way. Actually, I have a Brazil shirt because I had a very good Brazilian friend that gave me a Brazil shirt. So that's the other team I have.
Makes sense.
Juve. No. Next game is against Nice. No, next game is against Juventus. Against Juventus on Saturday. Which sucks because Saturday is the day that none of us are available. I would love to do a watch along of that game. Will I wake up to the stream in 5 hours?
Oh shit! I need to wake up in 5 hours. Probably.
I think so. No, we're gonna close it soon. We're gonna go soon. Antonio, if you can do the watch along, please do it. It'll be good. Please.
Are you guys want to jump in for the watch along? Well, you guys listen.
I'm going to be able to do it. If you want to do it, do it.
This channel needs to. All the people who wants to be part of this channel needs to move in London, guys. We need to be everyone in the same room and get a proper fight. You know.
Why London, though?
Huh?
Why London?
Why London? Because it's 2 hours fly from Milan, and second, you can guys order a pizza speaking English. I don't think you can manage to do that in Italy.
Guys, did you see Antonio's comment about
What is that?
What was the most intense moment on the stream? Was it Larry upset about the Super League, Pioli in versus out, or Roy the Juve fan?
Oh, Roy the Juve fan, I think I'm like shocked. I mean, he's saying that, the Montari thing was an excuse. I'm like, excuse me?
100%. 100%.
I mean, that clown of Buffon saying, I don't know if he got in, I just played football. And a few years later, he was saying, oh, Ronaldo is a piece of shit going down for a penalty kick in a semi-final of Champions League. No shit, that is karma, Buffon. So shut up.
No, I disagree with that.
Oh, come on. Everyone saw that ball was in. Everyone.
Right.
Even the ball guy saw it.
No,
on the other
I
side
know
of the pitch.
I know the ball was in, but we use that as an excuse for our failures. We always use Juventus as an excuse because we can't fucking beat Salernitana with our B team.
Listen, I'm gonna close this live stream. I'm gonna take control of everything now. Because clearly I'm the real AC Milan here. So
Hey, what are you talking about? Which Roy, answer my question about the stream. I said about the watch along. Yeah, I said if you want to do the watch along, do it. Unfortunately, I can't on Saturdays. If anybody, if you, Nathan, you want to do the watch along with Ann, do it. Laird, you can't do it on Saturdays, right?
I have to check, but
well, I for sure cannot.
This is gonna be the next thumbnail. Just a reminder for Pioli. No, for Roy, that he really thinks that the game wasn't rigged. I mean, look at this motherfucker, man. He's in front of the thing, of the scene of the crime. He's looking at it. No one in front of him.
You know what? Even if we had VAR, they would say the ball went in, but you see the player who's out of bounds, they'll say he's offsides anyways, so they'll say no goal.
It's a corner kick, man. It cannot be offside from a corner kick.
Guys. Look at
this piece of shit here. Can you see this piece of shit here?
That's why I said they'll call offsides to make sure you
got a career out of this, man. He didn't lose his job. He was working after.
These are all excuses. Look at the stoppage. Look at the watch. 24 minutes. We had 1 hour to win that game because of that mistake. Now, come on. Okay, how many mistakes do the referees make? Whatever. It's an excuse. Milan.
See, I don't care, man. I don't care the league. I don't care about the Scudetto. That man over there, what he's doing over there. This is not a mistake, man. This is not a mistake. No one is going to tell me this is a mistake.
Okay, so you're saying for sure it was rigged. They knew this exact thing was going to happen, and they let it happen.
No. They have problems, man. I don't know what problems they had in life in that moment. I can see a problem here.
They need to keep it close. That's how rigged things happen.
It was rigged. I'm sorry.
They make it to where the game is close, and then a team like Juventus is gonna have opportunities to score. But as long as they can keep it close, then it's fine. It's not major things; it's subtle things.
Okay, guys, listen. It was this after Juventus scored this.
I have to go.
All right,
tapping it now.
We close it, guys.
Thank you so much, my man. Thank you so much for joining us.
Let's close it, Roy.
Hey, hold on. I want to finish saying this, okay?
No, let's close it here.
No.
It's clear.
No.
Picture is clear.
Absolutely not, because we're making excuses. We had more than 1 hour to win this game, and we missed our chances. We cannot fucking blame other people for our own shortcomings. That's not. You want to be a champion? You fucking take. Come on, you fucking take the bull by its horns.
Okay.
Don't blame other people.
Okay, forgot the league, forgot everything. What that referee is doing there? How he cannot see it? 90,000 people saw it. I was having a drink in that moment and I saw it. This guy is straightforward, looking at the ball before and after, and he didn't see the ball get in 1 meter. It's a yellow ball. It's not even white. Look at the line. He's in the line. There is no player in front of him. What is that? What is that? Is that a mistake? No, it's not a mistake.
Okay, this is not an excuse. Sorry, I'm going to stick with my.
I'm not finding excuse. I don't even care about the Scudetto. I don't even care having 19, 18, whatever Scudetto. I'm not talking about even the league. That referee over there, I question him as a human being, as a person, as a professional, as everything. For me, he didn't make a mistake. I'm sorry, man. He didn't make a mistake over there.
You are saying
on purpose.
You are saying he was paid to do that.
No, I'm not saying he was paid to do that.
So what are you
I'm
saying?
not saying that. I'm not
What
saying that. I'm saying that he had a great career after that. He was completely fine. No one fired him. He stayed in the business. Everything went normal like usual.
So you are saying that this is shady stuff going on here. This is what you're saying.
That is not shady. That is rigged. That is
okay,
rigged.
you're saying this is rigged. This was rigged.
Yeah, that was rigged. A referee of the, I don't know, the Sunday League can actually see that is a goal. From that position, in that moment, he can see it's a goal. Every human being, even with glasses, me without glasses, I can see that in a line. I'm in a line. I see that yellow thing going over the line. It's goal.
Half Buffon's body is in the goal. His arms are
Buffon is inside, exactly. Buffon with his arms. He's completely inside the goal. You can see his face. And the ball on top of his face.
So why couldn't we beat Fiorentina the next game?
I'll tell you, I don't care about the Scudetto. Let's say we lost the Scudetto. Somebody needs to explain me this in the history of Serie A football. How this thing happened.
Like Roy, we're not taking away that yes, Milan should have won games that they lost. We're talking about this instance, just this instance right here. That's what we're talking about. And every time we play Juventus, something always happens, and it's always when they need it to happen.
Guys, okay. So let me say this. All right, are you guys ready for this? This is going to hurt me to say this because it kind of sucks, but I'm going to say it. It's going to hurt me to say this. In 2007, we won the Champions League for a goal that should have never been a goal against Bayern Munich. Inzaghi scored an offside. So does that make us cheaters now? Should we be called cheaters?
But offside's
that's not the same situation.
Offside's different.
He wasn't offside by two millimeters. He was off. You could see he was offside.
Okay, half meter offside.
But look, you know what the difference is? As a forward, I can tell you because I always play against the offsides trap. The difference is there's more moving parts. Look at the referee has on the linesman here has a clear vision. He doesn't have to worry about anyone crossing the line. He doesn't have to worry about anyone obstructing his view. He doesn't have to worry about a person on the far side of the field. He has one view that he needs to look at. And he can see clearly, like Montari is not covering Buffon. Montari is not covering the ball. That referee has a clear vision of what he needs.
I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm not disagreeing that this was a shady call. But
you brought up people. Inzaghi.
But Nathan, still we had more than 1 hour to win this game.
Yeah. But you got to remember.
Instead, we cried about this situation.
But if we go up 2-0, we win the game. You can go.
Okay, Roy, tell me where is the last time that Juventus lost a game in a situation like this? That actually something went against them.
I don't know, man. I don't
because it never happened. That is simple as that.
You watch every single Juventus game.
And look, Roy, you got to remember too. When this happened, this is when Juventus needed something to happen because they were not going to win the league. Every time Juventus need the help, they get the help. And that is the difference. When Milan need the help, we don't get it. But when Juventus needs it, it happens 100% every time.
Conspiracy theory.
Okay, maybe. With Juventus and Inter Milan.
Okay, let me say this. Nathan, let me say this. Maybe you're right, but to me, it does not matter.
No,
Because at the end of the day, at the end of the day, if you miss your chances instead of scoring them, it's not Juventus's fault. It's your fault. If you mess up your opportunity, if you have 1 hour to win this game and you don't win it, and then you lose the next game against Fiorentina, and then you tie against a fucking Serie B teams, that's not Juventus's fault. It is our fault.
Yeah, and I agree. We're not taking away
What's
from
up?
the fact that we didn't win the other games. We're not disagreeing on that. We're bringing up the point of whenever Juventus is in trouble, they get the help they're looking for. That's what we're bringing up.
Roy,
Yeah.
do not compare this picture with Inzaghi being slightly offside in a two-leg
Slightly.
game matchup that wasn't
Okay,
even
but
for
Antonio,
the trophy.
if I was Juventus, you guys be saying the same thing. Juventus paid the referee because Agnelli owns everybody in Europe.
Okay, so this
I'm
happened How many times has Milan blatantly cheated before? How many times? And this is in Italy too, that Juventus can control. Milan cannot control all of UEFA. Are you kidding me? It's obvious that we haven't controlled UEFA because they keep giving us financial fair play restrictions and stuff, so they obviously don't favor us in any way. So I don't see it. Roy, like, stop being a flat earther. I'm sorry, but look at the picture. Look at the picture. Look at the picture, Roy.
Excuses. I'm looking at this picture, but what I'm really looking at is that time right there. It says 24.52. That means there's more than an hour left.
Yeah, but
What did we
24
do?
minutes, they didn't see our goalkeeper. They didn't know who was our goalkeeper. The referee is looking at exactly where the ball is, and he's saying it's not a goal.
What are the
Boy,
two?
what are you talking about? We dominate that game, and still the referee helps them, push them, help them to actually win it.
Larry, how many chances did we have to win that game? How many chances?
That one is a good chance. We had a lot of chances. We did a goal, man, and they disallowed it.
Roy, what are the two most dangerous score lines in football?
I don't know. I don't think that's a thing.
It is a thing. 1-0 and 2-0 are the two most dangerous score lines in football. If you are up 1-0 and something like this happens,
no, I don't believe it.
No way.
No way.
Yes, it is.
No way.
If you were up 1-0 in this situation and this happens,
So Roy, you're telling me after this thing happened, if we score a goal, they're not gonna disallow it to us. They're not gonna find another reason to disallow it to us. You're sure they're gonna say, okay, this one is goal. I'll give this one. So if we score a goal that actually is an onside, the referee is not gonna say like this, oh, it's offside. I'm sorry, I saw it like this, because if it didn't, so you guarantee that for sure. Yeah.
Think of the mentality. You're not thinking of what that does to you mentally.
Look at the bigger picture. Look what's going on in Italy in this moment.
You have to understand.
Look at what's going on in Italy.
You have to understand how that affects you as a player. When we already know prior to this game that Juventus already receives help. So when you play against a team who normally receives help, and then this happens to you, personally happens to you, that deflates you. Even if it's a little bit, that deflates you. Your mentality is off. Your focus is off.
That is an excuse, Nathan. That is an excuse.
As a player, that is what happens. I'm telling you, that is what happens. As a player, that is what happens. Yes, it is. It's the same thing. If you're up 2-0, if you're up 2-0 and you get scored on, you lose all the momentum.
Anyway, guys,
it's like getting
I'm leaving. Have a good night.
Not necessarily. Guys, I'll stick with my thing. That is an excuse. Milan should not depend on referees. They should not depend on any other teams. We are fucking Milan. We should be the best always, always. No matter what, even if there's a tornado coming against us, that shouldn't stop us. Okay? Lord have mercy. All right, guys. All right. I think that's good. That's great for tonight. Okay.
I'm gonna create a loop and run it on YouTube.
All right. Okay, guys. So I think that's good for today. We did 7 hours and 30 minutes. We spoke about Milan. Beautiful Sunday. Nothing better than speaking about Milan on a Sunday. So we will see everybody again this week. Obviously, we're going to have more lives. We're going to talk about. Hopefully, we got more news, transfer news coming up. We have a freaking game Saturday. Antonio said he's going to take care of the watch along. So awesome, Antonio. Thanks for doing that. And guys, please do not make excuses. Do not come up with excuses for AC Milan. We're not a club that needs excuses. We take the horns. We take the bull by its horns. The bull doesn't take us. All right, those are my last. You guys have your last words.
You know what? Usually, Roy, when you have an idea like this, something in life happens that changes your idea. So I'm waiting for this season. Something bigger than this is going to happen to help Juventus get their result done. Something that we haven't seen yet. Because the moment you think, oh, it cannot get worse than this, we're going to see something worse than this. And you're going to experience that. And you have to explain me that after. You're going to see that this season. It's going to be incredible. We're going to experience something incredible together.
This thing about Juventus rigging matches is something that all the haters, all the salty haters that always lose against Juventus are saying, you beat us because you cheated against us. Yeah, I don't believe that.
I mean, we beat Juventus because they didn't cheat. When the game was fair and the referee was not on some biased bullshit, we destroyed them.
Yeah, yes, 100%, man. 100%. This last game we played.
That's the key word.
Okay, guys. How about this? This last game that we played against Juventus, if your guys' theory is correct, then the Juventus should have won.
But remember, they were ahead of us. They didn't really need it that much. As long as they didn't win, they were already ahead of us.
Roy, I'll tell you what happened. What happened this game, Roy?
Okay. Let's hear it. Yeah, let's hear it.
First of all, the header of Tomori, the goalkeeper went inside the goal, so he couldn't actually hide it, and the ball stayed inside for a few minutes, so you couldn't do anything.
Actually, let me say this. One of the things that Montari non-goal pushed is that goal line technology. That was one of the big factors, okay? One of the big factors. Because of that mistake, I think it was a mistake, then we got goal line technology that was pushed really hard. Galliani had a lot of power in European football, so he pushed for that.
And you know what? That's helped with Juventus not getting as many favorable decisions as VAR. They still get them, but they don't get as many blatantly obvious calls for them.
Without a VAR, we are not getting the penalty Kessie missed against Juventus. We're not getting that. No chance. We never got something like that.
We wouldn't have gotten half our penalties if we didn't have VAR.
No, I don't. So disagree.
We wouldn't have. Do you know how many penalty
calls? Chiellini touching the ball with his hands. He was explaining the referee. I didn't touch it. Chiellini, there is a VAR. Shut up! Don't say anything. You're gonna.
I don't agree with that.
No,
I honestly think that when it comes to Juve, people are so salty about Juve that they just want to make this thing. The only reason why Juve wins is because they cheat. No, Juventus is a team that has excellent philosophy of football.
It's not. They don't win
just like me.
They win because their players are good. We're not talking about that. We're talking.
Good night, guys.
All right,
Roy, I told you it's gonna happen something, and you're gonna change your mind. Unfortunately, something's going to happen. Good night, guys. Forza Milan.
All right. Last words, guys. I gave my last words. You guys give your last words. Come on.
No, man, you already gave your last word. Forza Milan is the last word.
Forza Milan. See you again.
Yeah, no, I said my last word was I already said.
Okay, cool. Forza Milan.
This comment. Which comment? Light and Roy love each other. What? Deep down. La seconda squad. No, guys, you guys are misunderstanding me so badly.
I'm never gonna love a Juventino, man. What are you talking about?
You guys are completely misunderstanding.
Okay, good night, man. Well, we're actually gonna do 9 hours, so.
All right, guys. Hey, we will see you during the week. More lives coming this week, and see you during the week. Forza Milan sempre. Forza Milan. Okay? Forza Milan. All right. Hey, Nathan, thank you so much, my man. Thank you.
Yep, I'll be back.
All right.
Forza Milan.
Arrivederci, guys. Bye. To the chat.